two, one, one. One, two, one, two. And check one, two, one. And check one, two. One, two.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. We are going to start in a few seconds. If someone can just request Honorable Khabo, and I saw Honorable Mkulu also outside. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. Seeing that we are a quorum, we are now going to start our meeting. And before I'm going to, as a custom, have my welcoming remarks, I first want to deal with introductions as well as apologies and the adoption of the agenda. We will today meet with the Department Sports, Arts and Culture. And in terms of the agenda, we will meet SASCOC, Swimming South Africa, as well. Later on, we will meet with Athletic South Africa. Is there any proposal and seconder that we proceed with the agenda as in front of us? Honorable Liam Jacobs proposed that we, any seconder? Honorable Makato. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I'm going to start immediately, and I would like to request members to introduce themselves. From my left-hand side, as a normal customer, I also and always say that you will hear that they are introducing them and also their political parties, be as it may. As far as this committee is concerned, there is no political party for me. To start with myself, my name is Joe Maglua. I am chairing this portfolio committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'm Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, and I represent the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Liam Jacobs, and I serve in this portfolio committee. And much like my colleague in front of me, who you can tell which party he's from based on the colors he's wearing, I have blue on my shirt, so you can tell I'm from the Democratic Alliance myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Paulina Makato from Limpopo, the member of the ANC, and then the member of this portfolio committee.
No, good morning to everyone. Good morning, Chair. My name is Khaulatli, the surname is Khabo. I'm serving at the behest of the African National Congress. I'm from the Northwest Province. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is G. Nkobani from Limpopo. I'm NCOP member of Sports, Arts and Culture, IA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I serve on this portfolio as well as Justice and International Relations with the Al Jama political party. Thank you.
DSEC. Cypriot, you may have it.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. My name is Simpiwe Mncube. I'm the Chief Director responsible for the nation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Mabeta Ralibi, PLO, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Tebogo.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. My name is Dept, the acting DDG for Recreation Development and Sports Promotion. Thank you.
I will now call upon Swimming South Africa to introduce themselves and their positions.
Good morning, Chairperson and the committee. My name is Alan Fritz, and I'm the President of Swimming South Africa.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sean Adrianson. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Swimming South Africa.
Good morning, Chair and the members. My name is Mafata Mudutwane. I'm the Operations Manager at Swimming South Africa.
I'm going to give an opportunity to the Honorable Nkosi to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, my colleagues, all members present in the House. My name is Ethel Nkosi. I'm a member of this portfolio committee deployed by the ANC from Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Professional staff and media. Oh, there's Honorable Kunu.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kukuletu Mkuno, a member of this portfolio committee and deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe Party.
Honorable Kunu, please look good and very well after your colleague next to you. He was vibrant this week, last week and this week. Professional staff.
Diabulela Sihlalo, igama lami nguZoleka Gula, Committee Secretary, Sport and Recreation.
Good morning. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Jacob Morwe, the researcher for Sport and Recreation. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Bulela Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Lindingo Matlasela, Research Arts and Culture.
Good morning, all. Ndingu Ajabulile Etumisa Mtia, Committee Secretary for Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntati Shongwane, support staff from the ANC caucus. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Khapa Mabusela. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer for the Deputy Minister.
PMG, please record yourself.
Yeah, I'm Savuila Mazanza. I write for PMG. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you to everyone for that introduction. May I ask the Portfolio Secretary and anyone else if there is any apologies of any kind?
Thank you, Chair. We did receive an apology from Inkosi Luthuli, Mem Mulotsane, Me Bilangulu. They are all attending interviews with the PC on small business. We also have an apology from the Minister who is attending a cabinet committee. We also received an apology from the Deputy Minister who has an emergency at her home. And the last one is from the SASCOC President who is in meetings in Joburg the whole day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we, as a rule for SASCOC, we have agreed that if needs be that they should be in every single meeting. If the President is not available, he must send someone in his place. Thank you so much. Honorable members, again, good day. Officials from DSEC, our visitors from Swimming South Africa, and esteemed professional guests. First, we will be meeting with Swimming South Africa to review the annual report and to discuss governance matters and address key issues related to the ongoing litigation. We look forward to engaging in a meaningful conversation that will help guide the future of Swimming South Africa. Following that, we will also meet with Athletics South Africa later today. In addition, we will review most, if not all, the annual reports and audited financial statements to ensure transparency and accountability within the organization. These are crucial topics and impact the governance and growth of swimming and athletics in South Africa. Today, honorable members, ironically so, marks the first Tuesday of April, which launches Sexual Assault Awareness. the month of 2025, hashtag SAAM 2025. It is also for that reason that you'll see that we are wearing green ribbons in solidarity of those. It is a moment to reflect, to stand in solidarity with survivors of sexual harassment and abuse, and to raise our voices for justice and change. Today we also stand united with the nation in support of Justice for Shwe Shwe campaign. My apologies if I pronounced that wrongly. It is both heartbreaking and shameful that in our beautiful country, women and children are continuously violated, even in spaces where they should be feel the safest. On school grounds, in sporting academies, and in some cases, even in our homes. As a country, we cannot turn a blind eye to these. We must do better. We need to unite and put an end to this violence. It is unacceptable, honorable members, that children as young as 7 are forced to be the voice of a generation crying out for freedom to live without fear. Honorable members, it is essential to acknowledge the Swimming South Africa's achievements, while we also have to address concerns and challenges that require our attention. Swimming South Africa plays a vital role in promoting and developing aquatic sports in South Africa. The organization's objectives, however, it is crucial that we scrutinize the report to ensure that Swimming South Africa is meeting its goals and living up to its mandate. The report highlights several achievements, including the impressive performance of South African swimmers at the 2023 World Championship and the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. The success of athletes like Tatiana Schoenmaker and Julia Vincent is a testament to the dedication and hard work of our swimmers, coaches, and support staff. However, despite these achievements, the report also raises several concerns. The lack of clearly defined performance indicators and targets across Swimming South Africa's disciplines makes it a challenge for us to assess the organization's performance effectively. The absence of a detailed reporting on the development of high-performance facility in the Franschhoek is also a concern. Furthermore, honorable members, the report highlights the organization's financial struggles with the deficit, the reliance on grants, sponsorships, and also a concern as noted by the Auditor General. The lack of transparency in financial reporting, particularly with regards to World Athletics grant that status a plus-minus amount. In addition to these concerns, the report also touches on disputes and litigation cases involving Swimming South Africa. I have to emphasize that Swimming South Africa handling of sexual abuse claims, the dispute with South African Water Polo Group, which is in total contrast, and in its own admission and its annual report 2023-2024, and I quote, "Water polo has most probably the most robust and active community. They have taken water polo to the next level. Amid all of these challenges, Swimming South Africa rather seek to fill this position with an administrator. Popularity of the sport is growing at a rapid rate and across racial groups. Successful water polo playing countries all have dedicated governing structures for the sport. It begs the question, why is Swimming South Africa opposed to allowing an autonomous governance structure for water polo? The lawsuit filed by artistic swimmers Jessica Hayes Hill and Laura Stracknell, rape cases, Mama Naomi Namaka on the chains of the Constitution, the pool deck pedophile, are all matters that require careful consideration. This is not only a police case, it is also about the protection of our athletes by entities such as Swimming South Africa. Honorable members, we should ask ourselves, are we doing enough for this country? The feedback from EPG, Eminent Persons Group, required that Swimming South Africa must not only review its targets, but quality of data received from provinces for submission of their reports. In conclusion, honorable members, while Swimming South Africa has achieved notable successes in aquatic sports arena, the organization faces significant challenges that require all of our attention. As members of this portfolio on sports, arts and culture, it is our duty to ensure that Swimming South Africa is held accountable for its actions and that the organization is working towards achieving its objective in a transparent and effective manner. I thank you. With that said, honorable members, I'm going to call upon the Department Sports, Arts and Culture to have an overview on Swimming South Africa. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, to the honorable members, the President of Swimming SA and his team, and my colleagues. Chairperson, the Chief Director, Winning Nations, is going to take the committee through our overview. And this overview covers issues of governance, issues of financial support, and also the plans around the school swimming program that Swimming SA has shared with us, and also the plans to grow the code, the sport code itself. But it also shares the calendar of events. Before I hand over to the Chief Director, I also just want to indicate, Chair, that Swimming SA, subsequent to the meeting with the Minister early this year, it was agreed that they will come and do a presentation at a minister, which we refer to as the Ministerial MEC's meeting, which happened, the MINMEC, which did take place last week. So Swimming SA was there to present to the minister, and all the provincial MECs were there. Coming out of that meeting, it was felt that there is a need for an immediate follow-up meeting where Swimming SA would present specific provincial plans that are very much specific to that particular province, but also highlight the expectations and the challenges in that particular province, so that the MECs can then have those specifics, and we don't have a generic approach to how we deal with the specific provincial issues, because they differ from one province to the other. So I thought I would just mention that, Chairperson, before we go into the presentation from the department, but also Swimming SA are aware of that intended session with the MECs as agreed at the last MINMEC. And I believe when they do the presentation, they would also go into some of the specifics or the specifics that you also highlighted. Thank you, Chair. If through you, I could then hand over to the Chief Director, Mr. Mncube.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and DG. Chair, I've got quite a number of slides, but I would, in the interest of time, certain slides I would actually summarize because they are quite a detailed information presented. Chair, just to recap on the focus, is a presentation on the annual report, governance, and other matters such as litigation matters that may be within the Federation. And also we will cover areas in terms of support relating to 2023-2024, 2024-25 financial year. Just to note that the AGM for swimming, the last AGM was in 2024, in August, wherein the annual report, presidential report, and audited financial statements were presented. Subsequent to that, then submitted to the department. Chair, In the period 2023-24, the department provided support to the value of 4.6 million to Swimming South Africa. This was primarily for administration projects and programs. Programs that were covered related to capacity building, club development, as well as Kana competition, as well as the Zone 6 championships. In addition to that, Chair, that year we had the BRICS Games in Durban. South Africa was hosting the BRICS Games, and in our assessment of the pool, the pool was actually non-functional, completely non-functional, and we were informed that the last time the heating system had worked was more than 6 years ago, 6 years prior to that, and clearly there's no way we would have had a competition of international standards. And Swimming South Africa then assisted in ensuring that the heating system and basic refurbishments are conducted, and the department then reimbursed Swimming South Africa to the value of 3.3 million on what they had spent, and this was based on the invoices that were submitted by Swimming South Africa. So that portion of the funds were not necessarily transfers, but more reimbursement. In the financial year 2024-25, department provided support to the value of 3.1 million towards administration projects as well as programs. And again, the funds specifically were earmarked for capacity building, club development, Kanas of 6 championships, as well as the senior African Championships. Chair, the last year we again had to take a team to Russia to participate at the BRICS Games, and in terms of the arrangements, swimming covered the costs of the travel of the swimming team, and based on that, we again then had to reimburse swimming the amount of 528,000, I nearly said million. Chair, the next slides cover the work that the department is doing in conjunction with Swimming South Africa in terms of promotion of swimming, particularly in schools. Chair, the flagship project, as it is now common cause, is the National School Sport Championship, which covers primarily age groups that are primary school age groups, secondary school age groups as well. We have the participation, Chair, of all the provinces in terms of the National School Sport Championships. The figures in terms of numbers of participants, and notably, Chair, here is that we have a streamlined and integrated approach, which means that it is both the able-bodied athletes as well as the para swimmers. Chair, this slide just presents an overview of the building blocks of the program, how it is structured. I'm not going to get into details, Chair, except to say that to indicate the key elements being the inter-schools competitions, critical for ensuring that there's maximum participation, which then also graduates towards the top schools championships, and these are basically the leading schools throughout the country in terms of swimming, and then the high and inter-primary schools program. The recreational galas, Chair, remain very important because that's where you actually begin to, in a not so formal way, but semi-formal, introduce swimming and ensure that there is exposure to a wide range, to a wide range of age groups, as a building block towards, and that also goes for the foundation phase fund galas, Chair. Then the top participation level then is the South African Schools Championships that I had touched on in the previous slide. Chair, the overall plan in terms of school sport in promotion of swimming in particular, focuses on talent identification, which then enables us to grow the coach and to grow the number of athletes that are identified for nurturing and development towards higher levels of participation. The other element, Chair, which is critical, is education and training. As you may know, Chair, that without a good, proper skills base, there will always be challenges in terms of producing top athletes if you do not have appropriately trained individuals who work and support the athletes in their development pathway. The plans, Chair, in terms of increasing the number of active participants, focuses both on rural areas as well as in townships, and notably, Chair, and critical is that there is we have progressed to a level where we are able to have, in some instances, more girls participating in the schools championships, which I think is something that needs to be acknowledged and commended, and we need to build on that moving forward. Chair, we also have a focus, particularly in terms of learners with special education needs, because the entire system of sport seeks to address and redress, particularly the groups that have previously been marginalized, so that we ensure some and enrich some level of parity. I've touched on, Chair, in the previous slides, the role of and the importance of skills development, education and training. Chair, this slide provides the details in terms of the focus areas, coaches, managers, administrators, technical officials, that forms part of the complete ecosystem for the development of sport, and this is basically our approach that seeks to make sure that we have a solid base for this. We may be presenting on swimming, but it covers across all the courses that are part of the school sport program. Chair, the other very critical pillar is ensuring that there is regular participation in sport, because with very minimal participation, then you are not giving maximum exposure to the learners. It is for this reason that we have then sought to focus on activities that will enable us collectively with Swimming South Africa to maximize on the participation of learners in terms of our system. Chair, again, I'm not getting into details, noting the time, and the details do provide the various elements of the intervention that we seek to introduce and that we are introducing together with Swimming South Africa. The slide on regular participation and ensuring that the slide continues on that. This relates to the frequency of festivals, galas, and meets. Critical, Chair, is the element of physical education and life skills. Chair, this area, we must indicate that it certainly would not necessarily sit within the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, but it requires the Department of Basic Education, and I think the chair and the committee, honorable members of the committee, are aware of the MOU that has been signed between the department, the two departments, which seeks to address particularly that element. Without physical education, Chair, it really makes it difficult to build on the basic skills that are required to grow the sport. Chair, I can just share, you know, our neighbors Zambia, they have actually made physical education an examinable subject. So we don't have to go too far in terms of learning what other best practices we can look at as a country to make sure that we advance physical education. Chair, here the ADG did make reference to the various, the calendar of activities. And again, this is presented and is part of our presentation. Notably, Chair, is that the year we're in now, April, we are going to have SA Schools Championships, as well as the Easter program, and the program is outlined. I'm not going to get into details, Chair. It is quite straightforward. Chair, so far we can confirm that in terms of submission of various requirements that we impose on the federations to be able to get support from the department, swimming has been compliant and has been submitting the documents timelessly, and all other related documents for us to provide the grant as well as the reports. And Chair, I think that really gives us that is an overview on swimming and the work that the department is doing in terms of promoting swimming. Chair, what I think you would note here is perhaps something that we need to improve on in terms of our overview is the slide on infrastructure. We would improve on, we've agreed that when we do the overview, we need to also have a slide that covers infrastructure for all the codes where we possibly can, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and the members of the committee.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to ask the President of Swimming South Africa to do their presentation, but Mr. Fritz, before you go into you dealt with a very important issue, and even during our oversights, we witnessed the problems that we have with infrastructure. If you read the report of Mr. Sean Adrians, it makes it very clear. They experience numerous problems in municipalities and schools when it comes to infrastructure. So I think really from this side, TJ, we have to do something pertaining to the infrastructure. Press.
Thank you, sir.
Just a second before you go. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, President. My apologies to stop you. I thought that as a matter of meeting procedure, it's only fair that we follow the agenda to the letter. Before the presentation by Swimming South Africa, remember we expected the President of SASCOP to make an input. And unfortunately, we were not aware that he's not going to form part of this meeting. And I thought that we'll just go through that item and take note of the fact that we've invited him to the meeting and the statement was going to form part of our portfolio committee meetings, especially when we're interacting with one of these or the athletes. So I thought it's only fair that we take note of that and formally raise our dissatisfaction in relation to that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. I have indicated and have made the same statement as you have said, and I think that is important for SASCOC, as you know, who's leading all of these federations to be present. President.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thanks once again for the opportunity to come and present to you in terms of your request and for us to set the record straight on some of the misconceptions and narratives that are completely not true. I'm not sure if the presentation that you've submitted, Chair, will be flighted. Thanks, Chair. While the presentation is in flight. Sean, how do I enlarge this now?
You are swimming alone now, Mr. Fritz. Tisek is leaving.
He's unmanned. Well, thank you, Chair. Well, just as a matter of introduction, swimming has been the #1 federation in our country since the readmission into world sport, and that is, you've highlighted yourself, Chair. You've highlighted yourself, Chair, the performance of swimming. It is no small feat to maintain that level of performance. We have submitted the full annual report as requested. What I will present is excerpts from the presentation, from the annual report, just to, in the interest of time, you have a full agenda and we are well aware of the time constraints. In terms of our record in our country, in terms of producing world-class athletes, it does take a lot. Now, none of our executive board members are full-time members or earn any remuneration from the federation other than the full-time staff. I personally, Chair, I spent something like 45 years in dedicating my life to the sport. And some of my colleagues you've seen here, I have coached myself and I have trained most of them as administrators, and so as many of our executive members, quite honestly. So we're a dedicated bunch of individuals that care about the sport, love the sport, and has put shoulder to the wheel to build what you see today, a world-class federation. The federation, if you take multi-coded sports, are very much the backbone of Team South Africa's performance. We produce between 60 and 70% of the medals that come into the country, be it regional games, African games, or international participation, or at the Olympics. We produce 60 to 70% of the medals. Now, if we had better funding for our federation and like-minded federations, I think our country will be a world beater in sport. I will present, Chair, school sports and developmental part of aquatic sport has been mentioned. I will talk a little bit about mass participation, what our domestic competitions look like, and I would really want to extend a hand to those that are not familiar with the sport of aquatics to come to our galas. I mean, come to the competitions. In fact, we have such a full program now in terms of competitions. We had to fit ourselves in, instead of asking for an apology, but it was just better for us to be here. Competitions in Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, right up to Richards Bay and Joburg has been very, very successful. And if you've been at one of our competitions, you have to see what aquatic sport is about. It's about discipline, standard, and elite performance, because that is what makes us recognized in the world. I will talk about high performance and where we're going with high performance in terms of maintaining the record that I've spoken about. Education and training, what we're doing in terms of education and training. The discipline of artistic swimming. Chair, you've mentioned the discipline of artistic swimming, diving, open water swimming. I'll talk in detail about water polo, in fact, Chair. Then I'll talk about governance and the disciplinary matters that you require us to talk about. Thank you. Now, from a mass participation point of view, as we call it, it's a strategic objective of us in our federation to ensure that every child is water safe in our country. Our drowning statistics speak for itself. We have one of the highest drowning statistics. Just take the province of KwaZulu-Natal alone. For the last 4 seasons, floods upon floods upon floods. Now, okay? There's lots of debate in terms of weather conditions and where we are. But our aim is in terms of presenting our holiday programs in Ocean Splash. You will find year on year we run Ocean Splash programs right from Richards Bay, Durban to the Western Cape. We have a program called Pools Splash, is where we teach kids in the pools. And if you live in the coastal provinces and in Mpumalanga, a lot of our resources go into those events. Just over the measurement of this report, the annual report, almost 7,000 participants across the provinces, with KZN almost 5,000. Learn to swim programs has been in this. I'm just talking about disadvantaged areas, Chair. I'm not talking about established clubs. I'm talking about over and above where we reach out for communities, rivers and dams. We have distributed 3,000 plus manuals. Now, we train instructors. Now, swimming generally, or aquatic sport, is not only activity of sport at this level, but it's an economic value for a lot of people. A lot of people earn their living out of our sport. Our challenges, of course, can be highlighted here. Municipal closures. I can just give you a stat. In the township of Eldorado Park, the pool disappeared brick by brick. Township of Soweto, very few functioning pools. The township of Mdantsane, a pool was supposed to be built in Unit 2 in Mdantsane. It's never materialized. And I can carry throughout our country, and it's not only rural areas or township areas. Municipal infrastructure, chairperson and committee, is disappearing day by day. That not only creates an inability of us to execute our programs, the sport of aquatics and swimming will die in this country without facilities. It is not a sport that you can run onto a field. It's not a sport where you kick a ball. It's a sport that requires world-class facilities, because the facility has to meet international specification or standard. It has to meet timing devices and so on to ensure that the athletes qualify, and it's an international qualifying time. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the sport. Now, limited access to rural areas is a huge problem. We teach kids in rivers and dams. My colleague who runs the program, sitting on the right of me, can give you a greater amount of detail. It is one of our flagships and hugely successful programs. Let's go to the next slide, sir. From a domestic competition point of view, our events hosted is our national championships down in Quebec and in Newton Park. That was our Olympic qualifier, and many of you would have seen our performance at the Olympics. Our expectation was for 4 medals, but we are happy with the 2 because we've planned 2. But if you look at the team that was here, they're a very, very young team. All things being equal, Los Angeles and Brisbane in Australia, 2032, with the kind of talent, looks good for the country. We had an age group competition, all our age group competitions from level 1 to level 3, and then the cream of the age competition is, of course, junior nationals that will take place the week after Easter in Cape Town itself, at the University of the Western Cape. Open Water Championship, SA Regional Championships, I've just spoken about. Our water polo nationals and our under 16 and under 18 that went overseas. The cream of the crop that should be prepared for 2032 and 2028. Diving RSA Cup is our national cup, and of course our national age group competitions took place. The achievement, standardized event formats for improved spectator appeal, but also for television appeal. I mean, aquatic sport in Olympic movement is a huge sport. Most probably, CEO, that's number 1. Number 1 in world sport, okay? For a very, very long time, that sport was dominated by athletics. Our challenges, of course, is equipment and facilities. And my colleague from the department, Simpiwe, has highlighted when we hosted BRICS, Swimming South Africa had to jump in, use our resources to assist government to host a successful event. And that's what our federation is all about. And we need, Chairperson, rightfully you said, we need to harness everybody in our country to build facilities so that we build the sport. There's no doubt in my mind, we have in the world of aquatics, or swimming in particular, have attained 2022 in Melbourne in Australia, 5th position in the world. Not a small achievement for a country on the southern tip of Africa. High performance. 2023-24 season was most probably the most important season in the swimming calendar because it preceded as a qualifier for the Olympic Games. The medals that we brought home is 50 to 70%. I've highlighted that for every multi-coded event, whether it's regional 5 games, whether it's Junior Africa Championships, or whether it's youth Olympics, the code of swimming needs to be harnessed because it is the flagship of our country. Okay? Chairperson has mentioned Tatiana, but there are many Tatianas in the team, trust me, Chair. Produced the 2 medals, gold in the 200. Lara van Niekerk, which are, in my opinion, one of the brightest young stars and real potential coming up. Rebecca Mira is swimming at the best at the moment. She's got 10th place in the world in the IM. Coperes, for us, was a real setting the standard and setting the base for the next 2 Olympics coming. Thank you, sir. What do we do in education and training? We're rolling out workshops, seminars, certification courses, equipping individuals with skills and knowledge to run the federation's training successful. Our courses, there are 28 Learn to Swim courses. We had 352 participants. Post-COVID, a very good improvement because pre-COVID we used to go above 1,000. Safeguarding in terms of training, 22 officers countrywide. We've had introduced coaching level 1, 2, and 3. World-class coaching certification program. Challenges, of course, is the low compliance with the online workshop verification, but that's an internal matter and we're addressing that. Slow material development in terms of LTS manuals. We're also addressing, ensuring that the manuals are available. Just from an artistic swimming point of view, artistic swimming continues to grow, particularly at school level, Chair. And it's popular amongst all races. You know, there is a common belief that black people don't swim in a country, which is not true. Okay? It's a fallacy, in fact. Because swimming existed in this country even in apartheid. And the Black Federation was bigger than the White Federation at that time. So, growth for us, of course, is schools. It is a summer sport and it gains popularity. We had our first male athlete competing at our national championship. Artistic club development, you'll find programs in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Central Gauteng, Northern Tigers and KwaZulu-Natal, and we need to broaden it. It must go to places as far north as Katu, Messina. We must cover the entire region. These require resources, but that's for a discussion with us in the department or the Lotto. International competitions is most probably our biggest bugbear because to travel to the world's best takes a lot of resources. We sit in South Africa, and to get our athletes across the world where the best competition is hugely expensive. So the challenges for us, getting teams to international competitions is cost. In terms of artistic swimming, give or take 70 to 80,000 rand per athlete. And once again, we are really limited in deep water facilities. And that is the case for diving as well. Diving has been most probably the sport that has grown really, really well, the best in our country. We had Julia Vincent. She should have medaled in Paris, there's no doubt. She should have medaled at World Championships. She was very, very close to the bronze medal. But 9th place in the world in terms of diving is not a bad position to be in. As I said, it's really taking off. And, Chair, we have 2 black girls that are diving, and they should, all things being equal, should get closer to a world standard in qualifying for the Olympics. And we have 2 black boys from KwaZulu-Natal. They are really, really talented. Of course, the cost is, of course, getting to the best competition in the world and the facilities. Open water swimming. We've just come off our national championship in Jeffreys Bay. In terms of 2023, that's the preferred venue these days for 2023-24 season. That's the preferred venue for our open water championships. Introduced a series in terms of promoting the sport. In World Championships, Amika de Jager ended, in fact, it's not 22nd, but 27th in the 5 kilometer. Very, very talented girl from down in Gqeberha. Open water swimming, high performance is really, really where we want to focus. Training technical officials. Our challenge in our country is, Chairperson, is the quality of water in our dams and rivers. There's some competition just has to be shifted to areas that are safer in terms of how our water is polluted. But that's that's a point for another committee in terms of we have to challenge, we have to address that. Right, swimming is the backbone of our federation. Majority of our athletes sit here. We've produced 40 medals at the African Championships in Lusaka, Angola from the 3rd to the 6th. 13 of them was gold. At the African Games in Ghana, took place in March 2024, Team SA claimed 46 medals, 17 gold, 16 silver, and 13 bronze. In fact, if you take Team South Africa in consideration, we produced 70% of the medals at the African Games. 5 medals from Commonwealth Junior Games, and that was at Trinidad Tobago in the West Indies. If you look at the team that went to that junior event, things look well in terms of that for our sport. European Championships, under 23 championships, Dublin 5 gold medals. World Cup Series, SA claimed 12 gold medals, 4 silver. And at the East African part of our continent, Zone 3, in meet that was held in Rwanda, we won 12 medals, 1 gold, silver, and 6 bronze. And that was a junior team in terms of where the African continent is in terms of standard. So that is a developmental competition and gave good exposure to the kids that went. BRICS Games, I'm not going to say much about it. It was mentioned by Simpiwe, and just to say we have had 41 medals out of the BRICS Games. The highlight, of course, for us when we hosted BRICS Games, because we could compete against the Chinese and the Russians that were really, really up there. Just from a club development point of view or a sport development point of view, all things being equal, we need a huge investment into swimming. From a water polo perspective, Chair, before I address the questions that you had, our under 18, under 16 nationals was held down in East London. Very, very competition, because from those under 18s and under 16s, the team was chosen to go overseas. We had our senior nationals cancelled because of poor participation, but our international participation needs to be upped, and that's why we have improved the standards for teams to compete. There is a complete misnomer or a misguided narrative, Chair, that water polo is not well managed in swimming South Africa. In fact, for every discipline of the 6 disciplines that we manage, there is a technical committee that runs the sport. There is a selection committee that selects the teams. From where we sit, our job is oversight, ensuring governance in terms of policies that comply with, and that's our role. In fact, we have strengthened, Chair, the administrative side of water polo by introducing a committee. Okay? Now, there's a general belief that there's a committee outside of water polo, which is not true. There is a bunch of people that call themselves a committee now, sitting within our structures. One is a provincial chair, the other one is a district chair here in the Cape, and so on. They are all, one is the chair of schools, they are all in the structures of Swimming South Africa, and they want to form their own structure. Now, in civil societies, there's a constitutional process to follow. You get nominated, you get elected, and you serve. This is you as representatives of our country. I can't now form a party and say I'm the government outside of this government. And that's exactly what happens here. It's completely misguided, Chair, and the only reason for that is the commercial value that water polo has. I can give you, I've been informed recently that one person earned 500,000 rand writing a coaching manual. Now, coaching manuals these days you can take from the internet, okay? Now, that is a massive governance failure. And from where I sit and where I come from in my training, I cannot allow things like that to go unattended. We've conducted an internal audit recently, and if you look at the internal audit, massive governance failure. People collecting money on behalf of the federation but not paid over to the federation. We can't have that, Chair. That is governance failures. So people that portray themselves, we have platforms on social media, create a narrative. When they say that, we are stealing their money. But my colleagues can confirm this. We have never had more than 130 water polos registered. They only register when it's time to go overseas. Now, the system doesn't work like that. There are rules. We are a constitutional federation. We are certainly the #1 federation. We have 5 audits that we go through annual, and I invite the committee to have a look at those audits and come and visit us. We pride ourselves on the governance structures that we have in place, all run by people that volunteer their time to the federation. So the misguided information that people said in water polo and want to form another water polo is something the federation can't tolerate. Okay? Because if people want to serve at the highest level, whether they serve as president or vice president or committee chair, it's a constitutional process. You can't go and form a company and call yourself Water Polo South Africa. Nowhere in the world does it work like that. Thank you, Chair. Can we have the next slide, please? From a governance perspective, our absolute focus, and it's informed by our results, we're an ethnic-centric organization. We're a volunteer association. We are governed by a constitution that's aligned to the SESCO constitution, that's aligned to the world body of constitution. We have introduced the King Code for governance. If you look at the 5 audits, be it our external financial audit, the Lotto audit, the department audit, all of those audits, we come through flying colors. Okay? And the results are there for everyone to see. We have never failed any audit that we've gone through. Thank you, sir. The very same people had a lot to say, Chair, in terms of the elections of Swimming South Africa. The election was overseen by an independent electoral officer. Prior to 2022, there was no limit a person could serve on the committee, in fact, on any committees. We've introduced that limit in 2028 to comply to what SESCO wants. Okay? Clause 6.23, the term of office of all executive members be limited to 3 periods. So beyond 2028, election takes place every 4 years. We have a quadrennial annual meeting. That means the constitutional prescript is now applicable from 2020. Okay. Effective adoption of the Constitution. We are a fully constituted body with 9 provincial affiliates, and out of the 52 districts in our country, we have about 30 districts as swimming districts. Thank you, sir. Refer to the legal and disciplinary matters. Our organization is generally very good with this. No legal or disciplinary matters for the last, most probably 3 quadrennials. Brett Redlingays, proponent at Heights, Swimming South Africa, and myself, was disciplined in 2022, and he was expelled for 10 years for setting up a rival organization. Now, if we were SAFA, or we were tennis, or we were any other organization, they would have dealt with them because that's what the Constitution requires. You referred to the artistic swimming, Lara and Stragnell and Jessica. Chair, that matter is sub judice, so I'm not going to go into details. They were disciplined by the management at World Championships for undermining the team and disrupting the team. They were sent home, and what you've seen in social media is as a result of them disrupting the team. Okay? Refused to attend training, train with a foreign country. Chair, how can you have that? That is complete ill discipline. Right, thank you, sir. The Manaka issue is Manaka's daughter is qualified for 2 diving events. She didn't qualify for a 3rd diving event. She took us to court to include her daughter into the event she didn't qualify for. We said, well, hang on, we have to follow a process. We have to request from World Aquatics as an unqualified. We can't just accept that what you want is, and she took us to court. So going to court was not our doing. We were taken to court, so we had to defend what the Constitution said. That cost us 211 Chair. That's the amount that we spend on a legal bill thus far. Chair, thank you very much. We're open to questions. Sir.
Thank you so much, President. DG, Swimming South Africa is talking about calendar events. There was a huge event last week, the Boko. And I'm having intelligence that you were also there. We never received these calendars of any kind. Well, I accept the invitation, President. You know, I'm involved, my child is involved in swimming. But maybe if you can send the annual program to the committee in order for them also to go to these events and to have oversight on these events. What is impressive that has been mentioned here was the age group and the activities. But DG, remember, and I want to take and launch this boat on your show. We talked about programs and we talk about indicators and we talk about targets. So be as it may, between the two, before I'm going to give members an opportunity to speak to us, between the two, be as it may, Swimming South Africa or DSEC, what we as a committee are interested in, President Fritz, is a program to say, listen, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to achieve, this is how we're going to get there. We want to see that, and we want to see whether there are failures and whether there are successes. I think that is important. The minister himself has something called Project 350. So, and what is the role of Swimming South Africa to contribute to that 350, Project 350? But that is what we are not seeing here. But if there is, from whether be as it may, DSEC or Swimming South Africa, if there is a program that they can flight, where they can say, this is our indicators, this is our program, this is our targets. We have ascertained to say, listen, we are going to have 10 players to the Olympics and 10 to BRICS or whatever the case may be. That is what we as committee members want to see. I'm going to give you some opportunity to have a thought on that particular issue. Honorable members, we are going to do it interpellation style. I'm going to start with from my far left because I don't have a very good memory of this particular room when we last have, what is it called, COPTA here. When we left here at Boho, it was when COPTA leave, you remember what happened. So I'm going to start on my far left, then Honorable Khabo, then Honorable Advocate, and then I'm going to come from Honorable Kuno, right through Honorable Tetwa, if that is fine with you, honorable members. I'm going to put on my alarm, my stopwatch, which I'm so not favored within the committee, but I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do the interpellation, and I will stop you, and hopefully with a very crisp presentation by both the department and Swimming South Africa, we will be able to have a second bite. Honorable Liam Jacobs, your time is starting.
Just for clarity, Chairperson, so the interpellation and the questions is 5 minutes altogether.
You want more?
I mean, there's not a politician in this room that will say no.
No, 5. I'll use my discretion. Advocate?
Sorry, Honourable Chair, I feel that maybe 5 minutes is not going to be enough, and the nation is watching and they are expecting certain questions. So I'm going to request potentially extra time, please. Thank you.
Okay, let me put it this way. 5 minutes for a member of parliament will be enough, but 5 minutes for an advocate is not enough. So we are going to deal with members now. Honorable Jacobs.
Chairperson, before Jacobs, I just want to check now how many portfolios, swimming, so. No, I want us to understand, or we focus on what and what and what. Because some of the things, they are not presented.
No, athletics is later.
Okay.
We are swimming now. Later we're going to run. Yeah. Oh. It's a biathlon.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Now, Athletics South Africa is coming later, Honorable. So only now swimming. Thank you. Honorable Jacob.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me run into the swimming pool. Chairperson, I'm wearing this green ribbon today because it is Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. And I'm glad that you started the meeting off by echoing the call for justice for Kwekwe. That's a very important matter, and I'm glad to see that there's many South Africans that have taken it seriously. Equally so, we do have a matter of there being allegations and accusations of sexual abuse and assault within swimming. So I want clarity on that, because there were allegations in 2020 that were saying there were coaches and officials that were, engaging in sexual assault and various other forms of sexual abuse. And I want more clarity on that. What has the organization done to that end? And what has the organization done to ensure that that is dealt with, that it doesn't exist in swimming?
Should I go, Chair? Yes. Thank you, Member. 100% correct. There were 2 cases reported to us in 2022. The first case was a matter that the complaints that came forward from the person, we received, because our role, we are not the judiciary. We cannot prosecute people. Advocate is here. So our role is, if you're a member of our federation, we must follow our disciplinary procedure. We were informed via the member's attorney that she does not wish to form part of the disciplinary process. She wanted to follow the judicial process. Now, my understanding is that process has been completed by the NPA, and it's dealt with.
Okay, what was the outcome?
The outcome was there was no method to prosecute.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding, I haven't got the
So
the report.
the next thing I want to ask is, what is the process regarding international participation? Do the parents of the swimmers have to pay, or does the department help out, or do you pay?
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yes to the question. Unfortunately, we're not a federation with, call it deep pockets or enough funding. So there are 3 elements to funding our organization. One is tours that are fully funded, tours that are partially funded, and tours that are contributed to by parents. That's the funding model. Sean, you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, President, that's correct. So you would have seen some of the grants that we got from the department included some of those competitions, because so some of it we will subsidize up to 80 to 90%. Some of them, if we get funding from the lotto, if we've allocated funding from the National Lotteries Commission as well, we will subsidize there as well. And some of them are fully funded where we don't have funding for those.
So in that regard, I want to know, how many have you sent overseas with your own funding? How many swimmers have you sent overseas with your own funding?
Yeah, I'll have to check that information. We can't give it to you exactly now, but it's
How much have you spent on that?
on
Sending swimmers overseas with your funding?
Yeah, let me just, Chair, if I may. We send in excess of 30 teams or athletes overseas annually. It can be from a regional competition to the Olympics, okay? And the contingent of athletes can vary from 150 to 200. So the CEO can certainly pull those numbers, which are the funded tours, which were not the funded tours, and provide that check.
Okay, so we don't have clarity on the exact numbers, Chairperson. The reason I'm asking is because your budget is a certain amount per year. I'm trying to figure out how much % of your budget goes towards funding swimmers to go overseas. That was the question, and I'll come back to that. Another thing that I wanted to touch on is, you said Lusaka, Angola. That was in your presentation. Your presentation said that Lusaka is in Angola. Lusaka is the capital of Zambia, and Luanda is the capital of Angola. Where did you send swimmers to?
Angola.
Angola. Was it Luanda? Okay, so you
That
didn't
was
send them to...
Senior Africa Championship.
You didn't send them to a country and a city that doesn't exist.
No, that's a...
The reason I'm saying this is because your presentation contains that flaw. Now, you think it's a small flaw until you say that you have no legal battles in your presentation. Your presentation says that we don't have legal fights and squabbles with anybody. But You are having a fight with water polo at this very moment, water polo South Africa, because they are running, as you say, a renegade and rogue organization, as you say, right? Under the auspices of swimming in South Africa, because you say it's profitable. So I want to know, how much is this costing you? How much is the legal fees regarding all of this costing you to go to so-called war with water polo? And how much are you spending? Because if we understand the proportion of how much you are spending for legal fees against water polo, and we are understanding the proportion of how much you are spending to send swimmers overseas, we are then understanding how much you are spending to develop swimmers in South Africa. So that is something that I want you to answer to, is how much you are spending on legal fees, and I want a number as to what the proportion is on which you are spending to send athletes overseas, so that we can figure out how much you are spending for development.
Thank you. Yeah. I just want to correct what you're saying is that water polo is part of Swimming South Africa. That Swimming South Africa is the national federation for the sport. If members bring the sport into disrepute, then we have to address that. You're 100% right. We are in a legal battle, which it's not for us, not a war.
So your presentation is not clear about whether there's a legal battle or not.
Now, we didn't say that. We said the question was, how much did we spend thus far? That was the question. And I've responded to that. It's 211 rand. Okay. The matter with water polo is not a concluded matter, so we can't give you a definitive what the cost would be.
No, boss, is you spent 211,000
We spent
at this point.
With concluded matters. Okay. This matter has just started, and we haven't received a bill. Okay. But the fact of the matter is here, remember, we have people sitting within our organization, bringing the organization into disrepute. We have to, the constitution of the federation demands that we address that, because tomorrow somebody's going to do that in another discipline, and we have to address it because the constitution demands and our members demand of us to do that. We cannot afford to have members sitting in the federation and want to form a separate executive board. We are the elected representatives, and the integrity of the organization is paramount. Okay.
Chairperson, in closing, I want a number on that, your proportions, how much you are spending to send overseas and how much you are spending for legal matters. That is what I want. Thank you. My time is perfect.
Can I?
You may respond to that.
Oh, thanks, Chair.
Sorry.
Through you, Chair. Honourable Member, I just want to give you the numbers that we've spent last financial year on athletes. As Swimming South Africa, we spent over 4.5 million rand sending athletes to different competitions. In addition to that, thanks to the funding that we received from the National Lotteries Committee, or Commission, sorry, we then spent further over 2.9 million rand just on black participation. So all the black water polo players that went to 6 competitions last year, they went on zero costing. That funding covered that. All the black diving athletes that participated, they also covered that. All the black swimmers, they also covered from that funding.
Okay, thank you. Let's stay to the amount. Honorable Kobani, I saw your hand.
I was asking, Chair, this 5 minutes is because it's covering 1-in-1.
Yeah.
It's covering 1-in-1.
Can I say, Honorable Kobani, you're going to get more out.
No, they don't write down to answer straight the question, then to go 1-in-1s. It's going to delay so much. Because let us do our question, and then after that they can write down the answer one by one after we finish.
No, Honorable Kobani, I've made an arrangement, and I think, you know, what happened in the past with other entities, we asked a ring of questions, and then entities choose just to respond to darling questions.
Clear.
So,
clear.
So what is happening now?
It's okay, Chief.
Okay. So, if you want more out of your question, ask the question, answer, ask the question, answer. But if you want to have, like Honorable Jacobs is doing, give a scenario, that's also fine. But your 5 minutes remain your 5 minutes. Honorable Nkosi? Oh no, I said that we will come from there straight to Honorable. Sorry that I have jumped you. I know you're still part of the GNU. Honorable Khabo?
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me not give an overview because it will chow on my time. I've already greeted. President, let me go straight to issues. For how long have you been a president?
This is my third term.
This is your third term. When were you elected as president? The first term?
2016.
2016. In your executive, how many of your members have been in the executive before this term? It's fine.
4.
If you are not sure, you'll just note it and.
Yeah.
President, you made mention of a reviewed constitution. In particular, clause 6.23, which now indicate that you can only serve for 3 terms. Can I check with you if I heard you correctly that it will only come into force from 2020?
Yes.
Do I understand you correctly, meaning that technically this is your first term?
No, technically it's my second term.
Technically it's your second term. Okay. Technically it's your second term. Why are you saying technically it's your second term? Can you probably explain that part?
Because the constitution comes in effect at the next quadrennial meeting.
When was the quadrennial meeting that approved or adopted the constitution?
The constitution was adopted 2018, the next quadrennial meeting is 2020.
Okay. So only from 2020 it was clear as to how many terms can a member serve?
That's correct.
When you say technically you've got 2 years, what is the term of office?
It's a quadrennial of 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
So what do you mean when you say that technically it's your second term? It's that because of we're in 2025?
If you take, sorry, member, let me just allow you to finish.
No, it's fine. You can continue. Apology, President.
If you say the constitution comes to effect 2020, 2024 is the first term, 2028 is the second term, 2032 is the third term.
When last did you go to the conference that confirmed your second term?
Last year, August.
Last year, August. All right, no, thanks, President. Let us leave that part. Let's deal with transformation. Do you have transformation targets as Swimming South Africa?
Yes, we do.
What are your
The
targets?
EPG, it's in the EPG report. I can't recall it. You guys got the EPG there? We can submit the EPG report. There's a whole host of targets there.
From where you are sitting, President, have you met your transformation targets? Because from where I'm sitting, your report seems to be saying a different story in terms of your commitment to transformation.
Look, we are 100% committed to our transformation. There's no doubt in our minds. What prevents us from achieving what we would want to achieve is facilities. If you take, I live in...
President, don't chow on my time. I'm going to plead with you.
Okay, should I stop?
Have you met your targets or have you not met your targets?
We have not met our targets.
You have not met your targets. Thank you very much. Let's go to performance. Do you have key performance indicators?
We do.
What are the critical ones? Probably the 2 that are aligned to your core function as Swimming South Africa?
We have 7 key objectives, key performance areas. 1 is learn to swim, high performance, education and training, marketing and communication.
All right, thank you very much.
Key performance areas.
Thanks, President. Can we go to the key performance indicator that you are speaking of, saying that learning to swim? In your report, Chairperson, can you protect me? There is an imbizo in front of me. I'm not sure whether, why am I not invited to that imbizo? Thank you very much,
Chairperson. Honourable member.
Chairperson, in your part of your learning to swim program, in your report, there is where you are speaking of increasing the number of participants in rural areas. Can you kindly confirm when last did you conduct a program of this nature in Northern Cape, Free State, and the Northwest?
Thanks, Press. We, in Free State, our last program that we did, it was through December holiday program. We're having a challenges of facilities there. If you go to Buchabelo, next to the the stadium there, we had a very massive program with schools there. And unfortunately to date, the program lapsed because the swimming pool is not functioning. Same as Blumanda. Northern Cape, we had a program at Halishiwe and Florenville. Florenville, it's closed. It's been stolen brick by brick. Halishiwe, they've just revived the swimming pool, right? We had on the 15th of February, we had a program, a rural splash program in Bergville, right, which was well received by the community. Funny enough, this morning I was in a telephone call with them, wanting more programs now in Easter holiday program, Easter holiday schools. We are taking back there. We had a program also in Limpopo, right? We had a program in.
No, don't respond to things that I've not asked, my brother. I'm pleading with you. I've asked you about 3 provinces. You have responded to 2. I'm waiting for Northwest.
Northwest, we had a program in Mafikeng, at one of the schools there. We had also in Rustenburg town, the town pool. We had a program in Monakato, in the village in Northwest.
All right, thank you very much.
We just had a
No, Chairperson, maybe you did not understand my question. When last did you have a program of rural development, or that specifically looks into rural?
Yes.
I would want to put it to you that Kimberley is not a rural area. I would want to put it to you that Bloemfontein is not a rural area. I want to put it to you that Rustenburg is not a rural area. Now, in relation to your program of rural area, let me make you a practical example. I come from Dr. Rutsomuzi Mompati. It's an extremely rural area. Let's refer to Greater Taung, not that I'm coming from Taung. I'm coming from Christiana. Let's refer to Greater Taung. In areas where there is no swimming pool and it's a rural area, and your core function is to unlock the introduction of swimming pool from the grassroots level. In that instance, what are you doing? And it's related to my issue of transformation. Are you then only introducing or implementing Swimming South Africa programs in areas that are already having established infrastructure, or are you disregarding those that do not have standing infrastructure?
Okay, thanks, member. My answer is going to be in 2 folds. Yes, where there's structure, infrastructure, that's where we're going. Secondly, for rural areas, we are in partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation, right? And we are guided by them in terms of usages of rivers, lakes, and dams, right? Because that water is to be tested, right? And unfortunately, most of these natural resources, the water is contaminated. So therefore, it puts limits to us as Swimming South Africa to further engage communities in such programs. However, the alternative that we have is the water safety education, which is a class-based program that teaches or informs learners on the importance of water safety.
I think we both agree that in terms of rural development or rural areas, there's nothing that we're doing in your response. Let me give you a few seconds to think about it properly. President, yes, sir? There are allegations of serious sexual harassment and sexual misconduct in swimming in South Africa. And there are allegations of an investigation investigative report called Goldman report. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Are you aware of that report?
Yeah, it's not our report, if I remember correctly. It's the CIPC report. Ours. Okay, so you want to respond to the Goldman report?
President, are you aware of that report?
Goldman? Or the lawyer in Durban?
Yes.
Yes. I'm aware of that report.
When was the investigation conducted?
2022?
Who conducted that investigation? Because I'm told, or it is alleged, that they were on and around sexual harassment and misconduct of sexual misbehavior.
Honourable Member, it's the same question that the Honourable Member asked, which I responded to. That matter took the judicial process, and there was a final ruling in terms of the National Prosecuting Authority.
Are you aware of the report and who conducted that investigation?
In fact, sorry, my memories came back to me. The Goldman report is a report that we initiated. Swimming South Africa initiated. Okay? And that was to be used as an input into our disciplinary committee, which the member that complained didn't want to be part of.
Now, did you ultimately conclude the investigation, and was the report ultimately presented or made public?
The disciplinary hearing process couldn't continue without the member. I mean, there was a whole disciplinary process set up with a committee and everything. The member didn't want to be part of that, so it stopped there for us, because the member wanted to follow the judicial process.
President, can you stop being technical with me? Take me as a person who does not understand your internal processes when you are conducting your investigation. I'm asking you whether you said the investigation was conducted internally. Take us through. I've given you allegations that were presented.
I'm sorry to come in. I'm going to be technical now. Keep that question for the next round, Honorable Khabo. But I gave you some extra, most of you. I just want to assist my colleague. But I want to throw this to DSEC, the answer that Mr. Mafata gave on the issue of township facilities. I'm reading direct from this extensive report of the CEO. He says half of the township facilities, if not all, are not operational. Now, this, how are we going to expect Swimming South Africa to execute their work with a statement of that nature? And what is your promise here today pertaining to that statement?
No, thank you so much, Chair. Chair, we have made an assessment as well around the state of swimming on the one part in terms of its programs, but also the issue of facilities, and have had a number of engagements precisely to want to drive the rural development of swimming. And in doing so, also trying to get to ensure that the schools, particularly the quintile 1, 2, and 3 schools, do participate. And when we get to the championship, first on the issue.
Sorry to interrupt. The question was direct and crisp. Activities in the rural areas. Yes, a statement made by Swimming South Africa.
Yes.
Half, if not all, are not operational. So, as a committee, we also then can expect there's no LTS programs. Okay, can we say there's no LTS program?
There is an LTS program.
Chai. Where?
As per the program of Swimming South Africa, because they are the ones that are implementing. However, we are restricted on the one part as a department in terms of building facilities, particularly those facilities that we know that they belong to municipalities. So we can't comment or we can't conclude on us committing to build facilities except now using our influence in the MIG to drive the program of MIG to start, one, maintaining existing facilities and refurbishing those, as the minister has already started now and is committing to do more of the same function. But two, to also drive the effect of, with new facilities being built, that part of those facilities be swimming pools as well, especially in rural communities, because that's where we're having a challenge of drowning and a challenge of learning to swim program, because that program is having a serious challenge, especially in rural areas, because of the absence of functional swimming pools and technical expertise also within the same space or areas. I mean, we just, last week, MEC of Eastern Cape launched a swimming pool in Tabankulu. And the main challenge there remains that there's a swimming pool, there are people that are using it, but there's no technical expertise. So we have involved swimming to say we need to have coaches that are going to assist the people in Tabankulu to be able to use that particular swimming pool, but also to ensure that we train athletes there through the Learn to Swim program. So we've got such program as well. I mean, also now, I mean, the Gqeberha one in Galvin, it's in the metro, so we can't count it as a rural. But also it counts as one of those swimming pools that we intend to use for the Learn to Swim program, but also for competition, because it's at that standard of allowing for competition, and it's previously being used as such.
Thank you for that, but I think there's a need for both to come together to see to what extent and how they will be able to address this elephant in the room. Because the member who spoke now and who asked questions so passionately, coming from a rural area. I'm coming from a rural area. I'm coming from Northwest Province. I know that last week in Tlokwe there was a big event on swimming, a level 2 swimming. So we have to take these facilities to the poorest of the poor when it comes to access. Mr. Adrians.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think maybe you, if I can just indicate that we did earlier indicate, and that the DG also indicated that at the MINMEC meeting last year, one, the minister directed us and we agreed to that we will engage with each province so we can come up with a provincial plan for swimming with the provinces. And the MECs agreed to it. No one objected when the minister asked us to do that. I think that will serve. So the next time we come, we will give a better feedback on that, Chair.
Mr. Sipiwa, I'm going to give you the last speak on this issue.
Thank you, Chair. I think the CEO has covered me. I wanted to just re-emphasize the resolution of MINMEC as part of the solution to the challenge, but also to see, they say, ingane ngakhali ifele embelekweni. I'm not sure, Nyambos, if you'll be able to translate, but we have to cry for help as well, because some of these responsibilities, they sit in other, within other departments, particularly cooperative governance, together with the municipalities. And we rely on them constitutionally in terms of Schedule 5 to actually provide the infrastructure. So we need to cry for help to this August
Thank you,
House to also
Sipiwe.
make the intervention.
We just do not have to cry at the wrong funeral. Advocate Khabo, Advocate Sali. It's a blessing.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm going to bulk my questions and I'll give you time to respond. I'm doing it my way. Thank you. Legal disputes with regard to the athletes. Artistic swimmers in Lourdes Stragnell and Jessica Hayes Hill successfully appealed against disciplinary actions taken by Swimming South Africa and now suing the organisation. What led to these disputes? How does Swimming South Africa plan to resolve conflicts with athletes to prevent future legal battles? What reasons were given to the World Aquatics for the withdrawal of the athletes the day before they compete in Doha? Who from Swimming South Africa approved the withdrawal of the athletes at the championships? Would due process follow to suspend the athletes in their participation? The athletes were never given the reasons why they should be sent home in the 11th hour. Were these athletes ever given the charge sheet stating the reasons why they can't compete anymore? Can Swimming South Africa send the letter or charge sheets that were given to those athletes? That's the first question. It is bulked. Thank you.
Advocate Sali, before we're going to deal with that question, it has been rightfully mentioned and said, I think it will be unfair that we are going to deal with questions that is subject to decay. Those matters will have their proceedings in court, and perhaps we should give them an opportunity again sometime, somehow, and the outcome of court cases will unfold what has happened there. But in terms of parliamentary procedure, there is just no way that we can allow a matter to be discussed that is sub judice.
Thank you, Chair. But whatever they cannot answer, I understand that. But what can be answered can be responded to.
Chair, I have given an answer earlier to that same question. What it transpired, I have articulated, and where the process is now, I've also articulated. And as you said, rightfully, it would be unfair and improper for me to comment further on a matter that was probably to end up before the courts of law.
Advocate, I have paused your time. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Now, with regard to the Swimming South Africa Constitution, does not seem to protect its members. If we go to section 14.1, 14.2, and 19.2, it's problematic as it reads. So because of time issues, I'm not going to read out, but I'm sure our members and our viewers can have a look at it. No timeline on the Constitution that forces Swimming South Africa to stipulate after how long the disciplinary committee will take place. Example, 7 days, 30 days, 60 days, 2 years, 10 years, etc. Swimming South Africa can take however long to get back to its own members. The Constitution must be reviewed as soon as possible. The Constitution gatekeeps the right of members and attempts to withhold them from access and rights to courts. These are major concerns on constitutionality of the Constitution of Swimming South Africa. There has been several matters and concerns highlighted in the media on Swimming South Africa. Several matters related to the constitutionality, the victimization and lack of due process and objectivity. The request, for example, appeals process from one of your appeals. It noted when opposing a recommendation, it is advisable that the member be informed of a right to an internal appeal if it's available. This is from one of your appeals, your recommendations, sorry. Section 15 of the Swimming South Africa Constitution provides details on appeals. I note that there must be an amount paid of 1,000 deposit to appeal. Whole or part may possibly be refunded. I also noted that you charge for minutes in the event that there's a matter and there's going to be appeal process. You charge about 1,200. So please advise, where are these rules and regulations coming from? I note section 15 says, if you want to appeal a matter, you must pay 1,000 rand. But where in your rules and regulation does it note you must pay for minutes as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We start at the back end. I can't recall where we've ever charged anyone for minutes. Please alert us to where that is, but that's not how we operate. There is a 1,000 rand appeal fee, right, for any matter that needs to be appealed. In relation to the Constitution, is in any organization, Constitution get reviewed from time to time. In fact, we are in the process of a review process going back to our annual general meeting of last year, where we are reviewing the Constitution to bring it in line with certain amendments that have happened in terms of reviews from both the SESCO Constitution, World Aquatics, African Aquatics. We've introduced some of that last year. There's some of them that came up at the AGM that we need to review this year. So at the annual general meeting of this year, giving due notice, those amendments will be proposed to the membership. In terms of, well, actually I've answered that question in terms of the Constitution. The review is ongoing, and from the ones that we've got from last year, we will review them at the annual general meeting this year.
So you are saying on record that you've never charged for minutes?
That's not from what I can recall. We've never charged for minutes. we pay for minutes, yes, to have some of it transcribed, right, and properly reflected, but I can't recall that we've ever charged anyone for minutes.
So but you are saying that if someone asks for minutes to have it transcribed, there's a cost. Are you charging that cost to the members?
No, we don't charge it.
Then the next one, how can Swimming South Africa justify their governance when their own constitution and policies are not upheld? Many board members lack a background of qualifications in swimming, yet they hold decision-making positions. Additionally, how can they claim to promote peace and growth in the sport when members' constitutional rights are disregarded and those who question unfair practice are silenced? Are you silencing your members?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm sure, Advocate, you've gone through our constitution, so you see there's adequate redress for any member if there's anything that they want to question. And we will follow the process through it. But it is a constitution for members, so by the members, for the members. So when decisions are made, or constitutional changes are made, or constitutional provisions are enforced, right? It's agreed to by the members. Nothing is included in the Constitution without approval by the members. And as far as we try, as far as we can, we want to limit legal interaction to equalize the field. Resources is not ad infinitum, and it's important for us that the resources, the limited resources that we have access to for our members and for our athletes, is spent on the athletes and not to fight court battles over someone's ego or someone that feels disenfranchised. There is sufficient provisions in our constitution for members to address grievances internally.
There's a lot of attack on Swimming South Africa currently in the media. So this is coming from that information because we have a responsibility to our constituents. Why is there a pattern of suspensions specifically targeting Muslim members despite their pivotal contributions as teachers and coaches in swimming? If these
Okay, just in terms of your previous comments, again, we do not target individual members in terms of their accusation. We are very clear, we follow due process, and the opportunity is always open for anyone to appeal any decision. It is right there. The R1,000 appeal, I think it's, in terms of appeal process, it's a very limited amount, right? And again, this has been enacted way back when the organization came into view in 1992, and the amalgamated organization came into being in 1992, and it has not changed since then. So there's no inflation, nothing. But it's just an amount to confirm that you are applying, that you are appealing. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, we can confirm. The reality is that right now there is some a transition period happening in the CETA, right? So that has led to some uncertainty with regards to accreditation with the CETA, and we're in the process of resolving that. Until that is cleared up, right, we cannot give you a definitive answer. But yes, we can, as far as Swimming South Africa can confirm, we can confirm the credibility and the ability of the provider to deliver on the program.
You said, Honorable Sally, you left with 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I listened to the bell, so,
Oh, okay. Thank you. Honorable Mkunu, may I ask members, I could not hear Honorable Sally probably. If you finish speaking, just switch off. If you want to speak, switch on. That applies to everyone in order for us, for the sound, because at the end of the day, these meetings are recorded and we need your voice to be recorded. Dr. Kumalo, you wanted to say something?
Yes, please, Chair. At some point, I don't want to disturb the flow, but at some point you had raised a question around the issue of Project 350, where you were saying it doesn't come out sharply in both presentations. So our request is that at some point, Chair, you allow us to talk to that. I think the question came
Yes.
from you when you were making your question.
Yes, I will be happy, Dr. Kumalo, because we have these problems with quite a number of entities. It is very, very easy for us to make that kind of judgment when you see whether we have measurables or not and whether it's been achieved or not. Honorable Mkunu.
Thank you, Chair. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. I have two questions. Engifisa ukwabuza namhlanje. How does Swimming South Africa plan to address the challenges of municipal pool closures which disrupted learn to swim programs? How does Swimming South Africa ensure that its development programs are inclusive and accessible to all, regardless of background or ability? Ngoba angazi ukuthi notolelo ba ngoba abantu baningi bahlele emakhaya, they want to know ukuthi bona njengabantu ebebengalitholi lentuthuko ibitholwa umntakabani le endaweni zethu esiqhamuka kuzona. Lama swimming pool enikhuluma ngawe kwezinye indawo awekho kwakuba khona, kwezinye indawo awasebenzi kwakusebenza. So abantu they want to know ukuthi what are you doing? Nina siyazi ukuthi nikhala ngokuthi avaliwe ama swimming pool, but what are you doing nina esayidini lenu ukuze laba bantu bakwazi ukuthi bathole usizo? Ngoba to me kubuya ukuthi your programs are not, accessible to all, because kuneyindawo la khona lolu usizo lungafinyeleli kubona, le imfundiso ama trainings and developments lawa eniwenzayo kuneyindawo la khona ungafinyeleli inhlobo. Kunengane zethu eziminzayo kuyimanje la khona ukuvulwe khona amapool kodwa awekho ama trainings ukuthi ingane ayifunde kanjani ukuswima, and kwenziwe kanjani kuleso simo le kwaZulu. Mhlawumbe mangase ningitshele nje ukuthi endaweni zale kwaZulu le fa ukuthi yini ekhona khona senike nenzani ngendawo zakhona. Abantu bakhona nabo bayafana nabo bonke abantu, nalabo abadla izamba lelikaPondo nabo bayadinga ukuthi bathole lezi zinto ezitholwa yibo bonke abantu. So ke mina ngokwami nje ngibona ukuthi into yenu ayisiniki sonke but inika abathize. So ke bengicela ukwazi ngoba nala ekhona lamapool lawa awasebenza amanye abolile aphelile indawo yabo, kodwa ngeke ufike eindaweni zabelungu ufike khona lezi indawo zimahliphilili zinjani, ziyapendwa zinhle zinjani, kodwa endaweni zethu ayipendiwe akukho lutho amahliphilili eniziyafaka ingane zethu ngoba ayikho training ekhona. Thank you.
May I just say that we have 11 languages. Mr. Mafata, I hope you have taken up some of the issues that has been raised, and if members plan to speak the language of their choice, they need to contact the table staff, because I can tell you now, Mr. Fritz and Mr. Adrians and myself will just say, where I agree. But I hope there is someone that will be able. I hope there will be someone to translate for us. I said it in a lighter note, but President, you may respond to that.
Shalo, umeme yakhulumisa iqiniso. There's no doubt about it. Okay. And then, remember, not only abelungu and by paint. Swimming pool on airplane and abelungu. Okay. The member raises a very important point, Che. There's no doubt we can't run away from that. And the rural development debate has been throughout this meeting. And the member is 100%. We got to reach, and she speaks about an area which I'm very, very fond of, Northern KwaZulu-Natal. Right from Mpangeni upwards, there are very, very few swimming pools except in Richards Bay, Ladysmith, Nambiti, and so on. So it is true, I said to the MINMAC meeting chair, that it is not the Federation's competence to deliver facilities. In fact, there is MIG funding allocated for non-metros to develop facilities. Our role is to make sure that they meet the specification from small children to large elite children. And our engagement with the department is, let us follow the train in terms of where the MIG funding is so that we can make our case at municipality level. In Bombela, that's exactly what we've done. And the Bombela municipality worked hand in glove with us and the provincial government in Bombela. They are going to invest in a high performance center adjacent to the Bombela Stadium that will facilitate the development of rural areas, because we want satellite in Kwanyamazane and all those areas that stretch beyond the city of Bombela. And that's exactly, it's a pity I can't put the slide up here. We've identified exactly where facilities are, how we utilize, how we capacitate people around those facilities. Where there are no facilities, it gives us an indication what is the kind of agreements that we want to have with municipalities, because that's where we're going to change the world for our people. So she's raised a lot of issues, Chair, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to respond, and I think, but I fully understand and appreciate what she's saying.
Thank you, President. I want to add what Honorable Mkunu said, and Mr. Sean Adrianse in his annual report says, and I state, Mlazi learned to swim. The pool has been closed for 5 years now, and it has put a toll on the development we have done with the schools around. Is that the swimming pool still closed?
Thanks, Chair. Through our partnership with eThekwini municipality, the swimming pool has been reopened.
Is the school
past December? Yes. And then furthermore, our intervention as Swimming South Africa members. Our intervention is been as such that where there's no swimming pools, if you go up to Tuba and say Komapumulo, we've invested and we've installed the portable swimming pools in the classrooms just to address that part of imparting a vital life skill to the rural communities, right? Unfortunately, everything comes to costing, and then we couldn't sustain buying the portable swimming pools because our grant has been cut, and budgeting-wise doesn't allow us to do so. But then we are in communication with various corporates to come on board to address that. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo.
Chair, I just, based on the response of the official, there just need clarity on that as to whether the President said that we are not responsible for development of infrastructure. You have just said that you have procured portable swimming pools. Did I hear you correctly? All right, no thanks. To come part of my forum.
Yeah,
Because it's contradictory. What the President is saying, unless I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll make a follow-up with my
Can I provide clarity, Chair? So the portable pools can fit in a room this size. Yeah, half of it in a classroom.
6x4.
Yes, so we physically bought them. right? But the sustainability became a problem because we needed the school to look after them and maintain them and look after the maintenance of the pool. As you know, our schools are under stress, right? Especially our public schools and the rural schools where we were targeting. So if the department cuts the budget for them to sustain that maintenance, then they empty the pool and they don't run the program. So it's a long-term program that needs to be implemented. We were resuscitated with government, especially after our interaction at MINMAC and some of the discussions we've had with the minister. But we cannot pronounce on that right now, but we've put that program on hold because it's not right for us to roll out the program and there's no sustainability beyond the financial.
Thank you for that information. That mic is very soft, especially when Mr. Mafata is speaking. I'm not too sure whether it's the chlorine in the water this morning or what. I can't hear you properly. Honorable Mkunu, are you happy? Are you done? You want a second bite? Honorable Kobani, better known as Honorable Penny Penny.
Nkomo, Chair, are you ready, guys? Nakubala bola. The transport to go. Translation, not transport. President, ina vatswari, we give children in our hands to be safe, most of the girls, our daughters, to enjoy the swimming, but no protection. Can you feel well if you take your daughter to court that she was being abused, sexual abuse, your own blood, because no official did arrested. You only take those to court, but no officials that is being arrested. Because a man, I think we proud too much that we are angry lions. It's only our daughter that are having a problem in swimming because they are swimming with costume. And then the man start to watch. If they are complain, you fire them. Because you ask some breakfast or dinner. Can we see our daughters to be safe? Baba safe, I got these swimming sports. Eko, logo evalabula is safety. We believe on you that take our children in your hands. Some like a school. The school, our children have two fathers, two families. Once they are out from my yard, they are going to school, which means they are parents. But it's not us anymore. And then can you improve these swimming sports to be 100% or 98%? Because now we are taking you to court or, in Tegamiri court or we were the one who's doing oversight. You do behalf of us. That's why I'm here to report. If you are not oversight portfolio, we cannot call you here. We are here to correct you to us behalf of South Africa people. It's too shame to give you a lot of questions, then to give us proper reports. You know why we give you a lot of questions? Because there is no proper reports. That's why you end up make us like we are the magistrate, you are the judges here. This is not a court, this is a parliament. We want to trust you to develop this swimming. My colleague says there's nothing. In Limpopo, when you talk about Limpopo, mi vulavula hi le dorobeni, a mi vulavuli le makaya. The pool that we see is entertainment, is not a sports. Everyone builds his pools, but where's the sports? $0 for a toto. Can you make yourself favor, not for us, to develop these sports to be number one? Remember when Bafana it was 94, 95, it was power 96. Then someone come and destroy our best soccer. The swimming, we were watching lots of stars. Someone you come and destroy. Any sports that is happening in South Africa, some devil destroy. Why, guys? Why? I cannot give you a question like I'm a magistrate, but we are here to fix it. Lungisani ti mistake ta n'wina. Vana va hina va kota ku va safe. Sports xi kota ku va kahle. Phalaborwa, Tzaneen, Giyani, Malamulele, Venda, most of the rural areas, we don't have such things like that. I'm speaking English as a favor. Say, really, I'm totally confused. Why every day when we have a meeting about sports is a problem, corruption, everything there. I heard you say constitution, something like that. You change constitution. Once you change the constitution twice, means something wrong that the federation, the leaders do there. Don't defend yourself as a leadership. Defend the people. Because most of the sports, you are defending yourself. You are bullying like a lion. Then the people that are under you, your leadership is not the boss. The boss is the people inside. You see, we are not leadership. We're hired by the people of South Africa. I was a councillor. I never say I'm a boss. I was a boy for the community. If any organization, federation in South Africa, who can give people with respect, then to chase money, then to fight for the position, then our sports in South Africa, that will come in delicious. Entertainment, it takes some crime out. Take our children on the street, teach them, but don't abuse them. Don't run after our daughters. We'll run after you. Why? You never take any guy you suspended from there. It's only girls. Because you sniff something there. They are not safe. Organization of Federation of Sports, the laws, the constitution is to protect the people. It's not only wrongdoing. It's to protect them. Show them the way. Teach them the way. Be patient for them. You are not patient for our children, our daughters. That is a rape. That is a devil spirit inside of our daughters. Now we are spending 11,000. What's it? 311,000. Huh? 211,000. Wasted of money. Our money. People's money. Because you lost the control of those people. You take them. They take you in courts. No one can take someone court if there is nothing wrong. Then you do things wrong because you have money, you can defend them with your money. It's not your money from the pocket. It's organization money. Then because there are poor people that don't have money for organization to fight you, now you are wasting the money because you do things, you do wrong things. Because you have the money, you can protect yourself. I want the official to be arrested. Thank you, Chair.
Most of the time was comments, but if you feel free to respond to anything.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will deal with some of it, and then the President will deal with it. Yeah, we agree around the issues raised, but we just want to clarify something. Swimming South Africa has a very strong safeguarding policy in place. In fact, way back in 2006, we had introduced what we call our child protection policy, which we adapted from a whole range of things and included elements of child protection in there, a lot of elements. And as an outcome of that, since then, we require all our, because the closest contact with especially children, underage children, minors, is at the level where they interact daily with children, is learn to swim instructors and coaches. So there is a requirement for all those first frontline officials to go through police clearance, and they have to do that annually, right? So that we can make sure that there's only so much safeguarding measures we can put on that. That's one of the first line of the ones. So other than that, we've introduced also now with the renaming of our child protection policy to safeguarding as a result of the IOC introduction of safeguarding policies. So we've adapted it and updated it, right? So all our organizations, right up to club level and swim schools, are required to have a safeguarding officer, right? And we have a whole process that we've instituted where those safeguarding officers are then making sure they oversee those issues regarding to safeguarding. So we take safeguarding very serious and make sure that we deal with it accordingly. Thank you, Honorable.
Chair, thank you, Chair. If we can learn how to save our children as you save your card, your bank money, these things is always in your pocket. Huh? It's more safety. Why we don't do that? You never leave this card, Kelsey, put anywhere, maybe I can one of one. Can we save these sports and our children? Same like we are saving your money. Aye?
Honorable Kobani, can you give me that card so that I can save it? President, you may proceed.
Okay, no, I'm done, Chair. Most it was not too much question. It was a direct. They don't have question to answer. Thank you.
Chair, although it's comments from honourable member, but those comments can't go unsupported, because there's no doubt he hits the nail on the head. There is a bigger problem in terms of the protection of girl child and girl children, and it's a national problem in our country, and that's why I take the comment very serious. And our CEO spoke about what we've done over the last while in terms of protecting all athletes in terms of the safeguarding policy, accredited people in terms of police clearance and all the processes that go with it, so that we at least have a first line of defense in terms of protecting. But he makes a very good point in terms of facilities that do exist in the rural areas, which is utilized for recreation and even beyond recreation. It's abused for fun and a lot of alcohol abuse, and that's where we require the support of the authorities. If we ask the authorities to step in and make sure that these facilities are safeguarded, we can take the program of Learn to Swim to those areas and make sure that we keep our kids off the street. We train instructors that can run their own businesses in terms of training and teaching children to swim. And that's what we need to do in terms of working together. One of the members really referred to collective approach to some of these problems, because some of them are beyond our scope. They are social ills. Some of them are matters for the police and so on. But this gives us a very good platform, and we are quite happy to hear that the comments that Papa P makes is beyond just the questioning of what do you do here and what do you do, is what can we do together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prince. I'm going to give over to Honorable Makgata. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now it's 12 o'clock, ne?
We still have enough time
Okay.
up until past. So
Okay.
we will make it.
No, thank you very much, and let me welcome the report. I just want to start by the long-standing relationship with the single travel service provider and the financial burden of parents or of the international event participation. So from that statement, I just want to say selection process of the travel service provider. SAA has utilized the same travel service provider for over decades. Could you detail the initial selection process for this provider? That is why you had people asking about 1, 2, 3. So could you detail the initial selection process for this provider? Again, was the process transparent, open, and competitive, sharing the principle of fairness and the best practice? And then going forward, I want also to ask about the review and renewal process. That is over the past 10 years. What formal procedures has SAA implemented to periodically review the performance and the cost effective of this travel service provider? Were alternative providers considered during this review to ensure competitive and the value of money? So I think those are the two questions I'm having, because most of the things were covered by some of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So periodically, we do review our service providers. Periodically, we do review our service providers, and then in terms of our procurement processes, we invite submissions from a number of service providers, and then we compare them, in terms of cost effectiveness, value for money, and service provided to the organization. And yes, the current service provider in those reviews still come out tops, but we are due for a review again in the next cycle, and then we will go through the same process again. Thank you, Chair.
I don't know whether the chairperson can allow me.
Proceed, Honorable
Yes,
Member.
yeah, Rari, I've forgotten. The policy on funding athlete participation. What is SAA current policy regarding funding athlete participation in international events? Are this provision to support athletes who may face financial constraints, ensuring that talents and opportunities are hindered and economic barriers? Alignment with national sports funding strategies. How does SAA approach to funding athletes' travel and accommodation align with national sports funding strategies and expectations of bodies and such as South African Sports confederations and Olympic committees. Are there collaborations effort to secure funding that could reduce the financial demands placed on the parents? Those was my last question. I've forgotten it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So in terms of support for athletes, of course, we rank the events by performance and importance. So at our top tier events, we have a bit of a higher criteria for athletes for support. For instance, for World Championships level in swimming, as an example, we have a tiered qualification standard. If you achieve the A tier, right, you are fully self-funded. If you achieve the B standard, then we co-subsidize up to a maximum amount. Where athletes can, yes, and we do have an exemption policy where when athlete is not able to afford, we will subsidize fully some of those costs, or as much of that cost. I mean, Mafata not alluded, he actually was very categoric about how much we've spent on subsidizing athletes. So a lot of the funds that he spoke about, right, is where athletes cannot afford, and then we subsidize and carry that cost. I don't know if there's something I want to add, Mafata.
Yeah, thanks, CEO. Member, I also like to proud our initiatives, Swimming South Africa. We've started this last year, where we went into partnership with a particular hotel brand, Southern Suns. And where possible, where athletes cannot afford to travel, we get rooms and for free and so forth. And then through this year, we've added another support through the SAA Airlines and our travel agent, where they've given us about 10 return flight tickets that are directly went to athletes that will be attending the national championships. So as Papa Pen would have said, it takes a little bit, we'll eventually get there. Thank you.
Can DSEC respond to that question as well? Okay, go for it.
Just before DSEC, I just want to add, ma'am, we also, as part of our efforts to step up and focus on the girl child, we've actually recently just started a partnership with the Women in Sports Trust. In fact, they moved far quicker than both me and the President thought they would. So they've actually also committed funding. In fact, they've paid the funding already to us. Starting off with 5 female athletes. So shortly we will launch something about that as well, okay? They also are going to assist us to subsidize athletes, especially women, female athletes. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I'm asking DSEC to respond because there was this relationship between the portfolio committee and DSEC, because we want to prevent that the committee become a dumping site of issues of this nature, and sometimes it's very petty. There was an issue at stake, Press, where someone came back, I think it was a swimmer, hasn't been paid, and the minister has adhered to it and said he will pay it, and then the story changed. They were never part and parcel of the whole contingent. I can't remember the case. But we received numerous cases, and I like what the President of Swimming South Africa said. If we deal with federations, if we deal with entities, everything must happen within the rule of law. People can't just come and say, I want this and I want that, because sometimes we become prey to this kind of approach outside the jurisdiction of our proximity. So that's why I want DSEC to respond, but we just can't get it right because up until today, even in athletics and soccer and every other sport, because we have these problems. How do you go about, in helping these kind of athletes?
Thank you, Chairperson. The principal, Chair, is that as a department, we work with the federation and through the federation, and we don't deal with the athletes directly. So if there is an instance where an athlete is aggrieved that something did not happen or costs were not covered, and that's brought to us, we naturally would refer it back to the federation for
Okay,
it to be
thank
dealt
you
with.
for that. I want to go back again to the question of Honorable Makata, where the implication or the question actually was for me or for an outsider that Swimming South Africa only use one service provider, Mr. Adriansa. So I think there's a perception, and if we as Swimming South Africa, periodically review that, the perception still remain. If I understand the member correct, that is every time the same member. We need to create for business outside there an open opportunity to deal and to make businesses with not only Swimming South Africa but any other entity. Do you have something again to say on that?
Chair, as I've indicated, we will review the
Oh, you said you will review.
Yes,
No, thank you for that.
We periodically go through a reviewing
Thank
cycle.
you for that.
The cycle is due to come up next year.
Thanks for that. Honorable Makata,
No, I'm
Honorable
fine.
Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the time given to me. I think most of the questions were raised by my colleagues, but I've got few under the school sports plans presented here. I just want to check what concrete strategies will ensure facility maintenance and accessibility in previously disadvantaged areas. Second to that, how will Swimming South Africa balance the tension between the Federation technical support and education-led school structures? I heard you speaking about the tensions that is there between the federations and the school structures. The other question, what measures will address the uneven development across provinces evident in the documentation? I've got questions again under open water swimming presentation made as well. How can SSA better coordinate with municipalities to ensure strategic development of swimming facilities serving all communities? I think that one was also raised by my colleague Umamom Kono that side. The other questions, what concrete steps will be taken to implement the approved high performance plans that remain executed due to time and financial constraints? The other question, what regulatory framework could be developed to ensure the approximately 10,000 swim schools operate safely and align with SSA standards? My other question was, what water quality monitoring systems could be implemented to provide early warning for open water swimming events? My last two questions, Chair. Does Swimming South Africa have 4-year strategic plan? If yes, can you flight it now so that you can see exactly what is it there on the strategic 4-year plan? Do coaches from various disciplines of SSA have it?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Swimming South Africa, it's all yours. Please flight it.
Questions go across into DSEC as well in terms of the school sports issue. And I'm not sure if Simpue is not here, but my colleagues and I will endeavor to, I hope I can remember all the questions, reply to some of the questions here. I'll try and work backwards from them. Let's look at school sport, and Simpue can maybe talk to. Our view is that we, the custodian of aquatic sport in this country, the Sports Act is very clear, and we accept that responsibility with great humility. And we have, over the last maybe 6 years, embarked on a strategy. Sean, please just bring up the strategy. She wants to see our strategy. We've embarked on a strategy, Honorable Chairperson, to put a plan together where we will roll out 30 high-performance academies where there is facilities across the country. We've identified 8 in Gauteng. We've already rolled out, Mafata, about 6 of them. That's just in the Greater Pretoria area, 1 in Johannesburg. We've identified 3 that we want to do in the Western Cape, 2 in the East and Gqeberha, 2 in East London, 3 in KwaZulu-Natal. And the plan I flighted when we were at the MINMAC, but the addressing high performance, the members 100% correct, because that is the crux. People measure us generally on international performance. Although a big part of our work lies in the developmental aspect of our sport, the Learn to Swim programs, and we've been through that in terms of where we have them and so on. We really have a great need to resource them. I accept my minister's view that there's no way government can do everything. We must seek social partners, and Sean has just enunciated our interaction and our agreement with Women in Sport Trust. But the great need for us is to collaborate with municipalities, particularly municipalities that receive MIC funding. And the engagement with metros is to establish the high performance. We have a dream, Chair, that we can build in our country world-class high performance to meet international standards. Because for us in swimming, it's long overdue that we cannot look at sport for the sake of sport. I'll give you a case study of the Australians. In South Africa today, our contribution from a sports point of view is most probably around 2% of GDP. That includes sports science, that includes sports tourism, and so on, the contribution of sport. In Australia, they're already looking at 6% of contribution to GDP. Now, that is an indication that jobs are being created, and that's where we want to be. So we want countries to have their high-performance programs run in our country because we have the weather conditions. If you look at the entire South Africa, it lends itself to international teams. If you look at the University of Pretoria where I live, and the amount of international teams that come and train there is just where we want to be. And we can achieve that even more in this province because this province lends itself to every aspect of tourism. And we can then make a case for a bigger contribution from the state or the province or the locality where the tourism investment takes place to invest back into high performance. And that's the reason why Mpumalanga embarked on this journey with us. So it is correct that high performance needs greater priority, and the strategy will indicate that. But the developmental aspect equally needs attention because in our sport, it's a pipeline that supply. If you don't teach a child to swim, the child will never become a lead swimmer. Okay, and you have experience in that, Chair. So we manage a holistic high performance program that says what happens at the lower end of our development continuum is going to make us see the 7% that's going to go to the Olympics. Another question was around facilities, and I think we've spoken about that. Making the aquatic sports in this country a really true great nation and a great sport, because it is a sport that everybody can participate in, whether you're 80 years old or whether you're 6 months old. And that's where we want to be. Every functional swimming pool should have a Learn to Swim program. Every functional pool should have a coach that runs a club. And that's where we're going to turn the tide. Question that if there's any questions that I've missed, just give me an indication. So school sport for us is the bedrock. That's where everything transpired. Our great need is township schools and rural schools. Because, facilities. Yeah. Our great need for facilities is township schools, and that's where the messes are. Okay? And rural schools, of course. But the big problem in our country is vandalism, Chair. Facilities, not only swimming pools, but facilities generally in sport are just disappearing overnight. I don't have the answers for all of this. But maybe as a country we have to find them to protect. Our approach is build them as schools, which is a safe environment. Okay? So that there's security around. You know, in South Africa we have a tendency, our best prized possessions are looked after by people that we want to pay the least. And maybe we should change that mindset, as Minister Mackenzie says. But there's no doubt in my mind that there are codes of sports with ourselves that can contribute greater in building a nation, but even more beneficial to the country. Many people would not recognize it, but if there's medical people in this room, there is a burden of disease in our country and chronicity that kills our people. The more active people come in, that's our debate beyond this committee with the Department of Health. The more people are active, in particular code of sport, like swimming, the more healthy the nation will be, more productive the nation will be. And that's how we build our economy. But I totally agree with the member. There's a lot of things we can do, but we can't do them all. Generally, throughout the world, a sports federation is a sport federation. We've gone beyond the call of duty to involve ourselves in facility development. We've gone beyond the call of duty to involve ourselves in local government and say, listen, please, can we do ABC? And I must say that with all the problems a city like Kabeja or Nelson Mandela Bay has, they are really, it's the only facility right now where we can have our national championship, and they are pulling all the stops to make sure it takes place. And that's the kind of collaboration I think the members will. Sean, I don't know if I've missed anything.
Thank you. Let me give an opportunity to Dr. Kumalo. Just switch off, please. Just switch off Honorable Khabo's mic.
Thanks. Should I go on?
You may proceed, Honorable.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. We just wanted, perhaps, in responding to, for instance, the question from Honorable Nkosi, just try and bring it together, Chair. And in bringing it together, I'm also going to talk to the issue of Project 350, and my colleagues would add. The issue around Project 350 is looking at a 3-year plan. We're looking in July in Los Angeles, July 2028, at the Olympic Games, and in August 2028, the Paralympic Games. Now, the plan is saying, how do we put it? And we recognize, Chair, that a 3-year plan is actually not strategic enough if you look at where other countries are sitting. But be as it may, we are looking at this 3-year plan that says, how do we put 300 athletes, able-bodied athletes, into that July 2028 international platform? And how do we put 50 disabled athletes into that August 2028 competition? Now, if you look at the numbers in terms of what, for instance, the last Olympic Games were the numbers that we were putting forward as a country, we are almost looking at doubling those numbers. 32 to 50, 160 or 150 to about 300. But we recognize the fact that we are not automatically going to get there. Now, the approach, Chairperson, is multi-pronged. It looks at issues of talent identification, And then I'll talk to that a little bit more, and my colleagues would also add. But it also looks at the issue of you don't just identify talent, you also make access to facilities, you make access to equipment, you make access to attires. Now, Chair, when you look at our annual performance plan in 25-26, you would not necessarily see an indicator there that says target. That says project 350, but you will see the interventions. At this stage, subsequent to the minister outlining what the vision was, we have developed a strategy as a department, and there is a plan that has got two main steps that make it up, that has been drawn up. And it covers these areas. I'll just talk to them. The issues of access to facilities, maybe bringing it back to Swimming SA's domain. We're looking at a new building of new swimming pools, 25-26. At this stage, looking at our budget, we are looking at 3. Now, what I'm talking about, Chairperson, is sitting in our draft plan as it is, subject to finalization with the engagements that we have outlined, for instance, with Swimming SA and the provincial MECs. But already on Friday last week, Monday and Friday, this was actually presented as a concept to the provincial MECs. So we are looking at these 3 new swimming pools in Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Northwest at this stage. That is what we are looking at. But it's not just new swimming pools, Chairperson, but we are also looking at repairing the dilapidated maintenance and all those. In the last month or 2, we have obviously based on a reactive at this stage, a reactive process. We have renovated and repaired about 2 of them. But the approach is not just looking at the 3 new ones, and we were given by Swimming.
My apologies. While you're on that, explain to the procedure. The recent one is the one in Gqeberha.
Yes.
How do you go about that? And if members in other provinces are interested,
yes,
please advise how do you go about
how
that?
do you prioritize those? Yeah.
Okay. No, Chair, in this instance, and I'll speak to the 2, the Galvendale one in particular to start with. The Galvendale one was identified by the minister after a call from the community that swimming pool has been closed since before COVID, and it's been lying there dilapidated. It used to produce a number of swimmers. I think some of them are even sitting here in this room. And it is one of those world-class facilities that you can't afford to let go because of that there's structure already in place. So that's the first thing. And Minister already made this commitment long before this came that we need to fix our swimming pools. That's the first one. The second one in Bloemfontein that is currently being fixed is being fixed precisely because we wanted to diversify the opportunity of hosting the national events. So we are hosting the SA Schools Champs from the 4th to the 8th. And if we are to keep the standard way of hosting championships, we'll only be limited to Gqeberha, to Johannesburg and others, and not go to other cities. So precisely for that reason, we have fixed the one in Malawi to become at least meet the minimum national standards of a swimming pool that can host a national event. And others that Minister has identified, obviously as we go to outreaches like the one in Vredendal, the 2 swimming pools in Vredendal that he identified over the weekend, also similar to that one of Gqeberha, have been a hub of activities for communities. And since they've been left dilapidated and so forth, there's just generally an increase in other antisocial behaviors in the same communities. But if you are to have that, it will help control. The same with Kwanobuhle facility there in Gqeberha as well, that he is also looking into helping us to facilitate, to refurbish. These are all existing pools that have gone really unmaintained and have gone dilapidated. There'll still be a project through MIG where we'll identify new projects that need to be built And the focus being in those rural areas, because that's MIG, it focuses outside the metros.
Thanks, Boba. I'm happy, and I hope honourable members have taken note of that specific one. And I think, Mr. Fritz, you and Sean, you have really reason to smile, if you can hear, because we do have problems. Gigi, will you wrap up 2 minutes?
Okay, Chair. I wanted just to add to what Deboko was saying by saying those that are actually being renovated now are informed by the process that he has outlined. But Swimming SA has been requested to do a full conditional assessment, Chair. And that's what they were talking about. Of each and every province, that's the meeting we were talking about. On Saturday, Chair, and I hope, President, you've received the invitation already. On Saturday, the Minister is meeting with all the federations to deal with this integration around not just achieving against the 350, Chair, because 350 talks to those that aspire to get to the levels of winning, but also talk to the active aspect around what sport is able to achieve. So I just address myself to the issues of facilities. However, Chair, what we were saying is that when we talk 350, we are just not necessarily talking about that one-pronged kind of an intervention. We are talking to issues of what we want to do around provision of equipment for hubs, clubs, academies, recognizing the fact that there are those imbalances that have actually happened. So while we talk facilities, but we are also talking about provision of equipment, and we have prioritized some of the sport codes that we are targeting for them. There is 4 more, Chair, but I don't know whether my minute has run out, because it talks to learners in sport championships, school sport programs, prioritizing sport codes, and the previously marginalized. So there is a plan that we have put together, Chair, hence the meeting on Saturday with all the federations and the Minister and ourselves as administration. Thanks, Chair.
Interesting debate. Over to you, Honourable Mtetwa. Waiting for long.
Before Chairperson,
yes.
I just want to indicate that I'm not answered on their strategic plan. What I was expecting to them, as I've indicated, that if they do have, they must flight it so that we can see it. Because my interest is to see their programs that they are doing, indicators, and as well as the targets, because we must know exactly what they're doing, what are their indicators and their targets. But for now, they've just responded on the activities and the events that they are doing in the provinces, of which I know about that, but I just want to know their strategic plan that will talk to the indicators, targets, and the programs. Thank you very much.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Member. So we do have a strategic plan. We've just gone through a strategic review. We're busy finalizing that, and as soon as it's finished, we'll publish it, and of course we will share it with the department, with the committee, and with everyone else. We've just finished our 2020-2024 cycle. There's the existing one that exists, but we'd much rather share the revised one. We've been through a whole strategic planning process between December and February. So once it's finished, we will circulate it. But it's got indicators, it's got targets, it's got everything in there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. We are running out of time, but I'm going to give you your full minutes and full minutes to Swimming South Africa to respond.
Thank you, Chair. One of the greatest books, it encourages us not to conform to the patterns of this world, but be transformed by the renewal of the mind. Thanks to Chair for praying for me, because he reminded me of my Christianity values. It seems like you have conformed, though. First and foremost, in EFF, we took an approach, a practical approach in dealing with transformation. Most people deal with transformation and make it a cliche. the zebra approach. Woman, male, woman, male. Woman, male, male, male. Where are the women in your structure? Second to that, I don't know my observation, whether my observation tells me something contrary to you committing to transformation. In your reporting and when you speak, when you talk of black athletes, you say black girls, black boys in KZN. But when you mention white athletes, you mention them by name. De Jager. Speak of De Jager, Schoenmaker, Niekerk, Lara van Niekerk, Rebecca Meder, but there's no way in your presentation where you mention a black athlete by name. What is the reason for that? Secondly, or thirdly, 90 million spent on high performance. Where did it go to? Can you flight a breakdown of how this money was spent? How much of it was it for support of artists swimming in preparation for the Olympics? The demographics of those that were supported by this money. Because when you talk and confirm that in rural areas and townships, you are facing a challenge of infrastructure. My piano teacher used to say to us, when you start learning something, you must learn with proper tools and proper techniques. Once you start learning to play a piano and using wrong fingering, you will constantly, continuously for the rest of your life, play it wrongly. You may be good in playing it, but you will always use wrong techniques. Now, the department speaks of functional swimming pools. You can't speak of functional swimming pools in rural areas. Maybe you must say functional dams and rivers, not swimming pools, because we know that's a fallacy. There are no swimming pools in rural areas and townships. Those that are there, you have confirmed that they are dilapidated. Now, how do you expect to train a child and prepare them for Olympics from a dam, from a river, from a portable swimming pool, and which is not true? That thing is not true. Currently in South Africa, we are struggling with classrooms because classrooms are packed, overly packed. Where do you put a swimming pool that sits there and occupy the space that must be occupied by children who are supposed to learn and waiting for us? Anyway, let me not even dwell on that one. So I want to know the demographics of that, because your report speaks on activities that it doesn't speak to the outcomes, the impact, where you're saying out of this particular event, so many young people, or out of this program, so many young people were able to achieve ABC. Let me go to my next question, which will show you that you are not talking. I don't know whether you would be satisfied or where you are, as Khabo would say, where I'm sitting. Let me stand up and say where I'm standing. Are you satisfied with your outcome performance in terms of developing artistic swimming? Over the past 10 years, you speak of the following numbers: 8 senior athletes at SA Nationals, 12 juniors, and 8 youth between 13 and 15 athletes at SA Junior Nationals. A total of 28, which is the lowest ever. Is that what you are satisfied with? The fourth question is that you speak of governance, so well about governance. You are even vindicated in terms of the auditors, the auditing outcomes. However, SSA Owns Appeal Panel recently found that SSA had failed in every material report or respect to comply with its own governance protocols. The coaches responsible for these unlawful actions have not been charged in terms of the SSA governance protocols, but have instead been rewarded with senior appointments. How does SSA respond to this damning funding and lack of governance? Coming to the performance issues of the Chief Executive, Sean Adrianse, and subsequent actions taken by the Executive Committee. Number one, documentation of performance evaluation. Can SSA provide the minutes of the Executive Committee meeting where the Chief Executive Officer, Sean Adrianse's performance was evaluated and the resolution to demote him and appoint an external candidate was adopted? Would you be able to provide us with the evidence to that? To the implementation of the demotion resolution, what step did SSA take to implement the resolution concerning Mr. Adrianse's demotion? If the resolution was not executed, what were the reasons for this inaction? Three, the third one on that, reversal of demotion's decision. If the decision to demote Mr. Adrianse was later rescinded, can SSA produce the minutes of the meeting where this reversal was discussed and approved? Communication with stakeholders. How did SSA communicate these decisions and any subsequent changes to its stakeholders, including athletes, coaches, and affiliated clubs, to ensure transparency and maintain trust within the organization? In terms of compliance and governance practices, were SSA's actions regarding Mr. Adrianse's performance assessment and the related solutions in line with the organization's government policies and procedures? How does SSA ensure adherence to such protocols in its executive decision-making processes? Were SSA's actions regarding Adrianse's performance assessment and the related resolution in line with the organization's government policies and procedures, were they followed? And how would, therefore, SSA ensure that it adheres to such in the future? Coming to the department that talks of functional swimming pools in rural areas, sorry to say, I can't accept that explanation. When you speak of reports, when you are here in front of us, you are reporting. And by nature, the reports are retrospectively. But you keep on telling us, or maybe massaging us to believe that the future is bright. You are not telling us about what have you done all these years. I don't think SSA was born yesterday. Therefore, we must be happy now and looking forward to this MINMAC. The MINMAC has been there from 1994. SSA was there from 1992, as you said, the conversion. What have you done? Tell us, what have you done? What is there tangible that we must say, okay, out of this process, this is what we have achieved? Where have you been training all these children that you're talking about from rural areas? Or is it only the suburbs and that you've been talking? I know that you did mention the fact that because of infrastructure you can't, but you keep on talking about
Africa has not won in two of those. That is 1992 and 2008. And in all competitions, and I think since we started post 2005, Operation Excellence, we have had a dedicated funding as government to the sporting coach towards swimming in order to support and maintain that project excellence. And this is over and above, one, the support that we have been giving through the conditional grant, which speaks to the athletes support program, and through the ministerial bursary program that we used to have, wherein out of the National School Sport Championships, talented athletes will be identified and be placed in sport-focused schools and be given the support. And that program we ran between 2016 and I think until 2022, that program, of ministerial bursary program. But since 2017, we have had some issues, and that is after we have received programs, reports from the EPG that speaks on transformation and the lack of transformation in swimming. And we've had to have a dedicated intervention with swimming. And that is after we realized that at the National School Sport Championships that were held in Polokwane in 2017, out of the over 700 athletes that were there was only one black swimmer in those school sport championships. Now that speaks to the pipeline that will bring about your Olympic athletes. And we've had to have a dedicated program. That dedicated program was focusing on Polokwane as a metro for a partnership of schools in and around that swimming pool of Polokwane and the HTS school there in Polokwane. We had another one in Blumanda, in Bloemfontein, and Tabanchu, and the one in Khalishu. So focusing on these three provinces, we had an intervention. That year, 2017, 2018, Northern Cape never sent an athlete. But the following year, as a result of this program, we had at least 10 swimmers coming from Northern Cape. But since then, and until last year, we've seen a growth in a number of what I call black swimmers coming from the school sport program. It is not where we want it to be. Last year we were sitting at, 2023, we were sitting at about 70% white representation. Last year we saw 67% black representation. This year we're looking at 60% black representation at National School Sport Championships. And we make that deliberate. And the deliberate intervention that we've started making is that, since 2023, is that the only time we will accept any underage, when I say underage, we're talking primary school, any underage swimmers to be in the national champs, is if it is addressing the issue of transformation. And hence you see in the presentation, there's a category of under 12 and under 13s. And that category, for us, was a direct intervention to say, we can't afford to keep getting more athletes at the championships, but still remain, the pipeline still remains the same. So let's have a dedicated, and we monitor that, so that there is a proper recourse of what interventions we are making. We are aware that in terms of our statistics, the schools represented in these championships of schools, 93% of them are predominantly former Model C schools and quintile 5 schools, to be exact. So your no-fee paying schools constitute about 6% of the schools that are participating in this. It's a concern, but that concern, we know where it comes from. 23,000 schools that are public schools and which are no-fee paying schools have got no swimming pools. So that is the biggest challenge in the current, and because the swimming pools in schools, it is the competency of basic education to build swimming pools in schools. And that's the issue that in our partnership with basic education, we're trying to address, to say, when you build new schools, they must meet the norms and standards as approved by the policies. So there's not been many schools that have been built. What is the recourse? We're now trying to swerve and go around that to say, perhaps when we discuss and unpack the issue of MIG, we must start talking of the MIG with the intervention of infrastructure of sport within schools. Currently, it is not permissible for us to do so. So we know that the challenge that we have is a lived reality, and it speaks to the historical issues that there had not been swimming pools being built amongst many public schools. And so that is the intervention that we are doing. We continue to support swimming because it's a Paralympic sport, and it brings it's an Olympic sport. It brings us medals, and we want to see that intervention and pipeline being addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, I'm not going to give an opportunity again on a response on this particular issue. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to give each member 2 minutes to wrap up, make a comment, and hence the following ruling. If any member still have an appetite to ask questions, shall we put it in writing via the portfolio committee chair, a secretary, and then we can circulate it to Swimming South Africa. Before I'm going to give members a chance, I'm going to start with Honorable Mtetwa this way around. And I'm going to direct this to you, Mr. Mafata. In one of the reports, you have received 8.5 million rand. Now, in actual fact, your report says plus minus 8.5 million rand. Then it goes further. When you calculate everything together, it says 49 million rand. It should be plus minus 49 million rand. Can you explain that if that is an error, it's acceptable? It is 8.5 million that you receive from World Aquatics for the development on Franschhoek.
CEO can answer that. They are working through me.
Some of the reports that we received, yes, on the financial side, it said receive World Aquatics 8.5 plus minus 8.5. They calculated. There's no plus minus at a 49.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know whether it's a mistake.
Yeah, World Aquatics, that it's in the region of, probably related to the currency fluctuations, but they did provide us with a grant for the Franschhoek swimming pool. It's not 8.5, but at that stage, I think it came close to that. I will double check and confirm that to you in writing.
Honorable Mtetwa?
Okay, I'm covered in terms of that approximation because it says approximately. So I wanted to find out what is approximately mean. Chair, they haven't responded to the question of female empowerment, women empowerment in their structure. And secondly, why the chairperson keeps on referring to black girls and black boys and not mentioning any name of a black athlete? Is it because he's not familiar with the black children who are participating?
Okay, can we get a response quickly, sir?
Thanks, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. If you look at the context in terms of the athletes mentioned, those are the medals performances, okay? In terms of general development that I was talking to about, in terms of athletes coming through, and I think Simpiwe alluded to that, where the pipeline is feeding. I mean, I'm now talking about athletes that in the transformation context, because that was the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Sorry, there was another question added to the Chair, if I may?
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, just to elaborate further on women empowerment. I think the inception of our president earlier, we did mention that we are currently in the middle of our national competitions. So we really had to make sure that we have a representation here today instead of postponing, and then yet also still have our national competition be that here too. And we have leadership, which is in our executive. We have female representation. In our senior management staff, we have a representation. In our technical committees, we have female representation, which are currently in charge of running national competitions.
Where are they
that's how
today?
serious we take.
Where are they today? Why are they not with you?
We still have a competition in Richards Bay. They're Richards Bay, which they're adhering to. We have LOC meetings for the upcoming diving championships in St. Dominic's. We still have the national championships that are happening next week. We have school sport that is happening this week. So we really stretched ourselves out there, right? And unfortunately, next time, honorable member, we'll make sure that some of our
Honorable Mtetwa
counterparts here.
will only be in a position to understand if you have made an apologies for them.
Yeah.
Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask the suspect that is still working on you. Where is him now? Because the member, the official from you, one is a suspect and is still in duty, but is not in the meeting. Where is him? Okay. I want to stand off, Honorable Mtetwa. Don't bribe us. You talk about black. We talk about African, South African citizens, black and white. We are not here for apartheid or tribalism. Talk to us of all the colors of South Africa. Because now it's like you are feeding us like you want to make us happy. Black. I'm not a black. I'm a gold color. Talk of everybody, the citizen, children of South Africa. We are not here to divide colors. We as a MK, we support unity. You know, we support everything that is in South Africa, even dogs. You understand? Give us straightly. We don't have a problem with that, but don't make us bribe us like we are here to fight for blacks. We are blacks. We are majority, but we accept any citizen. All colors, color flowers. Aye?
Thanks for letting the dogs out. Any response?
Yes. through you, Chair. Thank you. When it comes to the representation, I think the names that are appearing on the presentation, it was the questions that we responded. So those are the names. However, Honorable Dept, I just want to say we have a up and coming black diver by the name of please note this name, right? Zaleka Metula, right? She's making waves. She's actually, because of lack of facilities, our intervention as Swim in South Africa, we went into partnership with one of the universities in the US. She's after the nationals, she's going there on a scholarship, right? We have the two boys in KZN, Anel and the brother, right? The name is just left me just now. We have Michael Hooley, who comes from this province, who went to the Olympics, right? And in December, he went to Hungary.
Please, Chair.
He's mentioning the names now, Honorable Mtetwa.
He's
because we
reading
bring the
these
photos
names.
now.
That was not the context of my question. My question was that why, when he speaks and presents, it comes naturally to mention the
No,
white.
no, I understand that.
Yes,
But
not
he's
to read them.
responding and he has mentioned the names. So next time if you come, you bring us the photos as well.
Okay, they never answer.
Honorable.
They never answer me. Nishamule. Shamlan. Why me balabra a black inside? Na suspect. Yukwi. They never. Aban Shamlan.
Oh, okay.
Shamula.
We would like to know who the suspect is. If you have the name, then we can then
Tell
be.
us the name. Why is still on you in the, or why you never talk about that, the suspect of that cases from?
I respond to that, CEO.
Anyone officially suspect?
Thanks, Chair. We don't know of any suspect you're referring to. Amongst us, there's no suspect. No suspect. There's been.
No, not in the meeting, in the committee.
There's no suspect in our committee, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable.
Honorable Khabo, ask about it. You never answer. Now I'm a second. He raised it. He never answer. And I pinned a foot. He don't answer.
Chair, Namdiapinda, there's no suspect in our committee, Chair. I'm not, unless members have names and what they've done, so we can deal with it, but there's no suspect in our committee.
I'm happy for the response. There's no suspect, Honorable Kobani. Honorable
No,
Nkunu.
Honorable Kobani, Honorable Kabo. You answer two of us, no problem. Thank you. If you are clean, aye.
Honorable Nkunu, what I've done, Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Makhata, I'm giving every member 2-minute opportunity. I did not give the opportunity. I skipped Honorable Nkosi due to some reasons. And Honorable Nkunu.
Angibonge Chair. Ngicabanga ukuthi ebekukuningi kakhulu kumina futhi ebengifisa ukusho ilokhu okukhulunywe uHonorable Mthetho ukuthi kuyasikhathaza ukubona itrio yamadoda phambi kwethu bengekho abantu besifazane kodwa ke siyeza ukuthi bakhona abantu besifazane kusho ukuthi next time so bese sibabona bekhona phakathi kwethu ngoba kithina manivela kanjeni iveza ukuthi kusho ukuthi abantu besifazane anibathathi notice abantu besifazane anibabeke ekhundleni kunaloko nenzo ngathi nasijabulisa into nisinikeza okuncanyana omanager nobani kodwa lapha ko president nako executive bani anifaka umuntu wesifazane khona kungabe mhlambe ngoba phela sifundile phela sikhona lento enikhulumayo nathi siyakwazi ukuyikhuluma so ke next time angithemba ukuthi labantu besifazane nikhuluma ngabo bazoyibela and ngiyafuna ukubabona ngempela futhi next time ngizoyinigadile. Thank you.
Babjele. Zara them.
Quick response. Noted. Okay, Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think on the women representation, we are all in the same concern that we want to see the females being represented in their board. Chair, one must indicate that when I was asking this strategic plan, I still saying it that I haven't been answered. And Chair, they speak about the old one, of which even that one they didn't present it to us so that we can see it. As to what is it that they are going to review, because they are saying that they are going to review it, and even the old one they didn't present to us so that we can see what is it that they are reviewing. Seemingly everything is being reviewed here. The issue of the service provider is going to be reviewed and all that. But we need to be taken into consideration as to what is it that they are reviewing. They must not talk about reviewing at the same time. We don't know what is it that they are reviewing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A quick response.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I was very emphatic, Chair, that we will share it with the members. Thank you.
Honorable Makhata.
Thank you very much. I think I will be very much short. What specific strategies will be implemented to address the inequality in facility access between township and influenced areas? And again, how is the allocation distributed between administrative costs versus program implementation? They are the only questions.
I think, again, thank you, Chair, we were clear. I think in terms of facilities, we've been, right from the start, we've been clear. We cannot deliver facilities as Swimming South Africa as a national federation. The primary responsibility is local authorities, municipalities. However, we can't sit back and do nothing. So we've been proactive. And first, we had to engage with the ministry. We have been engaging ongoing with the department for a number of years to make sure that we're all on the same page. Yes. Out of that process, the minister has asked us to engage with MINMEC, with the MECs, which we've done last week. We've also been engaging with the Lotto, the NLC, to see where they can assist us. The reality is, ma'am,
about the gender parity and heavy structure, because this also comes to the sexual offences concerns that has been raised, because these sexual assault cases, protection is only as good as the safety mechanism actively put into place. Policy is one thing, it is the follow-up action and participation and involvement on a larger scale that is required. I strongly advise that these matters be addressed with necessary seriousness and firmness if needed, and you also need to ensure public participation in the relevant structures in order to put a curb and an end to the sexual assault cases being faced. With the fact when I'm saying make sure that there's gender parity, women brings something completely different to males, not to sound sexist, but that is our reality. And I don't like color, black, white, pink, blue, I don't care. We're all Africans in South Africa. Thank you.
1 minute for response, the rest on paper.
Thank you, Chair. Just one issue to raise about the sexual offences cases. There is no sexual offences cases. The three that was raised, right, all of them has been dismissed, not by us, by the NPA. That was back in 2001, President? 2021. Yes, so they've all been dismissed. We can't answer for the NPA. I think that's a question we must direct to the NPA. But every issue that was raised in terms of our structure and that has to do with misconduct, we've acted on, right? Even if there was any allegations made against people, we've acted on. We have a case team that works on safeguarding, and there's a number of cases that they've been working on, that they've been dealing with. But the issues around sexual offences cases, right, there's none. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just to quickly, I know you're running out of time. Just on the notion that we are male dominated, it's not correct. Every level of committee or representative structure in Swimming Circle has female representative. Our dilemma was whether request, Chair, to postpone the meeting to have full representation, because the request was the full executive. Unfortunately, from 2 weeks, we've been running full at competitions, organizing competition, and swimming is an aquatic sport is an intense sport, unfortunately. We are well represented, ma'am.
With all due respect, your website does not reflect gender parity from the executive down, and only when you come to members, you got about 2 females there. So it's not representative. When you're talking about the NPA and you're trying to give the standard of the NPA, we all know that there is problems with the NPA with regard to investigations and the finalization of matters. Bottom line is, the protection of our young people starts within Swimming South Africa. Put the correct mechanisms in place.
We concur with that, Chair. But we can't take responsibility for another institution's decisions. We do concur that safeguarding throughout the world is an issue, and we got to put those mechanisms in place. We concur with that.
Thank you, Press. Honorable Kabo, how much minutes you want?
Thank you very much.
Can I respond to that? Chair, 2020, Michael Woolley represented this country at the Olympics. Michael Woolley is a black, in terms of what Advocate Sally said. So it's not correct to say that we did not have representation at the Olympic level. Thank you, Chair.
I wish that
irritating us.
No, honorable members, just a second, just a second. I've made a ruling. I'm giving each one 2 minutes. I switch off my timer. We are running out of time. I've been lenient to a number of members. I will, as far as the input and questions is concerned of members, indicate a resolution of what we need and what we don't need. There are serious issues being mentioned. There's an issue, for an example, and I don't want to waste your time, the website, that we would like them to go back and fix the website if there's a problem with the website. So let us remain to the 2 minutes. If there's a response, there's no response. We decided to have this kind of interrogation, questions and answer. I have allowed it if it went well so far up until I stopped my watch. I'm going to give, Honorable Nkosi, I'm not going to give members a chance on this issue again. I'm going to give Honorable Liam his final opportunity to ask these questions, and then what we're going to do is going to request Swimming South Africa to come back with the issues that is still outstanding. We are still going to give members an opportunity to write their questions. There are serious questions, but you know, ever since we start with the 7th Parliament, there is no way that we can finish or that we are finished with anything of any kind. But members ask questions, and members decide to leave the room, and members decide to come back and ask questions, the same questions that has been asked. And that is the problem that I have from my side as the chairperson. Honorable Liam Jacob.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, please. I'm not asking any question, Chair. But I just want to request you that please call the press into order. He must be patient. He cannot speak whilst the honorable member is speaking. That's what I wanted to request from you. There's no question that I'm asking. But please just ask him to be patient.
Okay, I hear what you say, Honorable Nkosi. I did not hear any response because I was looking this side. Honorable Mkhabo. No, Honorable Khabo, let me give you an opportunity to ask the question, and I'm also going to give an opportunity to SSA to respond. Let me give you that opportunity.
Chairperson, let me go to the issue of the
President, can you speak to that report?
To apologize if I've interjected when the member was speaking. I hope the member accept my apology. The report was initiated as part of the initiator's document to present in the inquiry. Okay, and that was what the report was about. It was not a report for public consumption. It was a report to present in the disciplinary inquiry. Unfortunately, up to date, the disciplinary inquiry has not taken place, and that's it. So it's not correct to make something that hasn't gone to the forum where it belongs to make it public. It would be wrong of us to do that.
So is the disciplinary going to take part?
The disciplinary did not take place because the member that complained via her attorney has informed us they don't want to be part of disciplinary, and that's where it stopped for us, because they wanted to be part to follow the judicial process. And as the CEO has mentioned, that process is concluded by the NPA.
Any follow-up, Honorable Khabo?
Chairperson, can we get a detailed report on that, but also of importance, the withdrawal letter, because I believe that there is a complaint submitted in writing, and if the attorneys are going to withdraw a complaint, it will be in writing equal. Can we get a detailed report on the Goldsman investigation, but it's specifically with those two issues? Others, I'll just submit them in writing, especially that one of where we have spent 6 million or 5 million. I think we'll do it in writing.
Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to ask two yes or no questions, no explanations, and then I'll wrap up. Do you fund autistic swimmers to go overseas? Can
Yes.
that be on record, please?
Yes.
Okay. Did you fund autistic swimmers to go to Doha in Qatar?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay. Now, the reason I'm asking that is because on that camera there and that camera there that you've just been monitored on, you are saying this in one of the highest platforms in the country, and you are actually speaking under oath here. Right? Acknowledge that. Acknowledge that because while we were speaking, I was sitting on the YouTube live, and I was also getting questions from athletes in swimmers who confirmed that they fund themselves, that many of them have to pay their own 30,000, 40,000, 70,000 rand to go to these tournaments themselves. That on the YouTube, they said they are lying when they say they are funding us. They are not funding us, we are funding ourselves. There are many athletes in this regard that are funding themselves, and I think that is something that we must be honest with. Further, this is also a truth-seeking mission from every single member of this portfolio committee. And one of the things that many people on the YouTube comments were saying is that you must ask them how much they spend on KFC in a year. And I'm actually going to ask that question in writing. Because when multiple people are saying it, I want to know how much money from Swimming South Africa goes to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I think that's a valid question, because it gives you an idea of the importance of what your priorities are. And second to that, as Honorable Khabo likes to say, second to that, third to that, I'm coming, and from where I'm sitting, and crying at the correct funeral. I've gotten notice that three of your disciplines are busy having legal disputes with you. That three of your disciplines are busy fighting with you at this moment. And that water polo has already tried to request an AGM, but in August last year, and Swimming South Africa did not allow it on an agenda. So when you come here and you present these sanitized facts and these sanitized reports, it is not divorced from the fact that we have immediate contact to the people outside. And Chairperson, I'm pleading with you that as a committee, that we take a resolution that formally acknowledges each and every input of the members of the portfolio committee, because these are valid inputs and these are questions that demand answers so that the South Africans, so that the swimmers, so that the future of South African swimming, that the future of aquatic sport in South Africa is safeguarded and protected for the hundreds of swimmers and parents of swimmers that are watching and the parents of swimmers that are sitting in this room. Thank you, Chairperson.
There we go, chicken or beef, Kentucky.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick one in terms of the funding, right? Remember, Chair, I explained that there are events, depending on the priority and the level of the event, there are events that we fully fund, right? And with SESCOC, where the athletes pay nothing, there are events where, depending on your performance, where we will fully fund you as well. I gave the example of the 8 Olympic qualifiers that get fully funded if they swim at the World Championship, if they perform at that level. Then there are events where we co-subsidize the events based on funding that we receive, and then there are events that are self-funded, right? So majority of our events, World Championships, junior events, we subsidize based on the funding that we have. There are events that are self-funded. I just want to be clear about this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think also Honorable Liam Jacobs, that issues that has been raised perhaps should be communicated so that Swimming South Africa can respond to that. Dr. Kumalo, can you greet us, wrap up in 2 minutes?
Chair, I think we owe you feedback kind of a session or meeting or report, Chair, given the fact that we have outlined specific plans that we have arising from the Saturday meeting that's taking place in a few days' time with the federations, and also the engagement with each and every individual provincial MEC. So I think subsequent to that, we need to present in a form of those formats that I've outlined, a roadmap as we will draw coming out of those meetings. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Don't go, Honorable Khabo. I want to listen for me to include your stuff that you have mentioned. Honorable members, we are far beyond our time. This will leave me with no option to make the following ruling, that we will have a working lunch. What does that mean? I don't know. The following will have effect, and this perhaps mainly so to Swimming South Africa, and partly or also fully so to DSEC. We will need from here, and I would like, if possible, even record us, a report from Swimming South Africa on their LTS programs, which is very important for us as a committee. We will also need a general update on the road to the Olympics, a general update on that, and perhaps also linked to the program that the minister have. And then we will need an update on planning in the respect of provincial issues as per MINMAC meeting. An update to this committee, and also an update on infrastructure challenges. I think this is important, and perhaps Swimming South Africa an update for members in their particular designated areas, an update of infrastructure identified, what the ministry is busy doing in resuscitate those swimming pools. Then we will also safeguarding across the federations to be a standing matter for the committee. That is an important notion from our side. We will also need an update on the report of Franschhoek, the High Performance Center. That is essential. We could not have enough time to interrogate that. I'm saying this because, like I've said, we don't have enough time when we're dealing with these issues. Then Swimming South Africa has been requested to conduct a full condition assessment of swimming infrastructure. This is the one that we also would like to see as members, so that we can, in terms of our oversight role, go into that particular areas and do our oversight there. But this must be President of Swimming South Africa with particular reference to rural areas. Then I think one of the members, I think it was Honorable Nkosi, I did not forget you, I've made a note. Then we need the strategic plan of Swimming South Africa, the one that Honorable Nkosi wanted us to flight. We also need a revamp of the website, as Advocate Sali has indicated. There's something not right on that side when it comes to the website. And then we also, there's this meeting with the federations, DG, and there's this cooperation with the committee and DSEC itself. This is a very important meeting with federations. Maybe we as members may not be there or should not be there, but I think content advisor, research component of the committee, if they are invited to attend these meetings on our behalf, because they are responsible to empower us as members of parliament with the necessary information to deal with our work. Then a very important one, and Honorable Molatsane is not here today, but it has been raised by Honorable Mtetwa. We also would like to have, I think Honorable Khabo also mentioned this issue, we would like to have an update, or rather a diagram of the management structure, so that members can see where the females fit in this particular regard. And then we also need a report as requested by Honorable Khabo pertaining, is it a withdrawal, Honorable? Can you just formulate that for us, a report on the case? Yes, but some of the issues, you know, it is issues that we need, like the diagram, the infrastructure. But I don't want Swimming South Africa also to see that we would like to interfere. If there is reports of stuff that you have mentioned, President, that you feel it cannot go out, I don't think there is any need to provide. You can just perhaps give a reason to say this thing. Yes, the process perhaps, and not the detail of the case, if that is acceptable, because I don't want us to be seen as members of parliament interfering on a day-to-day basis. We must understand and be explained the process. Okay, agreed. And then we would also like to have the issue Honorable Liam has mentioned, a list of athletes being funded by Swimming South Africa in the case where there was a need, because there is, you know, contrary views. Yes, there is contrary views on those watching this meeting live. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of this meeting. I want to say to the President of Swimming South Africa and his entourage, thank you for coming, thank you for sharing the governance issue. And I also would like to say thank you for your hard work in this particular arena, in this particular sport. I am also, to a certain extent, due to my daughter's involvement, very close involved. I know I have been invited by Mr. Adrianse to some of these events, even Fransu, but could not make it. I would like to say to you, thank you for this, and also DSEC, thank you for your presence. I don't know why Tebogo is holding you so busy there, DG, today. He was most there at that other event. So again, members, the professional staff, I want to say again thank you to you for what you do for this committee, for Parliament, for this country. And members of Parliament, thank you for your inputs, you know. And sometimes people are scared to come here, press. And this is the way we are doing things. So welcome to Parliament. Interrogation, we want, you know, the facts, we want the truth. And if we go out here, then we can say and take one another's hand to say, at least we have done something today and we have taken this country forward. I declare this meeting adjourned. With Swimming South Africa, we will have a 20-minute break, of which Jabu will arrange 5 or 10 minutes for members with the green ribbons, a photo session outside, to be tweeted by Mr. Honorable Liam Jacobs, saying that we are in solidarity with the campaign at stake. They don't have to. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you to Swimming South Africa. Thank you to DSEC. Keep on doing the good work. I thank you. Honorable members, can you come in so that we can proceed? Skati Saham. Honorable members, can we take our seat, please? We want to proceed. We have a long day still. I think we should call members now. This is unacceptable. Can we call them, Jabu? Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members, welcome. And hope you had a good rest. Was it a rest, Advocate Sali? We are about to start our second meeting and engage with Athletics South Africa. I would like to say to the President and his entourage, welcome to this very, very important meeting. You will also note that members of Parliament are wearing green ribbons, and we are united and also in support of the Justice campaign on very sore and heartbreaking developments on those being violating their rights. Honorable members, I'm going to immediately start to request members to Arts and Culture that will introduce themselves. Following that, it will be the professional staff, and then I will give over to the President of Athletics South Africa to introduce himself and his entourage. And then I will have opening remarks following the presentations in front of us with the agenda. Honorable members, guests, and everyone present, my name is Joe McGlua. I am a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm also the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Sport, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, but also representing the economic freedom fighters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Liam Jacobs, and as I've said in the previous part of the meeting, you can tell where my colleague is from by his overall, and you can tell where I'm from my shirt. I'm representing the Democratic Alliance in this particular portfolio committee of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Ethel Nkosi. I'm the member of this portfolio committee representing ANC from Mpumalanga province. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Polena Makhato from Limpopo, the member of the ANC. I am the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Greetings to everybody in this room. Lina laka ke Kgaolatlhe Sefane ke Kgabo. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, obviously serving at the behest of the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kukulethu Mchono. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. I'm deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe Party.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good day to everybody. I'm Advocate Shamima Sali. I'm with the Al Jamaa political party. I'm on this particular portfolio, justice as well as international relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and the members. I am Dr. Khumalo, Stella Khumalo. I'm the Acting Director General, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members and colleagues. My name is Teboho Tebehai. I'm the Acting DDG for Recreation Development and Sports Promotion at Dept. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and the members and the leadership from Athletics South Africa. My name is Simphiwe Mncube. I am from Dept, Chief Director, Winning Nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. My name is Mabetha Ralevipi. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Director General.
Good afternoon, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, Simphiwe Mngonyama, support staff of the DG.
President, if the members introduce them, their name and their position within Athletics South Africa.
Okay. Honorable, good afternoon, honorable members of Sports, Arts and Culture, Chair, Deputy Chair, members of Parliament, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Mosevetsi James Moloi, the President of Athletics South Africa. I'm again a member of World Athletics Planning Organization in the world, World Athletics Planning. And then I'm working for the City of Johannesburg, managing sports for the City of Johannesburg for a period of 35 years. Can I
Don't be bothered by that sound. It is the plenary for the NCOP, but we may proceed.
Yeah, I've got...
They can introduce themselves from the front. Oh, okay.
We've got plus minus 12 members from the executive, but some of the members put in apologies, but they will introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Shireen Noble. I'm the Vice President of Athletics South Africa.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Hendrik Mukhanyisi, a board member of Athletics South Africa as Athletes Commission Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Terence Malgodela. I'm Acting CEO, Athletics South Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Enoch Kosana, Route Running Chairperson.
Afternoon, honourable members. My name is Jakes Jacobs, Cross Country Chairperson.
Good morning, honourable members. My name is Esther Malema, board member.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Ntatu Kwediso, board member responsible for technical official.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Norma Nonkonyana, additional board member responsible for women empowerment.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Mpawase Shembeni, finance manager from Athletics South Africa. Thank you.
That everyone? Professional staff?
Good morning, good afternoon, members. Afternoon, everyone. Igama lami ngu-Ajabulile Dumisa Mthia, PC for Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Afternoon, members and everyone. My name is Bulela Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, I'm Sabrina Mazansi. I represent PMG. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob More, the researcher for Sport and Recreation.
Chair, my name is G.E. Penny Kovani, the member of MK Party, Sports, Arts and Culture. Aye.
Botani Kamalam Guzolega Kula, Committee Secretary, Sport and Recreation.
Is there any microphone on elsewhere? Just switch it off for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor.
Anyone else? How long will this noise be? 5 minutes. You want us to adjourn for 5 minutes? Okay, let's have a break for 5 minutes then.
We already have problems, Chairman. This one is adding up to our problems.
Which one?
I'm saying the sound is adding up to our problems.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we've been told it's 2 minutes. Until 2 o'clock. Okay, we will start at 2 then. Honorable members, we are going to start now. Before I'm going to deal with the welcoming, I just want to clear something with the President of Athletics South Africa, and that is pertaining to the CEO. Perusing the minutes of the 6th Parliament, there was a resolution taken for Athletics South Africa to submit a certificate from the SIU, a clearance certificate. I just want to check before we're going to start, President, has that been sent?
Sorry, Chair. That time it was the Chair, the Honorable Chair was the other member. She's not here today. Mem
Tulani?
No.
Biola?
Yeah, the Chair, previous
Do
Chair.
you have a copy of that?
I do.
Can I have a look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Press. Yeah. So when did you submit this? 15 April 2024. The 6th Parliament is 2020? 2023, 2024. Do you have something like this? Okay, I just wanted, before we wanted to start, so that, you know, for the committee to be safe from our side. Honorable members, again, let me welcome each and everyone here today on what we as a committee see as a very, very serious issue. When the news broke about the recent deregistration by Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, better known as CIPC, I immediately called this meeting in order for us to examine the circumstances surrounding this whole debacle. I must begin by expressing my deep disappointment and concern regarding the recent developments surrounding Athletics South Africa. You, Mr. President of Athletics South Africa, I regret to say that your leadership has been a disappointment to the sport fraternity. The deregistration of Athletics South Africa, the allegations of mismanagement, and the lack of transparency are all indicative of a deeper systemic problem. Your actions, or rather lack thereof, have brought shame to the sport and undermined the trust of athletes, sponsors, and the public at large. As a result, I must say that your presidency has been a disgrace to the sport fraternity. It is upon us, honorable members, to restore the integrity of Athletics South Africa. This committee expects a thorough explanation from the President of Athletics South Africa, and I would like to warn up front that as a committee, Mr. President, we will not tolerate any attempt to obfuscate or deflect responsibility from your side. The athletes, the public at large, and the community deserves better. As we gathered here today, honorable members, I would like to highlight the importance of Athletics South Africa's role in promoting athletics in South Africa. As the official Athletics Federation of South Africa, this entity is responsible for managing and governing all aspects of sports of athletes in this country. Its deregistration has significant implications for the sport, its athletes, and the country as a whole. The deregistration of ATHA by CIPC is not only a serious matter, it is a clear indication of governance failures and a lack of accountability within the organization. Athletics South Africa's failure to comply with basic statutory obligations, and I want to say basic statutory obligations, such as submitting annual returns, is unacceptable and raises questions about the organization's commitment to transparency and good governance. Honorable members, in the light of these recent developments, I urge the Portfolio Committee to take a closer look at Athletics South Africa's governance structure, its financial management, and overall performance. It is essential that we hold Athletics South Africa accountable for its actions and ensure that the organization is managed in a transparent and accountable manner. With that said, honorable members, I'm going to give over to Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. In the absence, Honorable Gabo of SASCOC, who is not present, who have given an apology. They were also supposed to be here to give their verdict of this particular development. I am now giving over to Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to give us a crisp overview pertaining to the deregistration and, if needs be, the governance and financial issues of this particular entity. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Chief Director will take the committee through our overview. Thanks, Chair. Through you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the DG. Chair, we've got 8 slides. I will again try to not read line by line and present in a manner that it will assist the process.
Sorry, Mr. Sipiwe, is the speaker on?
Yes.
A little bit soft, but proceed.
I'll try to raise my voice, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, just to note that the focus of our overview would cover the financial support provided to Athletics South Africa for the period 2023 to the financial year.
Before you're going to do that,
yes,
we have seen the documents. The one that you are presenting here is 23-24 and 24-25. But the one Athletics South Africa has forwarded to us, it's only 22-23. There is a sound discrepancy in that. And I'm also aware that, President, you have your AGM. We're still awaiting from the Auditor General that one. So maybe Dr. Kumalang must just direct us on how best are we going to go forward with it as it is presented in this fashion.
Chair, can you, thanks, Chair. I think maybe the President should respond because from the invitation we received, it was very clear in terms of which report was being sought. But if there are reasons that are going to be provided for the meeting, maybe let me not preempt the President.
Any response, President?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much. And then we apologize, but we'll maybe try to continue and explain ourselves for this matter. And then I think maybe when we came in 2021. When we came in the new board, we came in 2021. And I've started on 2021 May till date. So that's my period, the period I've started. But nevertheless, yeah, I think maybe we have prepared for everything prior till date. So now we've got the documentations, all the documentations, and all the explanations what happened and how. So today, I just want to thank you for giving us an opportunity just to explain ourselves and maybe to tell the House what happened and how, and then so that we can go further. Maybe the House will understand better, because we didn't want to maybe to you read it from somewhere. Today is an opportunity where we can answer all the questions, and then we got everything in writing in front of us. So I'll just maybe tell the finance chair to give us that information. See, oh, sorry.
You can proceed, CEO, let me hear.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Terence Magogodela, acting CEO of Athletics South Africa, as I've introduced myself before. Firstly, I would like to also thank you for this opportunity so that we can really explain what transpired in this matter of deregistration. So, but I would also like to indicate...
No. I think the concern I raised is the two reports that are being submitted. They doesn't speak to one another. If you can respond to that, why?
No, the reason is that our financial year ends in December 2023. So government one ends in overlap to March 2024. So we are now reporting 2023 because our financial year for 2024, we still have to go to council for approval. Thank you.
Understood, honorable members. Mr. CPO, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just maybe to proceed. So the presentation will cover the period 2023-24 and 24-25, obviously with noting the differences in terms of the financial years between ASA and the department. In the presentation, Chair, you would note that we actually indicating the financial year for the federation, which is not aligned to the departmental one. Without putting the federation under the bus, we did at some point urge federations to try and align with the departmental financial year for ease of reporting and ease of management. But where practically possible, some have, and where there may be unique circumstances within a federation would stay with their own financial year. Apologies for that. Maybe let me try to speak into the mic. The financial support provided chairperson in the period 23-24 was 4.6 million, which covered administration projects and programs. The programs, Chair, mainly focused on capacity building, technical training, as well as technical symposium, coaching symposium, World Athletics Champs, and World Athletics Junior Champs. For the period 24-25, the support was 3 million for administration, projects and programs. Chair, you may note that the funds decreased from the previous financial year. This obviously is in line with the fact that we also had a reduction on the allocation for federations, so we had to make the adjustments across the board. The 3 million, Chair, again was earmarked for similar projects, and just to note, Chair, that in the this period 2024-2025, the department received a special request from Athletics South Africa, as they were experiencing challenges in terms of sending a team to Peru, And as a result, an additional 1.5 million had to be allocated specifically for the World Under-20 Championships that took place in Peru. Chair, just to note that notwithstanding all the compliance documents, there is only one compliance document that is outstanding now, which is the SARS tax compliance certificate, and the rest of the documents, Chair, we do have. The Chair, that's really the summary and the overview of our presentation in terms of Athletics South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Disek. Athletics South Africa, President, who's going to make your presentation.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll ask my chair for the Artists Commission to come this side to come and do the presentation on our behalf, a comprehensive presentation on our behalf. Are we going to start with the Chair? Are we going to start with the registration or must?
Either way.
Okay, can we start with the registration, the explanation of the registration first? And
I would prefer, let's do the governance. Once we have perused your governance issues, we will also perhaps have an understanding on the reasons why the deregistration.
So that we can explain ourselves. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you, President, for giving me an opportunity to present to the honorable members. Firstly, as Athletics South Africa, we just want to share with you the exciting news. A few days ago, in the World Indoors Championships in China, Prudence Sukhodiso made history in winning the 800 meters indoor, and she was crowned as a world champ. Secondly, 2024, it was a very exciting year for Athletics South Africa. Athletes performing nationally and internationally. We have reaped the fruits as a federation. So let me introduce the structure. This is the organigram of Athletics South Africa. I think it's not the first time you see a structure. You've got the president, deputy president, chair of athletes, chair of track and field, chair cross country, chair road running, and board members responsible for women empowerment, technical officials, and development and medical committee. And in addition, on the ASA board, we've got schools, SASA, and universities. The business of Athletics South Africa, the CEO is responsible for the day-to-day administration of the office, development and maintenance of the rules and regulations governing athletics in the Republic of South Africa in accordance with the World Athletics Constitution, awarding of national colors, arrange competition and accommodate all levels of sports, youth juniors, and to regulate sports of athletics. Plan position, number one is governance, management, capacity building, competition and high performance, gender equality and anti-doping and safeguarding. Under governance, ASA has implemented a corporate governance module. This module is motivated by ASA desire to create a harmonious and efficient internal environment and to ensure the proper utilization of organizational assets and other resources. Different committees were created in order to improve compliances, manage possible conflict of interest, and to increase transparency. As part of this strategy, ASA will continue to improve and promote good governance at all levels. Good working relationship with South African SA schools, governing bodies, SASA, and the universities, as said, that they are sitting on our board. Leadership and management. Effective leadership at every level as a core recipe for success in sports organization, and that includes athletics. Provincial and local structures have to be governed properly to provide strategic leadership at local structures. As you are aware that Athletics South Africa consists of 17 provinces, so we're saying strategic leadership at all levels. Capacity building in ASA focuses on empowering the leadership and management of provincial structures through regular training in order to increase efficiencies. Provincial and local structures will be empowered to direct, supervise, encouragement, as the office is always having trainings to take through the general managers in the provinces and the leadership that went to training. Capacity building, coaching is central to the development of athletics at every level. It is coaches who make things happen and who make a real difference at every level, whether in the school, playground, or at major international events. Athletics in South Africa cannot grow unless more coaches are brought into system. ASA has implemented an effective coaching development strategy. So the grant that we get from DSEC is being used to make sure that we develop coaches from grass level to high level. This strategy focuses on providing ASA structures with the World Athletics Coaches Education and Certification System, which is available as a service to ASA. Coaching capacity, again, on technical official, which is very key to our sport. Technical officials, without proper, qualified, and competent officials, the integrity of our competition and competition results would be compromised. In order to improve and produce credible results, ASA has recruited new officials, giving an opportunity to the young ones and young women to be part of a journey and being trained as technical officials on ASA level 1, level 2, level 3, and recently some of them attended the World Athletics Referees Education and Certification System. Competition organization, ASA is committed to making athletics competitions motivating, inspiring, and appealing to athletes. In this regard, ASA is committed. As you've seen previous days, we had the under 16 and under 18, under 20, under 23 championships here in Greenpoint, massive of attendance from that level, from all corners of South Africa. More than 4,000 kids participated in that championships that took place for 3 days. Using athletics competition to provide a simple and a logical athletic development pathway with transparent criteria for progression to the next level. Junior, youth, senior championships will be organized. We also have a plan in terms of transition of junior athletes to senior. There was a challenge that moving from junior to senior, it was difficult for some of the athletes. So the plan is in place to make sure that they get an opportunity to transit. Using Bayanda Walaza, an example, moving from the juniors, competing with the seniors and doing very well. So that plan is working very well. Encouraging recruitment, retention, and performance improvement through competitions, turning competitions in temporary events which are flexible, innovative, and shorter formats with every entry methods, give everyone an opportunity to participate in athletics, increase the entertainment content of competition with the aim of attracting more spectators as we sell our athletics. High performance, the goal of this program is to support, encourage, develop, and optimize the talent of each athlete towards achieving the goals of ASA in terms of winning medals. We appreciate what SASCOC has done for our athletes, the program that they are using, OPEX, where our elite athletes have benefited themselves to prepare for the Paris Olympics, and the juniors that were assisted under the program of support from the DSEC, those who went to the Commonwealth Games. We really appreciate the contribution from SASCOC and DSEC for our athletes to achieve on the high level. The program will include the hosting of series of national competitions and training camps related to athletics discipline. Also to SASCOC, for us to bring silver medal in the 4x1, SASCOC came on board and funded our training camps for the relays, the 4x1 and the 4x4, and a mixed relay. Before Paris, the athletes performed very well in the world relays that took place in Bahamas, where we got silver and also qualified for the Olympics. Gender equality to ensure effectiveness and successful implementation of national program. The Provincial Association and ATHA are required to develop annual plans for the achievement of the objectives and goals of this plan. ASA hosted the Women Empowerment webinar last year, and also in the Women's Month celebration, 31st August, where women were very excited, where speakers were invited from different spheres of life to come and share with them with women leadership. In capacity building, we look at the demographics. We say in the coaches, black we've got 34, white 73, colored 27. In a gender form breakup, female-wise we've got 35, female black 4, male white 38, male black we've got 30 under coaches. Technical demographics, black is 28, white is 7, colored 18, female white 4, female black 12, male white 3, male black 16. Under development program, ASA development program is progressing and has produced good results at the junior and youth level, the reason being good working relationship between the schools and the universities, as we have said, that they are part of us. Their competition is sanctioned by us, where we say school sports is a grassroots, universities it's a product that's supplied to the elite level that represents South Africa at the World and the Olympics, not forgetting that universities also participate in the World University Games. This year they will be going to Germany. ASA hosted the Sub-Youth National Championship in partnership with Well Athletics. Well Athletics has introduced what is called Kids Athletics Program that took place in the Bloemfontein last year. The program starts from age 8 to 14, so it's a must that as a country we must have this program yearly, somewhere in May. So Kids Athletics will also assist in our development. ASA produced the following medals at the junior and the sub-youth during the 2024 World Athletics in Peru, as outlined by DSEC, that we had challenges, but they came on board, so they were rewarded with 3 golds and 2 silver and 2 bronze medalists. Overall challenges that we are having as a federation, it's medical and recovery cost for the injuries of the athletes representing the country during their individual performance. The athletes, they feel that it's very expensive. So it's a challenge as us as a federation where we can get more funding that athletes must be taken care of in terms of recovery. The training costs, it is expensive for athletes when they are using facilities. Let's take an example of Pildi Stadium in Tshwane, and athletes need to pay for use of a field on a daily basis to train. Yearly, it costs them a lot for them to pay for facilities. Sports science, we got shortage of sports science to assist our teams in preparations. Equipment as well as training facilities, as I said, that hiring of stadiums is very expensive. And so far in South Africa, only 7 stadiums are accredited by World Athletics. So other stadiums, their times cannot be recognized. Even if you run a world record, they cannot be recognized. So it's a challenge to us as a country because the stadiums are owned by the municipalities. So some of the areas, they don't have stadium for them to qualify. So they have to move to the stadiums that are accredited to make the team for the World Champs this year in Tokyo. Normal living costs, as these athletes need to be trained as full. We're saying we call upon corporate and anyone who can invest in the athletes who are taking athletics as their work, who train in the morning, sleep and train in the afternoon, people who can fund them so that they can bring glory in the country. So it's one of the challenges that we are facing as a country. The progress so far, the participation has increased for teams to participate internationally on the senior levels, on the junior level, and also increase of women empowerment, women participation on an international level, domination of athletics by road running. If you have seen that Glen Rose Kaba, last year she ran the SA record that has been standing for long in the tour in the marathon. Increase in ASA capacity requirements by provincial structures. Train more on the structures on the provincial to make sure it becomes easier on the national. Our 2028 Olympic plan, performance status, so we're saying 2024 performance building for Paris and the juniors in Peru. We are going to use that plan so that we can achieve in Tokyo. Looking at in the 2024 World Relays, we came back with the silver. Olympics qualified there. 2024 CAA Africa, Team South Africa was #1. We scooped a lot of medals, so we are #1 in Africa in terms of athletics. 2024 Olympic Games, silver medal in the relay and javelin women silver. After so long that we were going to the Olympics, coming with nothing, being attacked by citizens and by government that we funding you, but athletes are not bringing glory to the country. So 2024, we changed that scenario. 2024, World Under 20, as I said, 3 golds, 2 silver, 2 bronze, and we ranked #6 in the world in terms of medal. Performance status report, the challenges, as I said, support and the elite. We propose the solution. We need to identify athletes and have them in a camp, training, funded for them to achieve on high performance. And a way forward for 2025 this year, we have already announced our squad for the relays, for them to prepare for the world relays that will take place in China in May, and also prepare for Tokyo, the World Champs. The only thing that we're sitting with as a challenge is funding. Because last year at this time, we had already 3 training camps for the relays. So that's why we brought silver. So we're making a request for funding that the relay teams must go for training camp. Key competitions have already been identified. There's a competition in Botswana on the 12th. Our relay team has been invited to compete with the international teams to make sure that they maintain the position of qualifying for Tokyo. Organized team building activities and training camp, as I said, is in progress, but we need funding. Ensure regular participation, that the athletes participate in our Grand Prix that are organized. That's our roadmap. July 2024, identify key competitions as done. Most of the athletes, they will be in Europe competing in Diamonds Leagues. They will be camping in Italy. There's a training camp in Italy. but athletes, they pay for themselves. So we'll request that if there's money from DSEC, we can hold our team that will prepare for Tokyo there. August 2024, athletes are identified. Ensure regular participation, and we'll have the World Relays in May, as I said. We are focusing for the World Champs September 2025 in Tokyo. We hope to take a big team that will bring glory. And also in our road plan, we're also partnering it with the strategy of the ministerial office or the 350 for the LA. So we are in that plan of the minister's ideas. I've also done that. Recommendation is essential to focus on the following areas to increase our chance of success. Strategic plan, as I said, 350 ministerial project. Coaching and athlete support, if you can have more coaches on women, as we are still having a challenge, but we have some. We need to have more pool. Athlete support, competition exposure, take more juniors to overseas and compete, collaboration with stakeholders, continuous evaluation and improvement. And information regarding the financial statement. I thank you, Chair.
Are you not going further?
I'm not good in numbers.
Oh.
CFO, she's good in numbers.
You're lucky.
Thank you, honorable members. I'll be presenting the 2023 audited financial statement. This is our financial statement for 2023. This is the director's report that explains the nature of our business. We're an NPC, Athletics South Africa, and with all the pages of financial statements, I'll be concentrating only on the comprehensive income, of which has got the income as well as the expenses for 2023. In 2023, we have made a revenue of 38,727,667, of which the operating expenses, it adds up to 38,909,059. That led us to have a profit of 179,716. That is a comprehensive income statement. But now, I'll be reading the detailed income statement. With the detailed, okay. With the detailed income statement, the revenue part, we've got the broadcasting rights, of which that is where we received an income from, and we also received the grants from DSEC, as well as the membership income, and we also received money from Lotto, as well as the sponsorship income. I'll start with the broadcasting rights. We received an amount of 11,920,000, of which it was from our broadcasting rights. The 10 million that you see there, it was the 6 million that was received, that was supposed to have been received in 2022, but it was received in 2023, together with the 4 million that was represented here. And here are the operating expenses together with the administration expenses, with the event expenses, sorry, that occurred in 2023. So the total of all the expenses, as I said, it adds up to that 38,909,059 that occurred in 2023, and then it led us to a profit of 179,716. Thank you.
Done. Yeah, proceed, President, with the deregistration.
Like I said in the first place, we really apologize for what happened. But like I said, we will explain ourselves what happened there. Like I told you that we just came in 2021, 2022. I'm just very brand new. But we'll explain ourselves. But he will take over our CEO. They will help each other with the CFO.
CEO, just switch on the mic.
Thank you once more, President, Chairperson, and honorable members. Let me just proceed on this one. We received a letter from the committee, wanted to know the status of our registration has been published through social networks. We then came and say, after we received your letter, we say, we'll come here and explain, and we then said that this matter should be clarified so that everybody can have confidence in Athletics South Africa. I also want to indicate that we are running a very, very professional federation, though with other challenges. But for the purpose of this, I would like to say that we have ceded all the matters relating to CIPC to our auditors. And then every financial year, they are the ones who then submit all these matters on our behalf. In your letter, Chairperson, you wanted to know the following matters relating to this. What led to the deregistration? What does it mean for the federation? How deregistration affects athletes? And how ATHA intends to remedy the situation. Chairperson, around 2021, when the new bed came, starting to commence with its fiduciary duties, I can confirm that all was well. All was going well with regard to compliances and all the regulations. The auditors handed over the new part to the new auditors that we've appointed. When the new auditors came in, obviously 2021 was submitted by the previous auditors. 2022 was supposed to be presented by the second auditors who had just taken over from the previous ones. So the new auditors, when they were busy with their work, they found out that there were tax or income tax numbers lying in different places with regard to linkages with Athletics South Africa. We then say to ourselves that what needs to be done, how do we solve the problems, and where was the problem started. We also find out that when we do our investigations, there are other members as well who were part of this tax linkages. We then took it upon ourselves with my finance manager there. We visited SARS to go and find out what was really the problem, because we're also struggling, obviously, to get full information with regard to our e-filing and all those. We visited SARS around October last year. Then SARS correctly indicated that there are various taxes that are linked to Athletics SA, and then all those income tax or taxes are also part of our CIPC records. That needs to be sorted out or resolved. They then referred us to go to CIPC to solve that problem, because what we wanted to do first with SARS was to link our company with one income tax number, which means all those others that are really existing should then be set aside or deregistered. Then that exercise was done. We visited CIPC. CIPC correctly indicated or showed to us that there are various tax numbers linked to Athletics South Africa. Then they need to be deregistered. Whilst we are doing that, collating all the necessary documentations to facilitate that process, the deregistration also was coming into place. And then I can say that without trying to mislead, to say there was only this tax issue or income tax matter that was the problem. Obviously, with these 2 years, that is 2022 and 2023, because of the challenges of this income tax, which was identified as well by the auditors, it was really, really giving us a lot of challenges to really, really do to submit our reconciliation or to submit our income tax matters to CIPC. That was the main challenge. But that it may be, we worked so much hard during that period. We got all the information that we requested, and then we speedily resolved the matter of bringing SA back to its compliance, meaning that we managed to get our CPIC records as I was registered once more. But obviously, when we still engage with the experts with regards to this matter, because we have to engage our tax experts, we still have to solve this issue of tax, because we have to go back now to SARS to say, SARS, this is what we have resolved. This income tax number, how do we link? And then we remove all those that are at SARS, and then so that we can have one income tax number of Athletics South Africa. I can confirm before the committee that that process is on. We have received our CIPC records last week on the 21st, and then our next step now is to visit our South African Revenue Services so that this matter can be closed for all. This is a matter of whether we are compliant with SARS or not. We are very, very much compliant with SARS, as our previous auditors are still really, really assisting us with regard to this matter. That is a summary on the matter of deregistration and what are we doing. What does it mean for the Federation? As I've indicated, during the process of us trying to reactivate the company, it was business as usual. We didn't want to create any panic to members or our athletes. And then the matter was speedily recovered or resolved. How deregistration will affect the athletes? There was no athletes there was not any negative or challenges to the athletes for the period that we were busy solving this matter. Athletes were performing all over the countries, in all our provinces. Our athletes, as Mr. Mokhangite has indicated, they went to China. They performed very, very well. That is 2 weeks back. Our schools' programs went very well, which happened 2 weeks back. Just last week here in Cape Town, we also had our junior championships that really went very well. There was no interruption. There was no interruption at all. That's what I can really, really emphasize. Everything ran smoothly. how ASA intends to remedy the situation. The situation has been already rectified. ASA has been restored. We are restored with CIPC, and then we are still engaging with our auditors to really resolve this matter of these tax issues. That is really like giving us a cloud. And I can indicate that this matter of SARS, it doesn't even come here now when maybe this new board came in. It's a very long history that related to this, that also we are very much trying to resolve. I can now indicate and in closing to say that we are very much hopeful and will then inform our members together with our auditors that this matter is being resolved, and then our aim is to resolve it as speedily as possible, because we've got experts, our auditors, who are really assisting us so that this matter can really be resolved. I thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Before I'm going to give opportunity to members, you explain what happened. As the CEO, what is your understanding on the process dealing with CPIC?
Thank you, Chairperson. The process dealing with CIPC, on my side, is that immediately when we have submitted the income or the financial statements, as Athletics South Africa, we ceded that responsibility to the auditors. The auditors will then carry out that responsibility on our behalf, submit to the CIPC, and fulfill all the financial obligations with regard to how much you must pay, how much you mustn't pay, so that the company can be running or be in business. That's how I understand.
Okay, the second one for members is going to get an opportunity. The letter that you gave us now of clearance by the ISIU, as those monies been paid back, is it been paid back partially, or is it been paid back in full?
Thank you, Chair. The money was paid back in full.
Now, I put it to you that, in fact, that was public funds. Do you acknowledge that?
I do.
Have you shown any remorse for that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I've shown full remorse into that. That's why when we were busy engaging with SIU, I didn't want to be part of any going to courts or any trying to say, I want to fight this. I thought I could do that, but I thought, let me be remorseful and find it in me to say that, let me do the right thing. Because I know the position in which I was, and I know as a person that was community development funds. So I thought, I don't want to be involved in this matter. I want to close this matter. All the investigations were done. We engaged with SIU. I've given whatever that they want. That on my part showed that even in my involvement, I became remorseful, and I'll also indicate that SIU understood my position when I do the presentation to them. I thank you.
Okay, have you ever considered made a public apology?
I haven't really considered the honorable members, because I still believe that this matter is prejudiced. And then when I read along the lines of this matter, I feel that for me to come and apologize and say a lot of things without maybe knowing what the people who are involved in this, what is the status quo of whatever. But my position is that, yes, when time goes on, SIU have got reports, they've got everything, but when time goes on, I will then issue my statement, because I know my position.
Thank you
very
for that. And currently, as the CEO, do you receive any remuneration from Athletics South Africa? Honorariums?
well. I've started acting in 2020, around May, June. So far, there's no honorarium that I receive. So we are still going to engage with my board members to say how do we, they say thank you for the service so far, but I think that discussion is still going to take place.
I see there's honorariums, quite a huge amount. President, maybe to you, do you receive any honorariums? Yes or no?
Yeah, the honorariums is not meant for, it's meant for the all board members that are there, because board members are the volunteers.
You receive nothing from Athletics South Africa?
No, honorarium, we receive honorarium per annum.
Any monthly payments?
Per annum, which is, and then from there we receive what we call the travel, if you travel.
No, I mean, don't you receive any monthly payments, a stipend every month?
For the for traveling.
From
for
Athletics?
traveling,
No,
yes.
no, a stipend, not for travel.
No, not for other stuff. Yeah. Allowance.
Yes.
Allowance for the traveling for attending the meetings. Yes.
I actually mean or refer to any money. Yeah, I'm going to give honorable members an opportunity now for interrogation, but doing it your style. You're an attorney. And I want to reiterate to members of Athletics South Africa, this is Parliament. And whatever has been said here can be held against you. So we would like to appeal to representatives of Athletics South Africa to be honest in their responses, to be frank. If we want to heal Athletics South Africa, because I have asked whether there's any understanding on the processes, because I mean, you will hear from the interrogation from members. Any entity, with particular reference of this nature, will and are not be easily in this fashion be deregistered. Honorable Tekwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
Chair, the issue of deregistration of a company by CIPC, it doesn't happen overnight. It is a process. They remind you and send you all these reminders. Up till you are deregistered, it must have taken even more than 3 months or 5 months or 6 months. Okay, so you were deregistered, ultimately. And that is what is called dereliction of fiduciary duties. As you say, that this matter did not start, even these issues of taxes did not start now. It's things that were there for many years. And you speak in parables, or rather, you are not clear. You say others. Who are others? Because you should have, as a board, you should have also investigated that part. Who are these others? You can't just have text numbers and you don't know who are the people who are coming up with these text numbers. Who are they linked to? So we need that information. And why did you take so long to act upon this matter? As I say, that the issue of deregistration takes a very long time with a number of emails that will come from SARS. Department, how did you fund Athletic SA 22, 23, when there were these issues I'm sure the issue of tax certificate was one of the issues that you couldn't, as you correctly stated that even now you don't, but you received funds. How was that done? Mr. Makokote, the settlement with SIU, it's an admission of guilt. And it's a very serious issue where one admits, indirectly admits by settling the amounts. It means you have committed something, that is wrong. And for somebody who is the accounting officer of an organization like Athletic SA that receives funds, public funds, you should have recused yourself from that position. The board should have recused you from that position because you are not trustworthy. That's what it's saying. How can you be allowed to handle the finances of the organization when you are involved in a matter that has found you guilty and thus you have entered into this settlement with SIU? Don't you think it does also brings in the perception of corruption within the entire institution? It brings the organization into disrepute. How do you gain confidence from sponsors? How would you get sponsorship from corporate sector and others when they know that the acting CEO is in a process of settling SIU? Also, in my previous utterances, or rather statements that I've made or questions that I've raised previously, I raised the issue of, I had a meeting with you on the issue of an athlete called Dept. Dept was suspended in a manner that is very mysterious. And we agreed that it was wrongfully done. Thus, we entered into an agreement that you are going to assist him to get back into Athlete SA, because each time he ran, you allowed him to run. And only at the finishing line when he wins, then he gets reminded that he's suspended, and therefore the monies that were due to him were withheld. Another admission of guilt, you have paid Mr. Mtsweni certain monies with outstanding of 10,000 rands that has not been paid in full, which is an admission of guilt, because once you start paying somebody, secretly so, because you never came back to me to say, I am now prepared to pay Mr. Mtsweni. You are doing it secretly so. What is the situation there? Why are you paying Mr. Mtsweni if indeed Mr. Mtsweni was suspended? What have you done to deal with the issues of him being suspended incorrectly? What does the board know about the issue of Dept? The last one, Mbombela, the Mpumalanga Athletic SA. This is the actual Athletic SA that suspended Mr. Mtsweni. And as we speak, that Athletic SA, because he was very vocal on issues of corruption and all these things, it has board members, 3 of board members with their wives on the board. I've raised this issue, even with Saskok. What have you done? Do you know about it, President? What do you do in terms of compliance with your members? Because maybe these are the members that have created tax numbers for you. Because you are sleeping at the job. You are sleeping on your job. According to fiduciary duties, you are liable severally and jointly. please talk to the issue of how do you hold your members accountable for non-compliance, for corruption that is happening, because you can't have 3 people in the board with their wives. Who are they talking to? Who are they arguing to? Who are they debating issues with? Because it's husband and wife who go home and say, no, we are going to take this decision, and it goes. That is why they haven't even responded to our letters, because they are law unto themselves. I will want to end there. Oh, no, let me just, because I'm going to leave Chairperson maybe before even this section ends. In terms of the finances, you have items in your financials that show that accommodation and meals, it's 871 in 2023, when in 2022 it was 300, so it has doubled. What are those meals and accommodations for? Computer expenses. Computer expenses, you have, if I'm seeing correctly, previously it was 585,000 in 2022, and then in 2023 it is 500. So every year you've got computer expenses. Are you buying computers every year, or are you repairing them every year? And why is the budget almost the same? Or is it a preempted budget for that? Employee costs, it was 3.5 million in 2022. 2023, it's 4.5 million. How many employees? Can you give us a breakdown of how many employees and who are the high earners? Because you just said that you are not getting an honorary, but annually. You are not getting any salary. You are not getting any, you're only getting allowance. How much is that allowance? Is it for all of you? If it is traveling allowance, you can't be all traveling every month. Or it's only you. Okay, you'll clarify that if you can give us the breakdown on that. And then you say event expenses. It was 18 million, and then 22 in 23, 22 million. I don't know whether it is, because here it says event expenses. It doesn't say events. This seems like, it seems like it's a single event. Please clarify that. And then the legal fees. The legal fees were 4.2. Is it legal fees? Yes, 4.2. Is it 4.2 million? And then 2023, 500,000. What are these legal fees for? Postage. We are talking fourth industrial revolution. What is it that you are posting that costs you 103,000 rands? Printing and stationery, it was 1.8, now it is 3.9. It has tripled or doubled. Repairs and maintenance.
Thank you, Honorable.
Tripled also. So please give us the breakdown.
Thanks,
Chair.
Honorable.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. I will start first with the SIU matter. The issue of admission of guilty. When we entered into this agreement, the first time when this matter came into place, we had a first agreement where I indicated clearly to say that I am not accepting any guilt on this part. And it was clearly also written in that. But in that agreement, they then indicated that if there's any other thing that will then relate you to this matter, we will come to you so that you account. That's why, according to SIU, it was easy for me to agree, to give an agreement to say, in the meantime, we can have this settlement, but if there's anything, we'll come to you. That was clearly written in the main agreement that I had with SIU. Then we indicated the terms of payment, how this thing is gonna be done, and all those. Then that's why I'm sitting here now to say that the agreement is there, and then I've signed and SIU by then signed. The matter of myself recusing myself to the position. Yes, that's correct. As a CEO, you are the face of the organization. Sponsorship comes to you. You talk to a lot of people with regard to the organization, sustainability, and all those matters relating to the running of the organization. I've been acting now for 5 years, or more than that, and I can confirm before this House that if the board says you must be recused in the meantime, and then or you go back to whatever position which is not related to the running of the organization, or you become not a face of the organization. Until this matter is settled out, I do not really have a problem with that. It's a matter of image of the organization. It's not really about me. That one, I can guarantee you, I won't even fight that recommendation. Putting the organization into disrepute, yes, it's a normal say in organization that when a person is faced with issues that relate to issues of corruption and all those, and the media on the other side, they're going to have their own opinion. They then give this item of disrepute as well. And once more, if this matter, it affects the sponsorship intake of the organization, I will never really come and hold the organization, because it's not really about me. And then I can also say that even when this matter was raised, there are issues of sponsorship that really came through me, where I've indicated to say there's this matter. But because I've indicated to the people I was talking to, they had confidence in me that we then got some of the monies that the company is getting through sponsorship and that other kinds of money. But it's not really in me that I can hold the organization into ransom because of myself. The matter of Tademsheni, yes, it's correct, honorable member. We met. We discussed the matter of him not being paid all his money because of, as you say, unlawful suspension and all those. We had a really good discussion. When we paid this money, it was not really being paid on the background, no. We had an engagement with Babam Chweni. Money was paid. What really happened is that Babam Chweni never disclosed that there's this other money from Mpumalanga that he wanted also that he performed. The issues that myself and him were discussing about the entity, which was sponsoring the APSA series. That was my focus. That money was paid. There was no underhand on it. There was contract based on that money that has been paid. And I'm willing now to go and engage further to find out what really happened with this other money from my point of view, because we are for athletes. I'll go back and find out what really happened with that money of Mpumalanga with regard to the outstanding fees that is owed to him. But we have to remember that in that instance, it's all the events that happened on the side of Mpumalanga. The race directors there took charge of those races. I was only in charge of the races that were listed in our calendar as Athletics South Africa. That's why we came and paid and pay the outstanding fees from those ABSA races. The other ones, then, if maybe that is okay, I will stop there, Honourable Member. Then I'll have to ask my finance manager to.
Can I respond to this one of the
Yes, you may, please.
the wives? Because from my side, we know that we've got provinces, but unfortunately, I'm talking from my side because, like I said, I just came in now, but I didn't know that we've got wives and whatever case might be in the board. Because from our side, as a board members, we don't have wives and whatever. I still remember I discouraged that one long ago to say it's not healthy. Let me be honest. Because now, if something goes wrong in the board, you are going to fight. And said you can't do that to my wife. You understand? Exactly what he's saying. So in Mpumalanga, it was a total different language because it's a province. We didn't know how did they elect it themselves and all that. But it's a matter that we can maybe try by only just to investigate and find out how can we resolve this matter. And then we have to maybe try by all means just maybe when we amend our constitution, we have to maybe put that matter down to say, going forward, this is a situation that we have to amend, because I, for one, I don't promote it. So we'll maybe try by all means just to put in our constitution so that we can be covered going forward.
Members, going forward, can we ask 2 questions each, very crisp? So in order for us to give everyone an opportunity, I would not love to have another result of what is happening on the WhatsApp group pertaining to the earlier meeting. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the presenters for their presentation made to us. Chair, I've got few questions that I would...
Only 2, Honorable Nkosi. You're going to give it another chance. I want everyone to have an opportunity.
Okay.
I don't want the news to go out wrong again.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. I will take some and then others will take after. Chair, on the presentation made, I just want to check on the key questions on financial matters. I just want to check the allocation distributed between administrative cost versus program implementation. The other question that I have, I just want to check the metrics that Disciplinary use to evaluate the return on investment for funds provided to Athletics South Africa. The last question is, how has Athletics South Africa adjusted its operation due to accommodate the reduction in base funding? Thank you very much. I'll come
Thank you.
back, Chair.
Quick response to that.
Thank you, honorable members. I will start with the question based basically on the expenses that have incurred so much. I will start with what happened in 2022 versus 2023. Why do we have so higher costs in terms of accommodation? As well, if I may put it like this to answer that, in 2022, actually when the new board came in, it was discussed that there should be awards for the athletes. Now, everything that has to do with the administration, it is what we put on the financial statement so that it could be open to the council, where they can see how much we have spent. So in 2022, we didn't have that. Mostly, when we invite the athletes, we're supposed to cater for them. We cater for the accommodation for them. We cater for the flight for them. Those who are locals, they can claim even for the traveling expense to come to the awards. So that is one of the reasons why we've got basically accommodation, it went higher. If you can see, when we look at the 2023, you'll see it's higher than in 2022. 2022 we didn't have. We were supposed to have the awards in December, but it was postponed to the first week of January. So all the costs that are supposed to have been incurred then, it was incurred in 2023. That's why you can see we've got more accommodation because we have to cater for that. We've got athletes all over South Africa. We've got athletes from Cape Town, we've got athletes in Durban, we've got athletes. So all of these athletes, we have to transport them to come to Joburg. Because for us, if it's in Joburg, at least it's not a center, but almost the athletes can all be able to make it. Some of the athletes, they can even request their parents for those who are younger. So we have to compromise in such. That's why you can see mostly that's what happened. I will go again with the event expenses. As I said, on the audited financial statement, what we put is basically the administration expenses. With the event expenses, due to COVID, the other events that, actually, there were most events that were not happening at that time. So, 2 events that were supposed to have been done in 2022, it was done in 2023. The World Cross Country, as well as for the road running, it was done in 2023. So, and there was another event again for trail running. For the first time, athletics, they catered for that as well. So there were 3 international events that incurred, that was supposed to have been done in 2022, but then it incurred in 2023. That is why it went so high. The printing and stationery. Okay, we've got the licenses that we give, that we actually print for the provinces. As the federation, we print for the provinces they sell to the club they sell to the athletes. Now, when we incur these expenses, I can take you back to the income part. You will see on the income part, on the membership income, it slightly went high. It was 5 million, but now it went to 7 million. Meaning that we have printed more of the licenses. So basically that is a printing cost. And after we print the licenses, we must courier these licenses to the provinces. With the first batch order that we do, we actually give the provinces, like we pay for them for the postage fee, that is the courier fee, that we actually pay. And then after the first one, then they can pay the rest. But the more they order, the more we incur costs on the printing, and the more we incur costs as well as on the courier fees. That's basically that. Yeah. If the CEO can assist me on the legal fees.
I can see the proposal.
What was it for?
No, thank you, Honorable Members. Thank you, Mpwase. Legal fees on our case is divided into 2. In 2022, there was this case of our former athlete, which was assisted by Dept Caster. So those are the fees that we paid for.
Sorry, you refer to Caster? Which case?
The case of Court of Arbitration of Sport. Yeah, so Court of Arbitration of Sport, those fees were allocated with regard to that because DSEC allocated those funds on our behalf. The other part of legal, which is not special, is our normal legal fees that when we're paying for legal challenges that we face along when we are running organizations. Those are the 2 that we can talk about now. Thank you. Okay. The computer, what happened is that last year, January and March, we have to do the whole restructuring of the computer systems from our server and all those, because our what do you call this? Our assets, I can tell you that the wear and tear is there. We bought these machines around 2010. And since then, we have never replaced them. What we do now is that we buy there and all those. But we also did what we call a review to say that which system is better for the organization. We then have to come and again get companies to come and do the whole cycle of restoring new systems. That is what happened with the computer systems.
With all due respect, Chairperson, I'm gonna leave now. It doesn't make sense. You bought the computers in 2010. You've got an expense in 2022. That is almost equivalent to the expense in 2023. What were those expenses for? Because it says that they were reviewing this whole system in 2023, but it says last year. Last year it was 2024, so it doesn't tally. I'm not accepting that explanation, Chairperson. Thanks.
What is your response? My response is that I'm not talking about 2024. Last year it was 2024. We are now in 2025. So 2023, when I talk about 2010, I'm just saying that our assets with regard to computer equipment are really in a wear and tear position. So we got the expert to come and tell us what is it that we're going to do. They did that evaluation. All those machines that were not working by then in 2022, we replaced them. And again, on this matter, we do have a retainer fee that is paid to a person who does our monthly, what do you call this, monthly computer repairs and all those. So again, we had new staff that we bought computers well who came into the system as well. That's why maybe then it can be high a little bit. Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi. No, I'm going down with the line. Okay, so.
Nkosi, it's finished, so it's mine now. Okay.
Oh, yeah, give me an opportunity again.
It was honorable that already.
You forgot it.
Sorry, honorable. Apologies.
All right.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to welcome the report. I just want to ask on the high performance in your area. How does ASA intended to overcome resources constraints, e.g. funding shortages that impact athlete preparations? That is the first question. What role will partnership will have high performance centers play in achieving Olympic success? At the same time, I want to ask about the financial sustainability. Given the operating losses reported in 2023, what steps are being taken to improve financial stability? And again, are there any new sponsorship agreement or fundraising campaigns planned for 2025 onwards? And then on gender equity, how will ASA monitor progress towards increasing women participation in athletics? We are women. We don't want to. We don't want a woman to be far from you. Are there specific programs aimed at encouraging women's involvement as coaches or technical officials? Those are my 3 questions. The last one, do you have the records of good practices pertaining to the management and maintenance of facilities in the country. Those are the questions I'm having to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Response?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions. Let me start with high performance. High performance is very key to the athletes. It will assist and contribute to the high performance in terms of at the World Champs, at the Olympics, like other countries that they are performing regularly, achieving their goals that will bring glory to the country. And in terms of good practices, in terms of facilities, as I presented, that the facilities that are created are only 7 in South Africa. So it's still a challenge that we are facing, but we urge the municipalities, because the municipalities own the facilities, to renew the certificate via our office so they can be assisted with well athletics, so that we can have more facilities that can accommodate everyone, even far from the CBDs, to participate in a tartan track to plan ahead for the 2028 project of the Minister of 350. And in terms of women monitoring, I'll allow the coordinator for women program to respond to that.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you for the question. I'm just going to answer in terms of the women empowerment. The question was that how do we monitor the increase? So in terms of our constitution, we need to have committees that are in place. So the provinces, they've got their committees whereby at a national level, then we need them to be reporting back in terms of what activities are currently taking place at their provincial level. We also look at reporting at every council meeting, where we look at the statistics of what is the representation in terms of the leadership within the provinces, as well as the participation in terms of the events, and then the teams, the compilation of the teams from the provinces. There are plans in terms of the coaching at a provincial level, where coaching courses are focused at women as well as the technical officials. So at the beginning of the year, we've got a coaching symposium. By the time we come back from the Tokyo World Championships, there will be a symposium because of the new rules. So there has to be an introduction then of the new technical officials that must be brought in, whilst we're phasing out, even when one looks at the aging, people that is currently there. So we look at the technical officials, we look at the coaches and the administrations. We encourage women in terms of being involved in the leadership positions. The constitutions of each province is being scrutinized in that, does it align with the ASA constitution, whereby there is a request or it is indicated that there has to be a number of women. There are various plans of programs that we're looking at to empower women, to encourage women. We invite and we also follow what World Athletics is currently doing on various events that is there to look at empowering our men within the organization.
Thank you.
I will speak on terms of technical officials. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of technical officials, we've got a 2-year cycle on a bronze level. The bronze level is what they write internationally. So all those technical officials that they were active for 4 years, that are having level 2, now they will go to the next level, which is bronze. So we do that in 2-year cycle. In terms of developing the provinces, in each and every year, there is a level 1, which is there is no examination. So each and every provinces are encouraged to do level 1s. But when it comes to level 2, there is an examinations. So each provinces, they must request on their, when they have time or they have money, because it includes resources and money. And in terms of symposiums, once a year we have symposiums with the help of our national district offices. They always sponsor us to do the symposiums. So in those symposiums, That is where we are discussing the rules. And we phase out the new rules, the old rules for the new rules. Because in each and every third year, there's a new rule book. In that new rule book, we need to look at our domestic rule if they are still in line. So that's how we develop the provinces and the TOs. And if you are looking at the TOs, the majority are women. Mama, are you listening? Women are there in technical official. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to piggyback on that issue that Honorable Makata has raised. DG,
Chair, I'm
there's
sorry.
an...
I just want to check. Why are you saying, Mama, are you listening? If she's not listening. No, I was listening. So I want to interrupt. Please respect us. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
DG, I want to piggyback on this issue of symposiums and technical. There's an amount allocated to Athletics South Africa for this. So I don't know whether there's cross-pollination or additional monies now, what has been allocated for that. And that money is specifically allocated for the use of that programs. So it has been mentioned, this is the same issue now of the advocacy program, where we to date, receive some of the proof of those programs without the tenants list. But in this particular case, when it comes to symposiums and as well as the technical staff, the training, the money that has been allocated, we would like to see, DG, the proof of these symposiums. When it's been held, where it's been held, who has been trained? Because people are kite flying with these monies and not utilizing these monies for the purpose intended. So it is important for us to get what Honorable Makata has now raised, to get this information as the portfolio committee. But be as it may, we will at the end of this meeting submit the necessary wish list that we would like to have. Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair. Does African Athletics South Africa use indicators and target? Can ASA give details information with the members? What were the set indicators and target for the 23 and financial year? What plans does ASA have in place to address the promotion and development of athletics in the rural area? Which of the ASA strategic plan goals programs 21-24 are signed with the National Development Plans NDP, Sustainable Development Goals SDG, or 2063 African Union Agenda, and how do they are linked? Does ASA have a national plan with targets that is known by any provincial members federation? Can ASA display this on the screen? Can you ask Honorable President?
Thank you. The question is directed to the President.
Yes. Before you answer, I'm fed up of this any federation myself. That is why last I say it's millions of cases that is destroying our South African sports. We just, any meeting that we are sitting here, everything is not IA. Miakula rini, miatitwa rini, miriti leadership, ta Community Sports Federation ta South Africa. Because every time, I say black people, our things were not holding any stronger. Same like 1994 up to today. things is not moving. It's not moving. I don't want to polish you guys. I don't want to polish you. Anything that we are doing here is to push our tummies, makuria hina, to not focus akavan ba South Africa. We are not focusing in what we are saying, I'm available. Because you have been voted. You say, I'm available. You are not available to eat. You are available to deliver in communities. But we are here, everything is wrong. That's why we are here, because it's wrong. I understand you balance. Gender is okay now. I see mamas, I see everybody is okay. But to run these things, you are not doing well, guys. You are not doing well. You are not doing well. Can you be proud as a South African citizen that you can lead this country of men of a strong? Last one was having a case for rape. You take time to take him out, I think from the Free State. You take time to take him out because you are a friend, you are a family in the organization. That's why once you are a family, everything's not I. We respect our mothers here. We respect them. But a leader, you can abuse a woman from the federation, and you leave him continue the whole year. He don't do nothing of that person. Means the federation is corrupt. President and CFO. Ni vulavula na mina because swilo swa switwali ho tela ku rilana la ho tela ku bambetelana la a swi fambi swilo swa tiko va ka hina. Swilo swa tiko is not moving. I think mi swi twa kahle ku swa tiko mi vulavula yini. Ni vulavula ku ri everything's not doing well. We have a history way back in the villages, schools. We used to have a lot of the best runner, but you are not going there to the villages and find the right runners for athletics. In my village, I have a 3 stronger, but because of this federation, you are not going and check and search, research. The talent just finished from the dustbin for our South African citizens. You are not children. That is the mothers, you are the fathers. Leadership starts from home. If you want to be leadership, you start from home. Once you know, my children, my family, they sleep off a plate. What about the athletic cannot sleep off the plate? Once you're a leadership, you must show yourself at home. Means you want to tell me you're a failure from your home, your children, they are not good, everything is not good. Because once you lead the organization wrongly, at home is everything's wrongly, it's not I. Leadership, you must have a passion for what you do. I know, President, 20,000, I know it's not much per month, but for sake of the country, it's much. Volunteering, you cannot volunteer 5 years. You'll steal, that's why. You'll steal money because of volunteering. Let's kick these things of volunteering. I don't want to hear anyone say, the volunteers. Volunteering 5 years, that's why the money cannot be balanced. Because you volunteer, you can even take money and volunteer in the pocket because you are hungry. You can see it. There's a son, you can see.
Thanks, Honorable Kobani. Response. There was a direct question. Can you repeat the direct question to the President? He couldn't get it.
Easy. Which of the ASA strategic plan, goals, program 2021-2024 are aligned with the National Development Plan NDP, Sustainable Development Goals SDG or 2063 African Union agenda and now do their link. Those ISA have national plan with targets that is known by the provincial members federation. Can ISA display this on the IA?
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you, Chair, because my colleague will answer some of the questions. We will be ahead, like I said. Yeah, I myself was one of the top athletes. I used to school in your area.
I know you.
Maybe you are talking about me.
I know you.
Running very well.
You've been a star for Lubuaho.
Yes.
Lubua.
Yes.
Before it was a Gazankule and a Lubua.
That's correct.
You are the star of that. They find you in the Machogolobzani, in the rural area. But now you are focusing in the suburbs.
Okay, can I, Honorable, can I answer, because every time we have to answer.
No, Prince, you were provoking.
No, I'm not provoking. I'm trying to say athletics is my passion.
No, Chair, we know each other.
Yeah. So,
very well.
Go for
so
it.
can,
Go
can
for it, Press.
Chair, my athletics is my passion. Yeah, very passionate, because that's why I'm even here today. I'm working, but I decided to come here. But you will say I'm answering you ahead. Since I came in 2021, it's now 2025. We have introduced the development. I'm going to answer you all. In 2021, 2022, we have realized this young man, Walas, what, I can mention them all. So in other words, since we took over as a board, this Athletics South Africa is doing very well in terms of performance. Let me say ahe. Yeah. So we've been doing very well, and we are still going to continue doing very well, because we have realized another child that we have identified by the name of Letebele from Free State, from Val. Letebele is coming very strong now. So ahe. And coming back to the relay, we have introduced new relay of the ladies. They came with, they break South African records now. Ahe. And coming back to these two children that are coming from Limpopo, which is Sekhodiso from Medingen, if you know Medingen. Sekhodiso, she's from Medingen, and then Akane Simbeni is from Limpopo. I'm trying to relate to you, from Limpopo. So, but those kids immediately after 21, because of the encouragement of me and the board, we encourage them to do very well. Every time when they're overseas, and before they run, I send them some messages, do well, and all that. So now we have realized those kids, and we still have the development program that we have started in January, whereby we have gone to schools, to schools in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and all that. Those primary schools, they are competing among themselves. It's done by SuperSport. We've introduced it now. Done by SuperSport. Now those children, they compete among the primary schools. They compete among themselves. The number one, number two, number three, we move them to the finals. We go to the high schools in the same area, number one, number two, they go to the final. You must come, I'll invite you. It's going to be on the 12th of April. All the primary schools and high schools, they are now going to compete. So now we have identified talent now. Going back to Los Angeles, going back to Los Angeles, you will see that we will have a pool of athletes that we cannot even identify coming from different areas. So we've got Avia from Eastern Cape Shimra. Yeah, she's doing very well. She's coming very strong. And then she's occupying the space. Before, we never had a woman winning a medal in the indoor game. But now we are occupying the space now. So now, like I said, we are just given us an opportunity. We are only there for 2 years, 3 years now. We are going for 4 years. So if you can give us an opportunity, hey, like I'm saying to you now. So, but I'll ask my colleague just to add on top of that. But we are doing very well, and we do have this program. And this program is going to take place for periods of 4 years for identifying the talent in rural areas. And then coming back to the other one, before we didn't have television televising cross-country, for those who know cross-country. Now cross country, we televise with South African champion cross country as from 7 o'clock in the morning. The under 8, under 5, under what, till up to 6 o'clock p.m. So you can imagine those children, they are watching themselves. Their parents are watching those children running from early in the morning on television. And they are becoming motivated, and they say they want to be walazas and all that and all that. So that program is going to be there for about 5 years. So now we are going to address the participation, increasing the participation of women, and even especially in the rural areas. The people who are occupying the space, the artists that are occupying the space are from rural areas nowadays. So I've already identified 3 or 2, and the other one from Letebele is from in Val. So we are getting there, and we are moving. Leadership is action, it's not a position.
Yes.
That's correct.
It's action.
Yeah, thank you.
Because when I was talking
let me take charge of this meeting. Honorable Mkunu.
Yeah, while I
you
was
are
saying
next.
this, I never
Honorable
heard the
Mkunu is
clock
next.
there. I'm finishing now, 1 minute. Can you take those runners? Because now our athletic is a crime now. Because they can rob you, they can run because you won't catch them. Because they mess up this athletics. Coach all those one crime that is running too much. Put them in the ground. Aye.
Yeah, we are definitely going to do that. Immediately after today, we are still going to add more development programs on top of the programs that we do have. Like we said, we have already have a strategy for 2020 for Japan. In 2028, we have presented our plan for 2028. You can imagine, Honorable, that here we are moving with that going forward. And then coming back to within 4 years, you will come back and shake my hand. Thank you. Can come.
Honorable Mkunu. Before you, Honorable Mkunu, let me give the TG a chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just, as I had requested earlier on, I do need to leave, Chair, and my apologies. But there were about 3 questions, Chair, that were addressed to us that we had not responded to. Much as my colleagues are going to be here and they will talk to that, I will still request that we be allowed to also respond, just follow up on this matter of tax non-compliance and how we paid, because generally speaking, we know that there are cases where there's an exemption that is provided, but I would just need to follow up on the matter so that we can really give a concise response to the committee. Chief Director will speak to the issue of how we determine return on investment, a question that came from Honorable Nkosi, and also the issue of the proof that you sought around the symposiums, the training programs, etc. Chair, perhaps before I go, I just needed to indicate, I'm just looking at the basket of matters that we need to take to that federation meeting that I spoke about earlier on. So even though in that meeting we are not going to be going federation by federation, but there seems to be cross-cutting matters that are emerging, perhaps in the last 2 months, 3 months, in the engagements between the portfolio committee and the sport federations that we need to pick up in that particular meeting. And we want to make that commitment, you know, issues of governance, and I won't go through the particular list. I was also very interested to hear the President speaking about the plans, and he's saying, honorable members, going to be very proud of what will emerge out of the Los Angeles 2028. It speaks to the Project 350 Chair that we said we want to integrate our plans because that becomes important. They were mentioning in the presentation issues of funding, for instance, and I'm sure coming to that session on Saturday, different federations are going to be coming with issues of funding, etc. And we need to find a way of how we are actually going to do that collaboratively, because we can't generally talk about pursuing corporate funding, etc., but we need to have a common purpose around how we do that. So, Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that before I request that I be allowed to take leave. My colleagues would remain.
Yeah, thank you, TG. Before you leave, even the issue that the Chief Director seemed to have raised on the synergy of the financial year end of its entity vis-a-vis the department to make it, easy for us. Because I think one of the decisions that we have to take here today is to request a audited financial statement of 2023-2024, which we could have dealt with it now. But even in the midst of them sending it to us, it might serve a purpose on an individual basis for members representing various political parties to communicate it out there. But it is good also for us to have it, and perhaps also that it may serve for interrogation. But what we've heard here today, we don't buy it easily, some of the stuff, especially for what has happened, and I particularly ask the questions around the process, the understanding around the process of the CIPC. So it is actually speak to a number of other indicators within the organization. So there will be a need again to have Athletics South Africa again before this committee. That I can tell you it's going to happen. So you are excused, DG. I don't know whether you would want the Chief Director to speak to it now. You want to address it now because I'm still having how many speakers? Four left.
Yes, I may through you, Chair. Chair, on the first, the return on investment, it's always tricky when you have diverse areas that you are actually covering in terms of the finances that are being provided. But the main critical indicator, Chair, is always on the long term, particularly in terms of performance of the federation at an international level. That's one that relates to performance. But you also equally will have another indicator that relates to critically issues of transformation. It's really one of the dimensions out of the 6 dimensions that are contained in the charter that we actually use to gauge whether there is any return on investment that is being made. Obviously, without an appropriate impact assessment, one may not necessarily be able to emphatically, with empirical evidence, provide clear information as to how to quantify the actual investment, the return on investment made. But we based on what we have seen recently, and the fact that if I were to take an example, Chair, the support that we had to give to take the youngsters to Peru, I think that's a clear indication that intervention on those kind of investments do go a long way in terms of serving the country well, particularly on performance. So on the second part that was raised by the Chair, I think, Chair, you were essentially saying that we need to provide a report on training programs and related, whether it's symposiums and so on, so that we actually do know and see if the indication is that X amount of money has been used on capacity building, who has been trained, and at what level, and most importantly, where are these people who've been trained located? And we will source that information, Chair, and provide to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. Honorable Nkunu.
Thank you so much, Chair Ngoge. I'm not trying to waste time, but I just want to thank you so much. Today, asinayo immense choir, because wonke umuntu ofika la kuba khona ikwaya amadoda. So namhlanje we have a soprano and alto, so nje it's perfect. So halala girls. First question, how does ASA justify allocating over 80% of its 22.2 million annual budget to events, especially when the core mandate of the organization faces compliance and governance failures such as CIPC deregistration? And my last question is, ngoba nimoshile phela kakhulu, how does ASA plan to regain the trust of stakeholders and regulatory bodies after such a fundamental administrative failure that jeopardized its legal standing? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kunu. CFO.
Thank you, honorable members. If I understood the question correctly, you're saying 80%, how do we justify that 80% of what we have we are spending on the athletes? Okay. I can say that as athletics, yes, we depend on the sponsorships. Yes, we depend on the broadcasting rights, the money that we receive, but we mainly prioritize on our athletes. Yes, the performance of our athletes have increased a lot. And with the money that we have, we will rather sacrifice as much as we can just to improve our athletes. That is why, with the money that we have, we rather take them and participate overseas, take them, to explore their talents. That is why most of the time we will rather sacrifice us, but to prioritize on them. This money that you see here, yes, we are taking the athletes to the events. Some of the athletes, their background, they need the financial background, they need the financial assistance from athletics. So that is why we're taking mainly the money, the little that we have, rather on the athletes. Yeah, that is what I can say.
CFO, did you and the board by any means consider to reduce expenditure because Parliament currently is busy with austerity measures? If you look at your statement in front of us, you actually have no money.
Yes, it's true.
You are aware of that. That there's actually no money. You're in a deficit the previous financial year with 4 million rand.
Yes. We did with the board, we did sit with the board because previously, I'll be honest about it, previously we didn't have so much group of athletes that are going out. They will only sending out, they call it, is it option B? Yeah, they call it option B, whereby the qualified athletes, certain number of athletes can only go there. But with the new board, they're taking a lot of athletes because they want to improve on them. But this is also a matter that we sit with the board. They are aware of it, and we did discuss about it. The only thing and the only solution for now is for us to get the sponsorship so that we can try to secure our expenses from it.
Is Lotto still sponsor you?
Pardon?
Lotto, are they still sponsoring you?
We do put the application, but for last year we didn't get money, only in 2023.
Why would you think?
Pardon?
What do you think is the reason?
The reason why we didn't get money from Lotto. 2 years, yes.
CFO, CEO, he understands, right?
Thank you, Chair. What happened there is that when you apply for funding, they're going to put money at a specific time and closing at a specific time as well. So what happened that we apply for 2023, then the money then was paid, and then when we have to reapply, it was already overlapping beyond our council meeting where we have to provide financial statements and all those. And the time that that money was paid was already late in October 2022, so that Then in 2023, there was no that time or that opportunity that we can apply for 2024. But for this year, it's open. We are ready. Then we are going to put our application to NLC. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to add?
Chair, I think maybe to add on that, why we're spending 80% on the athletes is when this new board came in 2021, we came with one mandate. The mandate is to give every athlete an opportunity to represent this country. It's either national or international. So we had to open up a bulk of taking a team. If you saw the team that went to Cameroon, it was close to 100 kids. And some of them, they've never been international. If we did not come up with that mandate, we could not having Bayanda Walaza today, Brett Linkwana, Prudence Khodiso. So the 80% has worked for us. We know it's a challenge in terms of using money, but we felt that these athletes need to be explored, given a chance to represent their country. I thank you.
Thank you, Hendrik. Advocate Sally?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Many of my questions has been covered. However, we note that Athletics South Africa faces several issues, including your financial constraints, your lack of resource for athletes, administrative challenges, and we still sit with the problem of the grassroots with the schools and the lack of infrastructures, etc. And now the deregistration by the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, and now we registered again. But this brings me back to the concerns about governance and accountability within Athletics South Africa. So, with what has happened, I know CFO, thank you very much for taking responsibility, but the buck doesn't stop with you alone. It stops higher up. It tells me, and it tells the nation, that there's a concern with regard to checks and balances, that is not in place, and that's a problem. So what checks and balances will be placed in Athletics South Africa in the future to avoid not just this deregistration, but other aspects as well of concern? So what will you be considering? And what implementations will be in place? That's the one thing. The other thing is with regard to the honorarium payments. Now, considering the tight budgets and increased expenditures across non-essential items, how did the leadership prioritize increased honorarium payments over restoring regulatory compliance and operation credibility? So when you're tightening up that ship, this is a bit of concern. Why are we actually even doing these payments? Because there are other aspects that is more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sally. Response?
Chair, I think we accept the shortcomings in terms of what transpired. We hope and trust that when we go back, we will reinforce or emphasize changes in the office, that they need to prioritize work related to athletics, that we must not be in the situation that we are being deregistered, attacked on the social media as a federation. So we accept that shortcoming, and we hope that as a board, we will take leadership and prosper going forward. I thank you.
Yeah, I think it's not enough to just accept the shortcomings. President, is someone on behalf of Athletics at South Africa going to apologize to the nation what happened? You know, this is just not just, it's a very serious matter. This. Like I said in my opening remarks, there's linked to a lot of things. You spray the doom here, the cockroach will come out there. So, can you respond to that?
Thanks very much for that one, Chair. Thank you very much for that. But going forward, I just want to give the surety that this mistake will never happen again.
But I'm asking, President, is there someone on behalf of Athletics South Africa, even if it's not you, you're leading this contingent, that's going to apologize to the athletes, to the nation, to the public, to the fraternity, to the sponsorship? I've asked the question about the sponsorship, and I think Lotto don't want to give money, and we all know the reason why.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think that one we will do from our side as Athletics South Africa.
When, President?
I mean, we were waiting to come here first.
You've been deregistered. We are calling you in because we've heard along the grapevines. If I am you, I will do it now. The nation is watching you. Apologize to them.
We apologize as Athletics South Africa for what happened, and then it's not going to happen again going forward. So that one, I'm trying to give the surety as a leader to say we are really apologize and accepted So going forward, this mistake won't happen again.
I appreciate that. Honorable Kgabo is waiting very long.
Chairperson,
He's
thank
from
you very
Christiana.
much. Thank you very much. Chairperson, unfortunately myself, I'm not flattered by the response that I'm getting. The black card that others are trying to play, it will never cut with me. Chairperson, there is a court order by Judge Leboga Mudiba, which amongst others has ordered Terence Magogodela to surrender their access to SIU and the appointed curator, according to one media statement. One other media statement from the SIU confirms that Mr. Terence has made a repayment plan with SIU on how to settle the 400,000 that it is apparently used for personal gain. In the report, it is alleged that Mr. Terence, who is the acting CEO, diverted the resources that was meant for construction of a running track in Kimberley, if not mistaken. There is an order for that matter. Subsequently, the acting CEO has paid that money. I want to check with you, apart from the apology, I don't accept your apology. What consequence management has you applied as a board? And why are we still having the acting CEO in his position after he has admitted to divert money that is meant to benefit the public for his own personal benefit and his own family benefit? I'll stop there for now, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kgabo. President?
In the first place,
Chairperson, can I be protected?
You are protected. What's happening?
No, I
This
think...
for the second time now. Order. President?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Honorable. Thank you very much. So immediately, let me just maybe tell the truth. Immediately when we read about this matter on the newspaper, this was a newspaper, it never came direct to us in terms of writing. Nobody came to us in writing to say we are complaining, but we saw it on the newspaper. What I did is that I still remember we're in Northwest, I still remember very well. I put this matter on the agenda with immediate effect. So I put the agenda in the matter on the agenda, and then I told the board that we are going to take a decision now. We suspend Mr. Magogodela with immediate effect for 35 days. We gave him 35 days leave to go and sort out this thing. And then she was acting for 35 days. She was an acting CEO for 35 days. And then immediately after 35 days, if I still remember, Mr. Magogodela came back to work. Honorable, he came back to work with a letter coming from the lawyers to say they are busy with this matter. Mr. Magogodela must come back at work, and then this matter will be finalized. Immediately after the matter will be finalized, and then we will get this matter will be finalized. And then, because it was a lawyer's letter that we received from our side, we said, no, let's just respect that one, because he was off. We make it a point that he's off for 35 days. We did that. And then after 35 days, he came back with that letter, and then we accepted the letter. We consulted, and then we accepted the letter. But coming back to the letter, we were called again here in the Parliament. And then we gave the surety that immediately we will receive the letter, and then we will bring the letter to the chair. And we did send the letter to the chair. And then after that, nothing would happen, because we were giving a short. The lawyers told us to say they will come back to us, and then after this matter will be finalized. So that's the whole story, because the last letter that we received is this one.
Before you go, Honorable Kgabo, this matter is not before court.
No, it's not before court.
Are you comfortable to sit in, CEO? Are you comfortable to sit here while we're discussing this matter? No, if you're comfortable, you are welcome to sit. Okay. Honorable Khabo, you may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to, ke tlo bua Setswana morenaka gore o kgone go ntlhaloganya. Ne, utlwa Setswana akere. Potso ya ka bobedi ke gore, why are you still having the acting CEO in his position now? Why so, why? Potso ya ka ya ntlha e ne le gore, go na le court order. Okay. E orderang reference go ka patala 400 bag. There is also a report to your SIU indicating that Red Herons has admitted to pay back the 400,000. And in this meeting, Red Herons has confirmed that he has paid back that 400,000. Potso wa ka ene le gore lo dirileng jaaka committee between 2020 and 2025. Potso wa ka bobedi e be nna gore lebaka ke eng solanka o na le Red Herons? Lebaka ke eng Red Herons e ntse le modiredi kampo e leng acting CEO ya Athletics South Africa? Those are my questions.
Yeah, ke tla araba ka Sesotho le nna. Court order for citing la rona ha re a ifumana, ha re so ifumana ho hang. Ha ya tla ho rona. Ke nka ya araba jwalo because ha iso fitlo ho rona. Ke a qala ho utlwa wena ha o nhlalosetsa court order le lebitso la motho ha iso fitlo ho rona. Rona ntho re le ra sala ka yona ke yona ela ya hore re ne re ngollwe lengolo ke motho ke moemedi wa hae hore butleng hanyane ke tla khutla ho lona le ska le ka la le etsa ho hong ka ntle le ho so ra ba le hore maybe re emela thoko hona jwale ra re tla ikemisetsa because if hona le se sa fumaneng hana go ntseya because wa actor mo positioning hanku so ha sanga ba nku so ke qeto lo maybe re go isa ko pele because control the entire council from the matter re ka recommenda ho isa ko council meeting because council ya kopana no ka May mohlomong re ka ifitisetsa pele ho nkwe qeto e le rona e ka nkuwa ho tloha moo ya pele.
Chairperson, unfortunately, the president is trying very hard, but I'm sure he's aware that it's not making sense. There is a narrative in the society that we are defending corruption with everything that we have. There is a narrative. And Athletics South Africa is equally demonstrating that indeed that thing is true. You in this meeting, you are confirming that you had suspended the acting CEO with full pay for that matter. You in this meeting, you are confirming that there is nothing that you have done ever since you have realized. In fact, you are not even aware that more than 400,000 was diverted. In fact, according to the report, it's only that Mr. Terence benefited 400 according to the report. But it was 1.5 or 1.7 million. That was meant for a construction of a running track in Kimberley. You are subsequently saying to me that as a president, you are basically not aware of everything that is happening in the institution that you are leading. I want to check with you. I'm going to repeat it again. What is it that you have done to apply consequence management, not only to Mr. Terence in terms of that diversion? It's equally aligned to the issue of failing to submit your annual returns for the past 3, if not 2 financial years, according to the report of the registration. I would want to check with you, what is the qualifications also of the CFO and how long has the CFO been in a position?
Check when I can repeat myself, I came in 2021 when I started with the organization. Let me start there. And the case, I don't know when was that case. So I'm starting with that one of, I came back in 2021 and then we said in 2023 about this case, we said in 2023. So the matter was brought, like I said, it was brought to us late. And then we said to him, for now, let's wait for the letter. Let's wait for the final letter that is coming to tell us what have you done. That amount of 1.5, 1.6, we never received. We only received the letter to say he's fully paid the amount. So, but the amount, the exact, I didn't know that about 1.5. Let me just be honest. But the only letter that I saw in my eyes is the final letter to say the matter has been settled and then it is already paid. So now going forward, like I said, we did just receive it last year. What this year? Last year. Yeah, we just received last year. So for that, we will maybe say, we will maybe try by all means just to take this matter to the full council, because don't forget, we do the recommendation from our side, but the council is the one who's taking a final decision. I'm saying, Honorable, we will take this matter to the full council so that the full council can take a final decision going forward about this matter.
Are you saying that between last year and to date, the council has not said?
It was said, but the letter, there was not, we only met once a year. We only met as a council once a year. We didn't meet monthly. The only people that meet monthly is the board, but the council we meet once a year.
Chairperson, I would like to stop there as a way of trying to
Can
do
I help
justice.
you, Honorable Kabo? Thank you. It's a very important thing that you bring up here.
Yeah.
President, was the CEO suspended or was he placed on leave?
Thanks, Chair. He was placed on leave for 35 days.
Who did that?
The board of Athletics South Africa.
Now, I want to come back to Honorable Kabo's thing. So you will be able to supply the letter that he was placed on leave. He was not suspended. But if I'm right, earlier on, I hear the word suspended. The issue now is the discussion of the letter from the lawyer that Honorable Kabo has mentioned. So when was the CEO back into office? Maybe CEO, you can help us. April 2022. Remember, guys, I said here we are in Parliament. April 2022. Honorable Kabo, I'm so happy you raised this thing. April 2022. The letter in front of me is April 2024, if I'm right. Where's that letter? It's April 2024. So yes, a lot of discrepancies here. This letter is dated 15 April 2024. And the CEO say is back April 2022. So he's back April 2022. Honorable Kabo's concern is, when did the board set? He further elaborates saying that the board, when did the board sit, and why didn't the board sit in a year's time? So here's a letter, April 2024. The CEO is back April 2022. Can you explain that?
Honorable Member, when this matter happened in 2022, there was a lot of intervention in between. Since 2022, after I was placed on leave, I went on leave. Then from 2022, when this matter came in, we started engaging with SIU, with our lawyers and all those, and when along the lines, the agreement have been discussed and being drafted. And then that's why in 2024, when after all the...
That's precisely what Honorable Kabo is raising here now, in terms of actions, again, what is transpired. Honorable Kabo, you can proceed with your interrogation on the meeting, on the feedback, but you know, there's this thing, man. I don't know whether you've seen it on TikTok. What is it called, Honorable Liam? Something is not making sense here. Something not make sure here. Really, it's confusing, President. It's really confusing, and that is the cause of the irritation of the Honorable Member. Because we really want Athletics South Africa to take us in their trust. You know, and we want to protect Athletics South Africa, and we want to protect the right and righteousness and the processes, and we want to protect the honorable members as well here. And now we've been given reason to further and further interrogate and even if the CEO was back in 2024. When were you placed on leave?
I think I was placed on leave around May.
May 2020?
2022, I think.
Okay, 2022 you was placed on leave.
Yes.
Now the interrogation from Honorable Khabo is, why back without a decision? Then the president said, no, we received a letter from the lawyer. So I asked, when was that letter received? The president said, 2022. But this letter is 2024. So the CEO, President, was in service or taken back into employment 2 years ago. And as we speak now, almost 3 years ago. Please take Honorable Khabo through this again so that he may proceed with his interpellation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let me explain here that after 22, after these things happened, I was placed on leave for 35 days, or actually a little bit more. Then that's where we were engaging with SIU with my lawyers. Then, because of that, by then I was not even maybe charged by the office, either by the court as well, because there was no criminal charges laid against me. In between there, we, with our lawyers, continue engaging from 2022 going forward, engaging, coming up with those agreements that came in between. The agreement that first came in, obviously, I was told that I must accept guilty. Then I refused. I cannot accept guilt on this matter. Which then, again, we keep on engaging, and then until we say, okay, we rather settle this, we then understand your explanation. But on the other hand, if we need anything from you, we will come back to you. That is the discussion that happened around 2022 until this letter is received in 2024 as a final letter to say that we are happy with your engagement with us, with your discussion, and if there's any other matter that we will come and need from you, we will come to you, you will explain to us, but in the meantime, this matter we consider it settled, and then with no cost, then that is what I've got from SIU. But that is the lengthy period that happened in between from the day that this matter was raised until 2024 when I got that letter. Thank you.
Chairperson, I'll ask a straightforward question. He was suspended on May 2022. He came back when? Exact date? Remember, you said that he was placed on leave for 35 days. Yes. So when did he come back?
Around May or June.
Don't, you see, you started earlier on with plus minus. Now you are coming with around. He says that he was placed not on suspension, on leave. Now I understand why there is a court letter. I mean, there is a letter from his lawyers. You placed him on leave, according to you, May 2022. When did he come back to work? In fact, let me start there. When did you get the letter from his legal team?
The first letter in...
The mathematics is easy. If someone has been suspended for 45 days, it's first May plus 45 days. That is the date that the CEO came back to work.
But the president said 35 days. The acting CEO, he says 35 days, even more.
Yeah, what's happening, Honorable, can I answer that one? Because don't forget, I, as a board, the board, we put him for 35 days. I still remember, I signed that leave form. I think he went on leave, and his own annual leave immediately after that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the annual leave. But the annual leave...
President, when did you sign a letter placing the acting CEO on leave?
It was immediately when we received that information that is being investigated, we put it with immediate effect for 35 days. That's a leave that I've signed.
When?
2023.
Yeah, 2023 around
2023.
April.
Chairperson, I think there is more to these issues. I'm not getting what, and we still have a problem of the registration that we'll have to entertain. We are now on the acting CEO. When did you receive the letter from his legal team? And what was his legal team name?
What was that?
Probably you have been brought a backdoor legal team that is not even aligned or even registered in our database of recognized lawyers, because you still have bogus people. So you receive a bogus letter, you are acting not knowing is it legitimate or not. Where did you receive the letter?
When? Okay, can you answer the question?
If I remember, the letter was read in a board meeting when we had an event of the seniors in Potchefstroom. But the thing is, I don't remember the date exactly. But I remember we had the seniors, and the seniors, they usually happen during April, during this time. Even the year, I don't remember exactly.
Chairperson, it's fine, let's leave that part, because clearly we are now creating a crisis. But it's deliberate, don't worry, we are going to continue. Chairperson, I want to understand from the president, apart from the letter, what was the contents of the letter, apart from the date of the letter? Because the president said that the acting CEO came back immediately after they received a letter from the legal team. Was the contents of the letter instructing you to take him back because of you did not charge him? If yes, why didn't you charge him?
The content of the letter explained that he must come to work because they are still continuing to negotiate further. And then we will receive the final outcome of this case, and we respected that one. That's why we received the letter, I think it's 2024. That was the final letter that we received in 2024. And then because we respected that decision to say, you can't move, he must come to work, and then from there, we will engage with SIU, and you will get the final report or the final letter. It's what we received in 2024, we received that one, and then we send the copy to the parliament and to the province to say, here's the final letter now. So that's the final letter that we
President,
received.
is it this letter?
That's correct, yes.
Now,
2024.
is this
we
the
received-
only letter?
That's the
But
only letter,
question
the
is-
final one.
The question from Honorable Khabo is, were you instructed to have him back?
That's correct, yes.
This letter doesn't say that.
That's correct, yes.
So
From,
the question
from
was-
the first letter, we were instructed, yes.
How many letters are there? President, because
It was only one letter that we received that time in Potchefstroom. That was the only letter that we received to say to us, he must come back to work while they're still busy with the case. And then we will receive the final settlement. And then we went back to him and said, we are waiting. Even the board was asking time and again about the final settlement. I still remember very well. The final settlement, to say, where's that final settlement? If you can check our minutes, I don't know, I'll check them in. Where's the final letter? And then last year, he came with this letter, thinking that from our side, we just respect whatever, for a final letter. And then we took that, the one that we received, we took it and sent it to maybe to SADC, and we sent it to the parliament, the copy. And then we think that this is the final letter, and if maybe something crops out, maybe we'll engage further with our lawyer and try to find out what's the way forward going forward about this matter. Because we are not expecting in terms of legal matter.
Honorable Khabo, I don't know whether you would mind, I saw the Deputy President of ATHA raise a hand. She might be also helpful to your interrogation. Deputy President.
Honorable member, is it clear? What I can remember is that we had a virtual meeting with the Portfolio Committee on the 13th of October 2023, where Honorable Beauty, I think it's Beauty Delalani, was the chairperson then. And amongst others, she was asking the president about the case of the CEO. the acting CEO, and it was mentioned that his name was cleared in that meeting. I can remember that. And the chairperson asked the president to please report on this, and she's waiting on the letter. That was the last that I can remember that we spoke about. And even so, after that, I've also asked whether you've replied to the Parliament with regards to that letter. And I don't know, I haven't seen any letters until that letter of 2024. And that's my reason for questioning, did you send the report into Parliament? But that was on the 13th of October, 2023, when we had that virtual meeting with the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, you see, President, as Parliament, we are not going to apologize for our interrogation for transparency and accountability. And again, that's why I say it's more. It's more than what we really see and hear today. And Athletics South Africa is not reporting everything. You know, Athletics South Africa is not reporting on athletes that left stranded with the IAU championship. They've been told no arrangement has been made by Athletic. You are not reporting that, but we'll come to that. I'll give Honourable your final last chance to do interrogation. Honourable Liam is waiting.
No, Chairperson, I'm not interrogating any further. So I'm not going to proceed with my questions. I'll rather propose that we must convene Athletics South Africa in our second quarter, because from what we are getting here is nothing compared to what we wanted to advance. Our people are watching with a keen interest to have an understanding as to how are we broadening Athletics South Africa. Here are we busy interacting with the issue of the acting CEO that we were supposed to have long dealt with it, but we'll be coming on the second. That is just my proposal, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Honourable. Honourable Liam.
Na ki bulela spitori, khori tobela. And I start off nice because you know I can get quite brutal. So Chairperson, the first thing I want to do is as follows. Usually we get very big delegations that come here and then half of the delegation speaks, if even half of the delegation, and then the rest sit and say nothing. So I actually want to ask the following. You get honorariums and you get money from Athletics South Africa. It's in your budget, you cannot deny it. So I want to go one for one. All of those mics are going to go on, and I'm going to start at the back. I'm going to come all the way here. I'm going to stop there, and then I'm going to come to you, President. So I want to know how much you get from Athletics South Africa. This is going to contextualize my further questions, Chairperson. In a year.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I only receive 10,000 Rand per year.
Thank you.
My costs for travelling are covered by Athletics South Africa, and also my accommodation.
Thank you.
And meals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable members. My name is Unox Kosana Rudrani, Chairperson. Yeah, I received twice in a year.
Okay.
10,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
And accommodation, it's covered, all of that, accommodation and travel.
Yeah, it depends on the event.
Okay, thank you.
As I'm saying, I'm a route running chairperson. Other event has been sponsored by other companies. They
thank you.
Pay that.
Understood.
And another one is for ASA.
Understood.
Thank you.
Honourable Member, we received 2 payments of 10,000 Rand during the year.
Accommodation also covered, same as your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We received 2 times 10,000 Rand per annum accommodation and flying from Cape Town to Joburg, or for whatever events is covered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We received 10,000 in January, 10,000 in June, and also if you are deployed to a province for a case, they give you 1,000 allowance for that.
Okay.
Accommodation and meals being
S&T.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm Esther Malema. Good afternoon. We received 10,000 first quarter I mean, first semester and 10,000 second semester. And they pay for our transport and accommodation. And when you go out with the team, you get maybe 2,000 going overseas with the team.
Thank you.
I receive a salary. Because I say how much?
Yes, please. We are allowed to interrogate whatever regarding the financial statements of any federation that is registered with SASCOC as per the National Sports and Recreation Act.
Okay. I receive 30 every month, including a bonus, but bonus
Thank you.
is under the year.
Thank you, member. I received the same as other board members, twice 10, and traveling allowance and accommodation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I receive a salary and then including bonuses during our birthday month, and that is April 51,000.
Thank you. Same as the board members.
Yeah,
Okay. So the reason I ask that is as follows. I want to contextualize for South Africans that are watching at home what this means, what a meeting of this structure means. Because many times, you know, in the past we've had the financial accounts of many stuff closed. You would have some people say, let's rather not speak about it because it's money related. But at the minute you step into government, or the minute you step into anything that is related to government, it becomes public interest. And that is the reality of the case here. And the reason I mention this is because, I mean, anywhere you look within government or within a sporting federation, we are allowed to ask such questions. People can Google our salaries, people can Google the president's salaries, people can Google a director's salary. That's the truth, right? But when it comes to your actions, that is where we step in to hold you accountable for your actions. So the reason I asked you all of that is because all of you share collective responsibility for athletics in South Africa. And because you share collective responsibility for South Africa, when Athletics South Africa gets deregistered from CIPC, and I want to clarify this for South Africans what that means. Deregistered from CIPC, meaning that you don't have a legal personality anymore, meaning that you can't open bank accounts anymore, meaning that you can't transact anymore, meaning that you cannot enter into contracts anymore, meaning also that you cannot form structures, meaning also that the recognition of athletics in South Africa hangs in the balance. That was your responsibility that you then reneged on. And those of us here who know that CIPC will hound you, telling you that you are about to be deregistered. 90 days left, 60 days left, 30 days left, 2 weeks left, 7 days left, 3 days left, 1 day left, deregistered. It doesn't come out of the blue. So when you look at that, you must acknowledge what it means to the athletes in this country. Because when you lose your registration with CIPC, then you are losing your ability to get broadcast rights. That's 11.9 million gone. Then you are losing your ability to get sponsorships, 5.7 million gone. Then you are losing your ability to get a lotto grant, 2.2 million gone. And all you could do perhaps is get membership, 7.2 million rand in, out of 38 million rand that you would have otherwise gotten. So I want to know, because many times when I clarify things like this for the public asks me, who is responsible for this? Is it the board? Or is there a particular individual who missed this and reneged on their duty for this? I want the name and the surname and the position of the individual who was declared responsible for the CIPC-related matters of this particular federation. Because it's very important that we know this. I want the name and the surname, and then I will proceed.
As a CEO, maybe I'll take that responsibility to say that I have to look at the overall compliance of the organization, but the whole responsibility was ceded as well to the auditors to assist us.
So it was ceded to the auditors. Who conducted oversight over the auditors?
Yes. No, the auditors themselves.
No, who conducted oversight over that? Who ceded that particular responsibility?
It has to be myself and the CFO, but yeah.
Name and surname, please.
Chief Terence Magagodela.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, and?
And then maybe
So the two of you are jointly responsible for athletics in South Africa losing its CIPC registration. Am I correct in saying that, given that it was your responsibility?
I would say,
yes or no?
to be accountable, yes. As an organization, we have to see that the compliance is done.
How did you miss it? Was it stuck in your emails? Was it too many notices? How did you miss it?
No, it's never stuck because I think when we were busy doing all these tax issues that came in, and then I remember even as well, then there were times when my board members say, they say this problem here. But when I went to investigate around some way back in March, because all these things is ceded to the auditors, then I thought on myself that how can this happen? Let me go and investigate.
Okay, what is the name of the auditors?
Tundra.
Excuse me?
Tundra.
Tundra
Yes.
Auditors, where are they based?
They're based in Johannesburg, Fourways.
So Johannesburg Fourways based Tundra auditors are the individuals responsible as well for ensuring that the CIPC registration is seeded.
I can say so because they want to assist us a lot of time.
Thank you very much. I'd like you to also know that as per the Constitution, what you reveal inside of Parliament is, of course, on our side, protected in a sitting. So it becomes fact, but it is also protected in a sitting. So thank you for giving us that, and I just want to
Honourable Liam.
close then,
Honourable
Chairperson.
Liam, before you close, hold your horses, just for a while. How many notices do you receive, or did you receive, for this compliance?
When I check
you make sure in the answer because it's quite a number of notices.
when I check in the enterprise, detailed enterprise of the organization, I think there were 3 or 4 notices that were received.
Thank you, Honourable Liam. Proceed.
So with that in mind, I think it then makes it a matter of consequence management. And we require either a commitment here, or it is going to require us as portfolio committee members to decide on what that consequence is for this. Because there ought to be consequences for this. I think that is firm. The athletes in this country would want that. The parents of the athletes in this country would want that. The coaches of athletes in this country would want that, because this is their sport. And the sport then belongs to our community. So that's very important. And then lastly, your coaching course. This is just a question I received from the YouTube chat. You said that the coaching courses are free. Is that true? They are not free. They are not free. You pay for them. Okay. In your report, it was mentioned that they are covered at times. People on YouTube are saying that they have to pay for your coaching courses. That being said, Chairperson, as I close, I want us to be firm in our stance regarding that there must be consequences for this, and I want to echo Honourable Khabo's suggestion that we need to reconvene with Athletics South Africa to dig deeper into this issue of the CEO, should there not be consequences. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Jacobs. As we know, and I was awaiting your calculation when you asked about the honorariums. But I'm happy to inform you that adding up the honorariums does not add up to the 230, or what is it, 223? How much is that? 230 something thousand, 230,000. Doesn't add up. That's quick. And that's the one thing. The other thing is, I thought Honourable Khabo, or was it Honourable Tetwa, would ask about the MasterCards. How many MasterCards in the possession of Athletics South Africa? Rightfully said by Honourable Liam that we are entitled to ask these questions. It's public money. The question to the President, do you have your own? The Athletics South Africa has their own. Who's using it? Who's the office?
We do have 2. The other one is for...
You have 2. The President just said you have 1. You do have 2?
No, I'm saying the other one is for the garage meaning for the fuel. We do have a generator, so we are using it for that, and we do have the car. And the other one, it's for us buying groceries, as small stuff that we use in the office. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make the following ruling, honorable members. I don't want members to miss their pass. I'm going to mention a few requirements while DSEC is here. And then we will, members of the Athletics South Africa will be excused. I would request members of Parliament as well as DSEC to stay behind for 5 minutes. But before I'm going to do this, I see Honorable Nkosi raised the hand. You want to?
Thank you very much, Chair. You said you'll give us the second round, but you have forgotten, you are wrapping the meeting.
I've said so, but I've just been informed by the Portfolio Secretary about the bus, but proceed.
No?
Proceed.
It's fine, because we are saying we are going to have a meeting again, whereby we'll deliberate.
I'm happy that you proceed, Honorable. Take it.
Okay, no, it's fine. I was having a few questions on governance, competition organization, and capacity building. One from governance is the measures being taken to strengthen collaboration between SASSA and USSA. On competition organization, can you elaborate how SAA plans to modernize competition formats while balancing traditional athletic standards? 2, what specific strategies are in place to increase youth participation in competitions? On capacity building, I would like to know from the SAA, how are they intending to address disparities in demographic representation among coaches and officials? What steps are being taken to expand to access? What steps are being taken to expand access to leadership training programs at grassroots level? The last one, Chair, is the one that the CEO spoke about, but I didn't hear him clearly. What have they said about the matter of Mpumalanga, where there's a big race? Grand prizes was not being paid to participants, and I don't know where are they up until now, because as far as I know is that those prizes are not being paid to the participants, and I just want to get a clarity why does that happen? Because if there's a race and there were prizes to be awarded to the athletes, they should be done so, and there was not doing that by the people that were organizing it. And at the same time, I just want to know the officials that were supposed to deal with that, who didn't pay those prizes. What was the consequence management towards them? Have they been disciplined or what? Because if they are not disciplined, that is going to continue, and it's not fair for those that who participated in that race. Thank you very much, Chair. But I have some recommendations. I think I will make them when we are having the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. Is there any other member that they have a serious issue to raise now? President James.
I'll be quick like an athlete.
Go.
There's apparently 10 board members. The math still doesn't math because 10 times 20,000 is 200,000. How many is it? Okay. Yeah. Then, Chairperson.
We had 12 board members in 2022, and then with the SASSA elections, the other board member was out. That's why the first 6 months was not paid. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. President, why did they leave the athletes at the airport? Yes, there were athletes with the championship.
It was what is it, track, road? It's 100 kilometer.
The 50, I think it's
Okay.
for the
Okay,
50.
maybe I've got a chairperson here.
IAU.
Yeah, I think the chairperson is here of the road.
President, you have a chairperson, the country has a president to respond to that. Tell us.
Okay, according to the information that I've got, like I said, we normally have the portfolios where the person is in charge of that portfolio. Normally, I don't. I just want to look at them. If there's serious problem, is where I come in. So the report that I got is that these athletes, I don't know what, these athletes came late. I don't know what happened to that athlete, the passport, sorry. It was a matter of a passport, that the passport was going to be expired when that athlete is that side. And then it was going to be a problem, or if maybe that artist can move, because what if maybe that artist that side, when now we have to come and pay again that money to release that artist. Is what happened in Australia, Chair, is what happened in Australia, whereby a coach lost the passport. So now we had to the athletes to stay behind and assist. I'm just giving a good example, but it's happened like that. It's because it was a matter of a passport. But I think maybe the chair can add if he wants to add.
Okay, that's fine. That's to do with travel arrangements. That does include the passports, everything. Okay, well, I'll just make a note about that so that we can, as a portfolio, also can get a report on that. Members, let us do this. The buses has arrived already. The following requirements is necessary. A list and dates of as the Chief Director have said, beware, pertaining to the symposiums, the capacity building, to see to what extent these monies were then fully utilized. And then I think it's Honorable Josi who spoke to the targets and plans, because what we want to see again here at DSEC is synergy between the department and entities on targets, what are the plans, what they achieved, what did they not achieve, how many athletes they want to take wherever, etc. And then we would like to have the travel cost as indicated on the statement, includes evidence, information and copy of flight tickets. We also would like to have Athletics South Africa to forward us the latest audited financial statement for the year 2023-2024. Then we would like, same as the previous entity, Athletics South Africa, to send us statements for 2022, 23, 20, or should we just say 2023, 24, for the 2 MasterCards and that expenditure. We want to go and delve deep into that 2 MasterCards. How has it been used? Hopefully not like the previous entity for Kentucky. Investigate the aligning financial years for federations and DSEC. This is the one for DSEC to go and see. I don't know whether that's possible, Tabogo or Chief Director, to see to which extent we can align the entities. I know you have mentioned that it might be possible, it might not be possible. Then that also the Athletics South Africa submit to us the GBVF matters. It needs to be dealt with in some more urgency. Then Athletics South Africa needs to tighten financial controls and its general fiduciary roles. DSEC to report on the integration of plans for the, maybe this should be Athletics South Africa, on their plans pertaining to the Olympics. The minister do have a, what is it called, Project 350. Yes, Project 350. I think it has been discussed with you. Then there's no time. I actually want us to discuss this one. I think there's R1 million involved here. Why the athletes has not been paid? I think Honorable Nkosi have mentioned it again on Pumalanga. And who was responsible for that payment? Where is that money? Why is it not been paid? Seeing that you are already in a deficit. Then a report on the athletes, a thorough report on the athletes that left stranded during the IAU. We want to see those evidence, whether there is truthfulness in any that their documents was not intact, or whether it was a question of financial constraints. Then we want a report. President, this is a very important one that comes from one of the members, I can't recall who. We want a report on why the organization is without a permanent CEO since 2012. Someone mentioned it. Since 2012, and what date the entity anticipated to employ a permanent CEO. Then, okay, we do have the name responsible for what is transpired. Then, President, we are also very eager and inquisitive to know what is happening. I believe you were here for a development, some competition. Some of the members are quite interested, you know, to go to this event. I can make an example. During the soccer events, we are also make use of park and ride, and you know, among the people, and we pick up a lot of things that we can come back and make recommendations. Well, you're not that big, but we make recommendations to say we've noticed 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is how we can help as an entity. But I want to say, due to the urgency of this matter and also the very short space of time of prep work that we have given you to made your presentation and to give clarity on the governance issue, financial issue, the state and affairs of Athletics South Africa. On behalf of Parliament, I would like to say thank you that you have come. And we all are also aware, and we know that it is election, President. And when it comes to election, there's a lot of things coming out. Dirty linen are being washing in over there in the public. We have seen it. We've seen actions against people who want to stand for elections. We've seen people being fired, all of that. We take note of all of these things, but also know that we as members of Parliament, we are being trusted by the community. People talk to us, people come to us, people complain, people write letters, and if you could hear, you could see that members of Parliament are on the floor. They know what is going on outside there. So it is just not a question that entities appear before us, just come and thumbsuck stuff, and we just agree with that. So thank you for your availability, thank you for your time, and I can just on behalf of the committee wish you well. We will in due course engage again. With that said, you are excused, Press, and I would really want members as well as DSEC to stay behind for a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson, for giving us an opportunity to come to the Parliament to come and explain ourselves. And then thanks for that opportunity. I think maybe we will do more and improve going forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.